Reuters confirmed the Cuba story? Of course, dude. Of course. The whole point of this is literally economic strangulation in order to fucking piss off the people, activate reactionary forces in the country, and then make it seem like there is a tremendous amount of discontent against the government. Okay, piss off the people, frustrate them enough, strangle them enough, and some of them will actually fucking do some damage. Use that symbolistic damage to say, "Oh, we have to do regime change in Cuba." Hello, we just walked through this with Iran. We're actually still in this with Iran. Of course, Reuters is going to fucking confirm it. It works in line with American State Department interests in Cuba.
Drone or two, drop a mine or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the United States will be bombing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The China mention there is incredible. Saying hopefully China will militarily help us open the Strait of Hormuz. Brother, give up on that. Just give up at that point, dude. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Come on, China, please. What if I ask nicely? You love trade, don't you?
The hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe and free. Signed, President Donald J. Trump, and that his latest message just a few minutes ago on Truth Social.
Jeffrey, we have just heard from the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. His statement was the first since he was elected by the Assembly of Experts. It was read on Iranian television. He called for unity among Iranians, and he said the martyrs will be avenged. And he also called on all U.S. bases in the Persian Gulf to be closed immediately, or they will continue to be attacked. He said the Strait...
For the record, Popular Front, the magazine, does regime propaganda in a much better way than like all these other fucking, CNN style outlets do, okay? The same interest still remains, okay? It's a magazine, it's edgy, it's cool, it's hip, they go to the front lines. They might even at times align themselves with like anti-American government forces, okay? But when push comes to shove, they'll spit out the same fucking regime change bullshit, the same exact, oh, well, these guys are demanding freedom, we must liberate them, regime change bullshit in the exact same intensity that Vice News does.
Of Hormuz, that vital sea route, will remain closed. Seems like he's taking a very hard line, not in the mood for any kind of compromise or negotiation. Given that, where do you see this heading?
Well, what kind of negotiation? Iran tried to negotiate twice. Both times it was bombed.
This is 1.8 million views, CGTN America, 1.8 million views in one day. My Go Jeffrey is popping.
By Israel and the United States. Iran is under a absolutely brutal attack. It's under carpet bombing. The U.S. and Israel are destroying infrastructure. They murdered this man's father and the leaders of the Iranian government. They are killing thousands of people. So exactly what is to be negotiated? This is a brutal war of aggression.
Yeah, Hanrahan does have a lot of default liberal interventionist takes, but sometimes he covers interesting topics. He's where I originally learned about order and nine angles. Yeah, that's exactly how nefarious propaganda, the most dangerous type of propaganda, works. Like, Robert Evans is my other things understander. I don't think he hates you, bro. Yeah, I mean, Robert Evans and I also have disagreements on certain issues. I mean, he's also had some takes that I find strange and confusing or in line with like American interests at times. But Jake Hanrahan is like the classic. Jake Hanrahan absolutely is the classic like, oh, I'm super fucking edgy. I'm an anarchist. I'm edgy. I have the morally consistent position. Yeah, Robert also has some Fed takes every now and then. But yeah, State Department anarchists. And then we find out when the information is declassified. I'm talking about Jake Hanrahan. When the information is declassified 20 fucking years later, and you're like, wow, I can't believe it. Gloria Steinem? No way. I can't believe it. Jake Hanrahan was getting paid by, I don't know, the National Department of Spreading Democracy and Public Services, which is like branched under the fucking State Department by way of numerous subsidiaries and private donors.
Live visibility
make
restricted.
It seem as
Your
though
live's
this is
not
like a
eligible for
totally
recommendation,
legitimate,
restricted search because it changed.
totally legitimate
unoriginal.
thing that they're achieving.
Oh my god. Shut up.
By Israel and the United States.
Alright,
and
fine.
Iran is responding. And it's not surprising that they are responding. They're under threat of conquest, basically. That was what Trump said, that he would pick the new leader, that Israel and the United States would run Iran. Well, the Iranian people have a different view, clearly. They're showing up by the millions to say.
Okay. Fine. Stupid. There you go. Hey. Boom.
It's this performance online culture designed for, I don't know, teenage boys and their grown-up equivalents. But it's also has a purpose.
I don't know how
and
to
it
clear
makes
the
people
chat.
say,
Need to clear the chat.
you know, this war is unserious. All of this will make people feel disengaged.
We've been live for 7 minutes. What?
It may work. I mean, you know, how can you focus on a serious war when you're being told the story of it through, you know, I mean, comic strips and videos?
Clear chat.
I'm John Favreau, and you just heard from this week's guest, Anne Applebaum. Anne is a journalist and historian who focuses on the rise of authoritarianism. You may have caught her work in The Atlantic, or read her many books on the subject, or listened to her podcast, Autocracy in America. I've wanted to have her on for a while now to talk about America's slide toward autocracy, and I figured that with the very autocratic way that Trump is both waging and talking about the war in Iran, this week was a good opportunity. We talked about how Trump and the White House are using propaganda to minimize the seriousness of this war, what Trump has learned from other autocrats, why the war in Iran has been good for Putin, and why she's hopeful that American democracy can still prevail. It's a great conversation you'll hear in a few, but before that, I just want to share a few of my thoughts on Iran. You might be wondering how we ended up right back where this century began, fighting a dumb war in the Middle East because of politicians who lied about why they started it, don't have a plan to finish it, and can't stop spending our money on it. You might be wondering why, after the $1 trillion spent in Iraq and the hundreds of thousands of lives that were lost there, or in places like Libya, or Syria, or Gaza, these politicians still think we can bomb our way to a more peaceful Middle East. Why they still think we can destroy people's homes and kill their families
they don't care
without
if it's
any
peaceful.
repercussions. Why they think we can play God
whether it's
just
peaceful
because
or
our
not doesn't
army
matter
is
to them.
bigger. More importantly, you might be wondering, why do the rest of us just accept it? The Washington Post interviewed this 41-year-old father who had just gone to pick up his 2 kids from school. He was waiting for them outside when the explosion sent him flying into the air. By the time he got up, head covered in blood, and made his way back to the school, it was gone. He helped other parents pull children out of the rubble, but none of them were alive. Neither were his 2 little boys. They were 7 and 8 years old. The mistaken U.S. missile attack on the Iranian school that was carried out in our name and paid for with our tax dollars killed at least 175 human beings, most of them children.
Disgusting.
Many of the more than 2,000 civilians who were killed are also children, as are the hundreds of thousands who've been forced out of their homes in just the first 3 weeks of this war. It's a war that's also left dozens of Americans injured, some seriously, and many with brain injuries. 13 have now died. One of them was a 39-year-old soldier from Minnesota who had served in the military for 20 years and was just a few days away from returning home to her husband and kids for good, so she could garden with her high school son and ride bikes with her 4th grade daughter. The day after she and 6 other soldiers were killed by a retaliatory drone strike that Iran launched at their makeshift operations center in Kuwait, the president said that he expected casualties, but, quote, "that's the way it is," and, quote, "in the end, it's going to be a great deal for the world." Pete Hegseth accused the press of reporting the deaths as front-page news only because they want to, quote, "make the president look bad." The next day, at a Medal of Honor ceremony, Trump read a few prepared words about the fallen service members before going off on a much longer tangent about how he'd saved money on gold drapes for his new ballroom. Neither Trump nor Hegseth said anything about the school children their missile strike had killed, though the very next day, the defense secretary bragged about, quote, "unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history," while avoiding, quote, "stupid rules of engagement and politically correct wars." By the end of that first week, as that father was grieving for his 2 boys and those kids were grieving for their mother, and hundreds of families in the U.S. and across the Middle East were mourning their losses, the White House had begun posting snuff videos. Footage of actual U.S. missile strikes hitting their targets in Iran are spliced together with scenes from Braveheart and Gladiator and Call of Duty and Mortal Kombat. Explosions that have killed innocent civilians are timed to the crack of a baseball bat or an NFL tackle. The soundtrack is usually a song with the word boom in the title, in case the stupid joke wasn't obvious enough. Governments have used propaganda to sell war for as long as there's been war. But Trump and Hegseth and the White House aren't really trying to sell this war. And if they are, they're certainly not succeeding. Few conflicts in the last several decades have started off this unpopular. And polling shows that the videos specifically haven't moved the needle even with Trump's base, let alone anyone else. I think that's because instead of using propaganda to sell the war, this White House sees the war as just another chance to generate more propaganda, to sell people on the idea that war, like politics, is just part of the show. There are good guys and bad guys, heroes and enemies, suspenseful plot twists and thrilling victories and comic relief and hopefully not too many sad moments, because the ultimate goal here is entertainment. Because an audience that's too bummed out might not come back for more. It's why, way back in 2019, when a combat veteran who had lost a leg and suffered brain damage was chosen to sing God Bless America at an event where Trump spoke, the president said loud enough for people to hear, "Why do you bring people like that here? No one wants to see that, the wounded." Because if we think too much about that veteran, or the kids in that school, or the soldiers in Kuwait, or the boats full of people who were murdered in the Caribbean, or the citizens killed on the streets in Minnesota, and the immigrants who are dying in detention camps, if we linger too long on the lives they led, or the loved ones they left behind, then more of us might stop scrolling past the war porn and the memes and the shitposts and refuse to accept that this is who we are now. More of us might decide that people who don't value the inherent dignity and worth of every life should never be trusted with the power to end it. War is not a game. War is not just another content opportunity. War, even a just and necessary war, is born of the ultimate human failure, and it leads to the ultimate human tragedy. The more we see that, and hear that, and remember that, especially when Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth don't want us to, the more likely we are to demand that it stop. And with that, here's my conversation with Anne Applebaum. Anne, welcome to Offline.
Thanks for having me.
I've been wanting to have you on ever since the world has become overrun with autocracies. So I have several things I want to talk to you about, but let's start with the Iran war, which is now entering its third week. Reactions, how are you feeling about where things are right now?
I'm really disappointed and yet not entirely surprised that there appears to have been no planning for what would happen after America and Israel started dropping bombs. There was no planning for the reaction and the collateral damage in the Middle East, and there was no planning for Iran. Over the last year, we dismantled many of the tools that we've had in the past to speak to Iranians, the radio stations, the broadcasters, and we also stopped funding or broke our ties with some of the Iranian democratic opposition who we might be speaking to, and it doesn't seem like they reached out to anybody or spoke to anybody in the planning for what would happen to Iranian people after this started, and I think now we're seeing the result.
I can't recall another time, maybe not even Iraq, where an administration has delivered so many conflicting justifications for war that they can't seem to settle on. Imminent threat to U.S. troops, then to Israel, then nuclear capabilities or nuclear aspirations, then regime change. What do you make of the fact that they haven't been able to settle on a single reason? It seems like now they have narrowed the objectives to degrading ballistic missiles and destroying the Navy, and then, all under the umbrella of, I guess, degrading their ability to develop nuclear weapons.
I think the difficulty that everybody's having, not just in the U.S., but everywhere, I'm in Europe right now, is that all of us are seeking to put a rational frame on the actions of the U.S. president, because it's so unbelievable and impossible to process the idea that he acts out of impulse and whim, and that he doesn't have a bigger strategy, and he doesn't think about what happened in Iran up until before he became president, or what will happen in Iran after he's president. He doesn't see Iran as connected to other places. He thinks of it as a kind of one area that's going to go in and go out, like he did successfully do, or he thinks he successfully did in Venezuela. Of course, that story's not over yet either. But all of us want to make this into a story, and that's why people keep asking for reasons and rationales. And it seems to me, especially in these conversations he's had in the first few days of the war with journalists, that what he's doing is kind of message testing. He tries out one explanation for why he did it and sees what that sounds like, and then he tries out another explanation for what did it. And you can even see his administration kind of running to catch up with him. He says one thing and they try to echo that, and then he says something different and they have to change their story as well. And I think we're dealing with something that was fundamentally irrational. He felt like it that day. We'll learn eventually whether it was ultimately Netanyahu who convinced him, or whether it was Jared Kushner who convinced him, or whether he just looked at the map and thought he'd like to do something dramatic this week to distract from other things. We'll eventually find that out. But trying to see it as a rational strategy makes no sense. And you're right, the comparison to Iraq is interesting. Actually, the Bush administration made a case for Iraq. They made it to the American people. They made it to the UN. They made it to Congress. It was about weapons of mass destruction. And you can say, the case was wrong and it was based on bad evidence, but they built the case, they made it, they presented it, they argued for it, they got some UN, what they thought was a kind of UN approval. They had congressional approval. They had support from Americans. This is totally different. This is a completely different kind of war. it's being fought because the president had a psychological need, as he put it when he was talking about Greenland, to have a war.
I mean, it seems like the lesson, if you could call it a lesson, the lesson that Trump has taken from Iraq is the bombing and the regime change is fine, just don't send in a large, just don't have ground forces there for an extended period of time because he knows that looks messy. Trump and Netanyahu have made this decision to attack Iran, but, Republicans and even some Democrats have supported some kind of military action for years to remove what is objectively a violent and dangerous regime in Tehran. What I'm still trying to figure out is, why does it seem that no lessons have been learned from what has happened in Iraq or any of the other, misadventures in the Middle East over the last several decades?
So in order to learn lessons, you have to be interested in reading some history. And you have to read, at the very least, a short version presented by one of your advisors. And you have to, you have to think about what happened in the past, and you have to seek not to repeat it in the future. And it just doesn't look to me like this is something that Trump does. Maybe there are people around him who do it, but it's not clear that their advice gets to him or who it's filtered through or whether he listens. And so once again, as I say, asking about lessons learned, you're asking, again, you're assuming that the president has a rational reason for wanting to go to war and that he would have a plan to make it work. And it just isn't clear that he does. I mean, I suppose they learned the lesson not to send troops, but if you don't send troops, then you don't really have any impact. You can drop bombs, but you don't have any ability to shape what happens on the ground, for better or for worse. And he doesn't, much of what they say, certainly in the first few days, implied that they would have an impact on the ground, but it seems that they hadn't thought that through.
You referenced the piece you recently wrote for The Atlantic called Trump Has No Plan for the Iranian People. The Iranian people have been sort of fighting for their own freedom for years now. If the goal really is to free them from this regime, what would that actually look like versus what we're doing? What role do you think the U.S. and the world could play in helping to free the Iranian people from this regime that isn't what is happening right now?
Well, it's like that joke there's an Irish joke about you ask somebody the way to Dublin and they say, well, I don't know, but I wouldn't start from here, so it's a little bit like that. I mean, the starting point should go back farther. There has been a democratic opposition in Iran. It's been very brave. It's full of thoughtful and resourceful people. And each time it emerges, it has been systematically wiped out, and people have been arrested and sent abroad and into exile. And over the years, we've half-heartedly supported it. We've given it some money. Some Iranians have been, U.S. officials have met them. Macron met with a group of Iranian activists some months ago. The president of France, president of the United States has stayed somewhat away from them. There's that group. There's a group of people around the son of the former Shah. There are plausible groups of people in the exile world and inside Iran with whom we could work and who we could advise and who we could help with money and with examples and so on. But we never did that. And so starting from right now, it's much harder. I mean, I talked to somebody who is a Iranian human rights activist a few days ago, and I asked her, this was right after the war had started, and I asked her, has anyone got in touch with you from the administration? And she sort of laughed and said, no, of course not. And so, we aren't even, as far as I know, I don't see it and I don't hear it. We don't seem to be talking to people inside the country who would be in a position to help the regime change. I mean, you would have to have some people from inside the system, not probably the leadership, but you'd have to have some, some people who are willing to resign or walk away. You would have to have some people from the outside who had some kind of credibility, and there are such people. You would have to help them. I mean, we were able in the 1980s, for example, to help the then Polish opposition. And I say here because I'm in Poland right now, who were fighting communism. It was a much less violent system, and we weren't bombing Poland, but we were able to help them work together, offer them. I mean, at that time it was about Xerox machines, and books and contacts and small amounts of money, and we were able to help the opposition. We didn't make them win. We didn't help them come to power. We didn't decide the future for them, but we had a kind of non-permanent set of contacts with people who might be the future leaders of Poland. And we should have had that with Iran for the last decade, more probably. And we don't seem to have it now. So I mean, if it were me, I would have started with that. I would have been speaking to people inside the country and outside the country who had ideas about how to reshape the landscape. And the idea that the U.S. from the air is going to do that has always seemed ridiculous. It is possible that the regime is weakened, that people won't want to fight for it. There are things that could happen as a result of the bombing that could end up could end up well for the Iranian people, which is what I truly hope happens. But that would be more by accident rather than by design.
I'm curious what you think about how Trump and his administration have been talking about this war. Early declarations of victory, minimizing the dangers and the casualties, bragging about all the bombs they've dropped and the bad guys they've killed. Trump has threatened to make it, quote, virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again.
Which is horrible.
Horrible. Yeah. Hegseth said, quote, the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live. What do you make of the rhetoric they're using?
It's very cartoonish, and I think it's a little bit like the rhetoric they were using around ICE.
Yeah.
It shows how online this administration is, and how shaped they are by this, the performative nature of online communication. It's all about memes and loud language and vulgarities, and how do you shock people, and how do you stun people, and how do you scare people with language. I mean, it's as a nation conducting war where people are dying, including Iranian children and innocent civilians. I mean, I'm sure, leave aside the bad guys, but there are other people dying, and there are some Americans have died. That's a really serious matter, and it should be treated you want to see your head of state treating this as something that's important and grave and somber, and not a Marvel comic dialogue, or maybe a Marvel comic movie dialogue. I don't know if they can read the comics, but it's something about the way they've learned to read and communicate. They don't, once again, it's more evidence they don't read history books. They don't think about the weight of what they're doing, the consequences over time, the way it will be seen. American presidents have always thought about history and their role in it and their predecessors and what will come after. And this is really an administration that has no sense of time at all, time or seriousness or gravity or the value of life. And so they've reduced this very serious war, which is going to have serious consequences for people all over the world, actually, because of the economic impact and so on, as well as for Iranians, not all of whom are bad guys. And they're unable to treat it, they're unable to talk about it even in a way that accords what they're doing with appropriate seriousness.
I mean, I think also about these White House daily propaganda videos that splice real airstrike footage with clips from movies and sports and video games, and I think it's horrific. With Trump and Hegseth, they're both unserious people. They spout off all the time, but it does seem like a concerted strategy on the part of the government and the administration to put out these videos that not only minimize the seriousness of war, but sort of promote this nihilism.
Right here's fine.
This sort of dehumanization.
Sprite? We have Sprite?
Don't worry about what's going
Awesome,
on.
thank you.
Everything's a game. I know that you've thought a lot about the way autocracies use propaganda and information warfare. Like, what do you think they're trying to achieve with these videos? Or what do you think the effect of these videos is? Because who knows what their intentions are.
So nihilism is the right word. So what autocratic regimes learned to do over the last couple of decades, in their attempts to control the internet. Some of them literally control it. The Chinese have tried to control what it is that people see and so on. The Russians and others came up with a different tactic, and their tactic was flood the information space with junk, offer contradictory explanations for things, sometimes inside the same television program. Offer people very violent images or very frightening images. And the point of that was to make ordinary people say, politics is horrible. I don't know what's true and what's not true. I can't be idealistic. I can't believe in anything because everybody's lying. Everyone seems to lie. And of course, they also smear their enemies in doing this as well. Everyone's lying. Everyone's bad. I'm just going to stay home and I'm not going to be involved. And that's what they want. That's what an autocracy wants. It wants disengaged citizens who are maybe disgusted or horrified by the propaganda, don't understand it, and want to stay away from it. And I think, you're right that the point of these videos, again, it's this performance online culture designed for, teenage boys and their grown-up equivalents. But it's also has a purpose. I mean, it makes people say, this war is unserious. It's, also the images of violence are frightening. The various different stories that are told are confusing and contradicting. Who knows what's really true? I mean, actually, even the thing you mentioned before, Trump giving multiple reasons why he's fighting. All of this will make people feel disengaged, and it may work. I mean, how can you focus on a serious war when you're being told the story of it through, comic strips and videos?
Yeah, I mean, I just, I served in the Obama White House. I remember how the Bush White House even dealt with this, which is like, the consequences of war are the most serious things you can, that means like the loss of life is the most serious consequence you can have. And presidents forever have treated the loss of life in war with like the utmost seriousness and sobriety, and spend a lot of times honoring the dead and talking about the fallen soldiers and honoring their sacrifice. And I just noticed in this war that not only does Trump seem not to care, but he does seem like he's trying to like minimize the casualties and minimize, and with some of these videos, sort of minimize how we feel about people dying and about the loss of life. And, it does remind me of what he's done domestically with ICE, what they did with Alex Preddy and Renee Good and all these immigrants. Like, they just don't want us to see the people who are being hurt and who are losing their lives as human beings that have equal value to the rest of us.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, if you remember, Alex Preddy was, within half an hour was being described as a domestic terrorist, as was Renee Good. So the idea, you're right. Immediately, the idea is to minimize it. They're not real people. They're radicals. They're enemies. They're terrorists. I mean, all the Iranians are terrorists. And I mean, but Trump has been telling us this all along. I mean, he's been telling us two things all along. Number one, this kind of dehumanizing language he was using during the 2024 election campaign. He was he was talking about his enemies and immigrants being vermin. He used literal language from Hitler, talking about immigrants poisoning the blood of the nation, as if they were a disease. He talked about Kamala Harris as a radical Marxist leftist. And all of his enemies, as he pinned them in extremist political boxes. And that's the language. That's what dictators do. They pretend that their legitimate political opponents aren't real. They're parasites who can be wiped out. They're snakes who can be stepped on. I mean, that's the kind of language that Stalin and Hitler and others have used. I mean, it's a known tactic. And of course, the other thing Trump has been telling us, and I mean, the editor of The Atlantic wrote this, and then it was backed up by some of the generals who worked for Trump in the past, is that Trump doesn't respect soldiers, and he doesn't respect fallen soldiers, and he calls them suckers and losers, and he doesn't know why they would fight, and he wouldn't do it. And at the funeral of the 6 soldiers who came home from Iran, whose bodies came back from Iran, rather, He showed up at the funeral in a blue suit and a red tie and a baseball cap, which is, I mean, I don't know of any head of state who would do that anywhere, and I don't think there's any American president of any political party who would dress like that at a solemn funeral. And I think you're right. I think the point is he doesn't want Americans to take this seriously because he's afraid of the consequences for him.
Yeah.
You know, ultimately, again, the consequences of the war and the purpose of the war are for him. And, you know, he doesn't want people to be against the war because then that might be a political problem for him. And so the way he thinks about it just isn't the way anyone else has ever thought about it. It's not about the people who've died and the families who need to be comforted. It's about him.
Yeah.
And, you know, how it will affect his popularity or whatever it is that he cares about.
Yeah, I was thinking about that story. It's in maybe the same piece as the Suckers and Losers revelation, but it's there's been 2 times now, I believe, where Trump has seen wounded veterans, combat veterans, at an event, and I think once he turns to John Kelly, his chief of staff at the time. Once it's Mark Milley, former Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he said, "Well, why are you shouldn't have them in the front row? Why is this guy singing, who's a wounded veteran? People don't want to see that, and that doesn't look good for me." So the idea that these combat veterans who've been wounded, that somehow their presence is going to, you know, bum the audience out or somehow reflect poorly on Donald Trump, is really all he cares about, because the whole thing is a show, which is a very autocratic thing to do.
Yeah, it's a show, it's a performance. You know, the consequences aren't for other people. The only consequences that matter are the ones for him.
Yeah.
And he does think in terms of, you know, as I said, performance, what does it look like, how are people reading it, not what does the war mean, what's it doing, what's the impact, how's it affecting Americans, how's it affecting other American allies. None of that is important because it just doesn't register on his radar of what he cares about.
Offline is brought to you by OneSkin. Love it. What's your favorite OneSkin product?
I like the OneSkin eye cream. I use that. I use that. It's great.
Yeah, your eyes are looking great.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Hey, thanks, John.
I like OneSkin because it's the first skincare routine I've ever had, other than just splashing some water on my face.
Yeah, it works
Definitely
when you're
better than
young.
that.
Now that we're
Not so much anymore.
aging out of the demo.
At the core is their patented OS1 peptide, the first ingredient proven to target senescent cells, a key driver of wrinkles, fine lines, and loss of elasticity. All key signs of skin aging. And these results have been validated in 4 different peer-reviewed clinical studies. With more than 1,000 5-star reviews, people consistently mention smoother, firmer, healthier-looking skin and how easily these products fit into their daily routines. Editors have named OneSkin a leader in skin longevity, with recognition from Fast Company, Mind Body Green, Bloomberg, and The Today Show. Founded by an all-woman team of longevity scientists with PhDs in stem cell biology, skin regeneration, and tissue engineering, OneSkin is rooted in real science and expert research. Born from over a decade of longevity research, OneSkin's OS1 peptide is proven to target the visible signs of aging, helping you unlock your healthiest skin now and as you age. For a limited time, try OneSkin with 15% off using code OFFLINE at oneskin.co/offline. That's 15% off, oneskin.co with code OFFLINE. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Offline is brought to you by Sundays. Is your dog's food created to maximize your dog's quality of life or to extend the food's shelf life? Think about it. And while you do, let me tell you about Sundays. Sundays was founded by a veterinarian and mom, Dr. Tori Waxman, who got tired of seeing so-called premium dog food full of fillers and synthetics. So she designed Sundays, air-dried real food made in a human-grade kitchen using the same ingredients and care you'd use to cook for yourself and your family. Every bite of Sundays is clean and made from real meats, fruits, and veggies with no kibble. That means no weird ingredients you can't pronounce and no fillers. And the best part, you just scoop and serve. No freezer, no thong or prep, no mess, just nutrient-rich, clean food that fuels their happiest, healthiest days, so you can get more of them to share together. We switched to Sundays, and Leo absolutely loves Sundays. It's also easier to store, easier to serve. It's not that wet dog food that's kind of gross. He loves it. You know, I highly recommend it. Make the switch to Sundays. Go right now to sundaysfordogs.com/offline50 and get 50% off your first order, or you can use code offline50 at checkout. That's 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com/offline50 sundaysfordogs.com/offline50 or use code offline50 at checkout. I want to talk about the global reaction to Iran and what you're hearing. How's Europe reacting to this? How are our allies reacting? Because I was sort of surprised at the outset that I think the statements from some of the leaders in Europe and Mark Carney in Canada were like more supportive than I imagined, or at least somewhat neutral. And I don't know how they've been thinking about things since then.
I think it's the silence that you're hearing is the silence of people who are pretty angry, but who who don't see the the question is what's to be gained by criticizing Trump at this point. I mean, people, everybody has mixed feelings. Even I have some mixed feelings because the Iranian regime is such a horrible regime.
Thank you so much.
And nobody's sad about the idea that it might fall.
Right.
And, Iranians in exile, there was a big demonstration in Berlin of Iranians in exile who were, dancing in the streets because they were so happy that Khamenei died. And so I think people, certainly at the beginning of the war, wanted to kind of pay homage to those feelings and say, well, it's not a regime that we, that anybody wants to be seen supporting. And I understand that. But I mean, I think certainly as it's gone on and as it's become clear that there's no plan and the regime, maybe it's not about regime change, maybe it's about these other 7 things. As it's become clear that the costs are going to be borne by Europeans, because that's who will pay the higher oil prices and will pay for the disruption in air travel and the rest, and maybe eventually costs of refugees and other things. I think people have been getting angrier and angrier. You heard already the Spanish Prime Minister say that he absolutely refused to I think he's balanced that a little bit, but he made a very strong statement against the war, and I'm fairly sure he did this because he thought it would be popular. And you will also start to see other European leaders because as the war goes on, it's less and less popular. Who will begin those who have elections coming or who might begin to see that the dislike of the war will. It's worth coming out because it'll help them. I mean, it's interesting. I just, by coincidence, I was in Romania in the last week, and the Romanians had a dilemma because they were asked by the Trump administration whether they could use one of their bases for. There's a Romanian NATO military base in Romania. Could they use it for transport of some equipment to Iran? I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something. Could they use the base for Iran? And, in Romania, the war is also unpopular, but the Romanian president agreed to let them do it because, and this is how a lot of NATO states will be thinking, because Romania wants the U.S. to stay engaged in Romania, and their main concern is the war in Ukraine. And so you have that set of mixed feelings as well, that, people don't like the war, they don't want to contribute to the war, but countries whose main focus is still on Russia and Ukraine don't want to alienate the United States completely at this point, or Trump at this point, and so they'll let them use bases or they'll remain somehow engaged. But I don't see the war anywhere being popular.
Oh, Liberty, what's up, man? You missed absolutely nothing.
Horrified in Europe by the constant change of narratives.
Absolutely nothing.
Speaking of the war in Ukraine, how's Putin viewing all this?
Are you winning?
Of
course.
Come
on.
In a lot of ways,
Come on.
the war
What kind of question is that, man?
Oil prices are high again. That's good for him because that's his
Come on
main
now.
source of income. The U.S. has announced it wants to lift sanctions on some Russian oil exports, which is interesting. I mean, that means that it shows what choice has been made. The U.S. preferred to pursue this war of choice in the Middle East rather than to
I'm doing so much winning that I'm getting sick of
Europe
winning.
against Russia and to keep pressure on Russia to force them to end the war.
Man, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before?
There's also the strange, Zelensky said a few days ago, the president of Ukraine said a few days ago that in the first 3 days of the war in the Middle East, more
Well, if you
air
haven't been
defense
watching the
missiles
news,
were let off. I think it's 800. He said something like 800 air
our
defense missiles were let
military
off.
is in the
Then
process
Ukraine
of
has had access to since the beginning
invading
of the
an
war.
Iranian island.
Trump is demonstrating, as I said, he's
'Cause you know,
choice. He's more interested in
we care so much
pursuing
about
this
freeing the people
that he
of
can't
Iran
explain in the Middle East than he
that
is
we
in
invade one of
defending
their
Ukraine.
one of their
Ukraine had a
islands
terrible winter.
that's
They were short of
dedicated
air defense
towards
resources.
oil
The
manufacturing,
electricity
you know.
system was destroyed, which was horrible when it was really cold there, especially. And this is, yet another demonstration of Putin that Trump just isn't that concerned.
At least
about
winning.
his war
What is the
and doesn't
casualty
want
count of our
so it's
troops?
Sending all kinds of signals to
Oh no.
Putin
Give me a second, let me
as
check.
well. And remember, it's really important to remember
I mean,
that,
it's still,
in many
it
ways,
hasn't
this
reached,
war in Ukraine has a very important psychological element. So this
it's
is
still
a
not
war
as
where
many
we
as
know when
children
Putin
we've
stops
killed
fighting.
in
When he
schools
decides he can't win,
on day
Ukraine
one.
is gonna
So
remain an independent country,
that
he's not
that
gonna
much
be
I
able
do
to
know.
conquer it, and then the war will be over.
Let's
And
see here.
so
We
everything
are
that Trump does to encourage
13
Putin with
service
the idea
members
that
have
the
been
US is
killed and
not there,
140
the US is
wounded,
out of it, and the US
and
is
we,
putting pressure on Russia.
combined with
The
Israel,
US prefers to fight
have killed
Iran,
at
rather than-
least
rather than help Ukraine. I mean, all of those things
1,367
build Putin's
Iranian
willingness
civilians
to continue the war and his desire to
and wounded
to pursue it. So in that sense,
12,969.
there's one other nuance, which is that
Yep.
Iran is a country
Because, you know,
that's been connected deeply to Russia
we're
for
working
last
with
decade.
the most moral,
You know,
the most moral
Iranians
army.
gave their drones to Russia at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Russians then learned to produce them.
Gotta be
It's
honest with you,
clear
man,
that
like,
Russian technology is being used by the Iranians.
I
as
feel
well
like-
as Russian tactics.
I feel like
think Iran was
democracies
surprised the US administration
are
did. And so
racking up a
Russia
larger
has an
body count
interest in Iran not being defeated. And
than
so you will see
other types of governments.
we
know?
may not see it, but
It's kind of sucks to see.
To be more, if the Russians think the Iranian regime in some form is going to survive, they may also begin sharing more. I mean, we know from a lot of reporting, we've been told that the Russians are sharing targeting data and satellite information with the Iranians. We see them sharing drone tactics and warfare tactics that come from the Ukrainian
Pretty sure China
war.
still holds the
We
largest
see those being used in the
non-war.
Gulf.
If you're talking about the famine,
So, Putin is gonna,
that actually was a
particularly
result
if
of
the
their
war
civil
goes
war.
on and becomes more embarrassing for the United States, Putin's going to have an interest in
was because they
the Iranian
basically
side. And finally, there's one more
they
aspect
flooded the
that's
river,
interesting, which is, of course,
causing
one
a bunch of
country
famine
on
and
the
disease.
planet
No, it
that
actually
really
wasn't even the
understands
Communist
how to
Party that
fight
did that.
Russian-style drone warfare.
It wasn't even the
Yeah.
it was
And
the
Ukrainians have put together teams,
oh my gosh,
they've
whatever
sent
government
3
was in
teams
power.
at least already. I think to
It wasn't the
way
resistance that flooded it.
and I don't
It
wanna
actually
get
led
into
to
it,
the
but so, 3 of
the
the
flooding of that
states,
river
they've
and
sent
the
teams, they've been
famine
talking to some
and the
others.
millions that died
And
because of it.
because their systems aren't
Actually
just
led
about the
to
physical
the
growth,
Communist
it's about how
Party
you operate them, how you
gaining
use the
popularity.
software, how you use drone
It doesn't matter, the
interceptors,
government
and
was a
they're
democracy.
sending some teams to
How-
help
okay.
people in the Gulf, and for which
I want
hope
you to
that
think
we get
about-
some kind of compensation
You're thinking
or-
about like
or some,
direct
weapons
deaths.
sharing in the future. I'm sure they will.
How
But
many
this is
how many
a-
people have died
A monumental American oversight.
because
Why
of
didn't anyone think about talking to the Ukrainians
like
before?
sanctions and
Why
embargoes?
didn't-
How many
why
people have
doesn't the
died in other
US
countries
use
because
their
we're
style of technology?
exploiting
Why
their
did the US
resources?
suggest that the Gulf countries
You
do
know,
it? I mean, why are we doing
child
this now,
labor,
rather than beforehand?
you
it's
know, no
another-
safety
it's evidence
safety
more of what I was
measures.
saying before,
You know,
that Trump just doesn't see the bigger
I don't know.
picture. He's not
I have a
interested in
feeling
how
that the United
Iran
States
relates to Russia or to,
in the last 100 years has
or
been
to
responsible
Ukraine,
for more
how
deaths
the
than
war
that
that's happening in
singular
Europe can affect the
Chinese
war that's
famine
happening in the Middle East. It just
that
doesn't- he doesn't think in terms of that kind
that
of
people on the
geography,
right
those
are so
kinds of
obsessed with
connections. It's sort of every
using
issue
as an
is
example.
separate, and again, his interest
Indirect
in
deaths are
is how it
yeah, I
relates
mean
to
that's what
the
yeah, they're implied and
long term.
unproven, which
Yeah,
makes
I
it an
mean,
easy
There's
scapegoat.
also a,
It makes it an
Times
easy
piece,
excuse. It's cope.
When the war started, about how
You know?
Trump's rhetoric around Iran echoes Putin's rhetoric.
No, you can't actually you
around
can
Ukraine,
confirm these stats beyond a
dehumanization,
reasonable doubt.
the denial
You
of
can
this
look at how many people in the
legitimate
US have
government
died
to negotiate
because
with
they have
on
not
Iran.
received proper health care.
What do you think Trump has
You can
learned from
see
Putin
how many
about
people in
how to wage and sell a war, and
how many people
more
have
broadly,
died
do you think
as a
autocrats
result of harsh
Trump
working
and Putin
conditions
study each
in
other's playbooks consciously, or does this
in
kind of
other
occur
countries that we are exporting resources from. You actually can find these numbers, but the problem is it takes a little bit of work, a little bit of effort. But you can just look at one incident in China, and the word China and communism is like tied together in people's brains, like, oh, bad. Oh, it's so terrible. No, sorry. I'm not going to take the easy route on this one.
Secret room where they all meet, like in a James Bond movie.
It's called
Like,
the term is called a heuristic.
secret handshakes or anything like that. But they do watch each other. They do speak to one another. and they do pay attention. I mean, in the case of
Communists
Trump and
didn't cause the
Putin,
flooding.
they're
I know they
something,
didn't. I know they
we've been
didn't,
talking
but
about
it's still
this for
China.
decades, so this is, you've heard this before, but I mean, there is a weird way in which Trump has always admired Putin, and what he
And trust me, it
seems
still
to
gets used.
admire is the fact that Putin has no restraints.
And
He can
it's
act
just
without
absolute
any,
bullshit.
That
That
there's no
people don't take the
Congress, there's
time
no courts,
to be
there's
like,
no
you know what? How
opposition,
many deaths
there's
is the
nobody
United
who can,
States
he can do
responsible
whatever
for?
he wants, or that seems to be
Honestly,
how
like,
Trump sees it.
while we have been
And
a democracy
he seems
focused
to
on a
aspire to
capitalist
that
economy,
himself. This
how many
idea
deaths
that
is the
we
United
had
States
since the beginning of
responsible
this
for?
administration that the
And who
president
cares?
can
The
do
point
whatever
was
he
that
wants. He can
they
break the law
historically
and then
have the
let
highest
courts catch up with him
count of
afterwards, as
direct
he did with
deaths.
so many institutions. Or the president can break all kinds of norms.
Direct,
from all
indirect, it doesn't
diplomats
matter.
and not
If
have
they're
to
if
be
you're
called for
responsible
I mean,
for it,
that
you're
all
responsible
seems
for it.
to
Like,
me that it's coming from
it doesn't matter.
his observations and some of the people around him observing Putin, observing Viktor Orban, who's operating in a
And look at what we're
different
doing.
context,
Seriously,
who's a
like,
democratically elected leader who then
like, how
decides
does
to undermine institutions
how does what
around
we're
him.
doing right now?
I mean, in the case of Orban, we know they were.
How is it
part of
any
Trump,
better
and we know that lessons
than
were
what
being transmitted 'cause it was done by the Heritage Foundation.
the Chinese government
Um,
did during their civil
but
war?
Trump seems to admire that kind of absolute
Like, we're
power.
literally bombing schools.
And it does seem that in the case
We're
of
giving money and
Florida,
weapons to a government that bombs
why
schools
should
and
he bother
hospitals.
explaining it to the American people? Why should he
They
ask
double tap
Congress?
targets
You know,
repeatedly.
He's
They'll
picked up
bomb
this
it,
idea
wait
that
for
a real
rescue to show
leader
up,
can
and then
break
bomb
the
it
law,
again.
Can do what he
Like,
wants, can act without legitimacy.
It's
and he
like,
sees Putin doing that, and
just
he
because
wants to do it too.
we might
And so I
prefer
don't know what,
a
you know,
quote-unquote
whether he studied
democracy,
Putin's language, it doesn't
just
seem
because
to
we
me
might prefer to
he's
have a
a studier.
capitalist economy,
He studies very much, but the attitude I
doesn't
just
mean
don't
that
think it's an accident that the language is the
that
same.
we
but
deserve
the
any
attitude is the same. The attitude is I can do
any
whatever I want, my views
latitude.
aren't real people.
Just
all
bullshit.
I need to do is perform for the public. I don't want anyone involved.
That doesn't make
I
it
don't
better.
want debate.
We could have just nuked them. Come on,
and that's
man.
an autocratic way of thinking, and that's,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely,
how
we
he
could have.
behaves,
And so what?
That's how Putin behaves,
How does that
and
make it
that's-
better?
And it's not. That's
You think that's a
surprising
good
that
argument? Oh,
you
we
come
could
up
have
with
nuked them if we
similar,
wanted to. Come on.
Similar ways of
I guess yeah, that okay, that makes it better.
I've been
Yeah.
thinking about this because when you zoom
Well, the
out
Chinese
on
government
sort of
could have hung every single one of the
Trump's
people in their
foreign policy,
villages.
He shows
Like, that's a
deference
stupid argument to
Putin,
make.
respect to Putin.
Like,
Xi,
it could have been worse.
Kim
It's so
Jong-un,
stupid.
Orban, and I mean he probably shows the most.
It doesn't
deference, I
mitigate
think,
what's
to,
currently happening.
Like powerful
I know that's
autocrats
the attempt.
who
When
manufacture
people say
nuclear
that, oh, it
weapons,
could have been worse. You're
while,
trying to mitigate the
showing
negativity
outright
of the current
hostility
situation.
To liberal democracies.
Sorry, that bullshit
And I'm
doesn't
sure
fly.
part of that is
At least
his-
not with me. It might
his
fool some other
style,
people, but
his
sorry.
he admires what they've done in their countries, how they're strong, all the things you were just saying. But also, I sort of wonder where like he doesn't want to mess with Russia. He doesn't want to mess with China. He doesn't want to mess with people who he thinks are strong and could sort of unleash.
Yeah,
whether nuclear weapons or
yeah, we're
other
bombing
forms of
kids,
warfare in
so
the
that's where
world.
we're at.
And
We're invading.
I wonder about this
We're
sort of
invading
sphere of
countries that were
influence
absolutely no threat to
theory
us
that I've heard,
for reasons that
floating
were
around where maybe Trump
different
thinks
reasons that are made up
around
every
and
single
saying,
day
well,
by
China,
an
Russia,
administration that
the
is
United States,
making
we can sort of
blatantly
divvy up the world, and then maybe there'll be peace
taking blatant
among
authoritarian
nations,
actions,
and,
so
and we can all oppress our own people,
but
and everyone can just like
I don't know
live
how
their
much of that
lives,
you missed or
and-
not,
and
but
that's the way
that's
it
where we're
is.
at.
Like I wonder if they think that at all.
This is a theory floating around that I had heard at the beginning of the administration from some Trump people, and I think it's actually originally Russian. And the idea is
We
that
shouldn't have
the world
gotten
should be
involved, period.
divided into
Absolutely.
spheres
Like,
of influence,
we
the
shouldn't be,
Chinese, Asia, and
we
US
shouldn't
and
be
Western Hemisphere,
supplying
and somehow Putin
Israel
should
with
have
a
Europe,
blank
I
check
guess,
for
although the European economy is
financial
quite
aid and
large
weapons.
Putin's economy,
We shouldn't
and
be
even the European armies, when you put them together, are larger than Putin's
sanctioning
army, and
Cuba
Putin is
because
actually
they're
unable to
a
defeat the Ukrainians, let
because they're a
alone the
communist
Europeans. But it's,
country.
leaving that aside, I mean, it's
Just
a-
because we're
it was a theory
butthurt
always
that they didn't
fired
allow
Putin
us to
into
take them
being
over in the
this
60s,
entire group
we
that
shouldn't
he
be
shouldn't
sanctioning Iran.
be in. And I do think there are people around Trump who
because
want
again,
him to pursue this. And all that
they
language
they have a
about
government we don't like,
and Greenland
and because
and,
again the U.S. was
dominating
butthurt
our
in the
neighborhood,
50s,
and he's used this very
or no, it was the
aggressive
70s,
language about Latin America
50s,
in
no 70s.
various contexts,
They tried to
and
nationalize their
documents
oil.
also
Like,
in,
it's so
in
stupid.
public, almost colonialist
Like,
language. I think
sanctions
was-
and
I
embargoes
think that was
are
the intent
responsible
of
for
many
more
of his-
deaths due
many
to
people near him. I mean,
a lack
Hegseth
of
has talked
resources
about a little bit like
than
this.
the
Vance
wars
has
themselves.
talked a little little bit like this. There's some of the
And the embargoes and the
there's some
sanctions, instead of
ideological
just
State
blowing people
Department
up or
and stuff
shooting them,
like
the people
this.
have to actually
I mean,
suffer
the one thing I
with
would
like
say is
disease
that
and
if your
starvation.
idea is everybody should have their own sphere of influence, then the war in Iran is somewhat out of line with that.
And always remember,
You know,
we don't actually sanction the governments.
and again,
We sanction the civilian population
doesn't stick to
as a form of
strategies,
collective
where
punishment.
Sometimes he's
so that the
interested in the
people
sphere of influence strategy, and
will
sometimes
just
he's
get so
interested
angry they
in,
just start fighting.
you know, fighting Muslims, and
Themselves.
sometimes he's interested in something else. And so the attempt of people around
I know
him
the
to
Japanese
get him
oil
to
embargo
stick
wasn't as
to
deadly compared to the casualty.
one thing, and to bring, I mean, there are people
Casualty
in the
count of the
administration who
war.
want to bring American troops home from everywhere, from Asia, from Europe,
Right.
and, you know, just
Did
the
they?
whole thing.
You see, you called it an
But
oil
he's now
embargo.
somehow enamored of the idea
I don't know
of
the
using
details,
American military power.
but if they only
And so
embargoed
he's
oil,
somehow busted that up.
then
No, I mean, the idea
they still
that,
had food and
you know,
medicine,
large,
so.
big countries
Look at
should
what we're
be
doing to Cuba.
bully smaller
Look at what we're
countries,
doing to
which is
Cuba.
fundamentally
That's the
really
example.
the sphere of influence idea. I mean,
That's
he's
what you need to
absolutely
look
fine with
at.
that.
What we are doing to Cuba.
And this, by the way, is another
What we
thing
did to
that
Iran.
you've heard, and you heard Mark Carney say it, but you now hear it every.
Like we've been
everywhere you
bombing
go in Europe, like,
and
everybody does
sanctioning
it. Okay, we're a middle-sized power.
Arab countries
We need to stick together.
ever since we
need
found
our
out they had
defense
oil.
industry, we need our own tech industries.
And then
need
we
to
sit
get
here
away
and
from the
wonder,
United States
why are the
because
people of
they're
Iran chanting
equally
death to America?
smaller
Oh,
powers,
I
and that's
fucking
the
wonder,
US,
you know?
Unless we're one thing. And
Isn't
I
Cuba
hear it
having a
over and
riot
over. I
going
hear it
on?
from Germans, I hear it from East Europeans.
I
hear it from
I don't know. If they're
I
not,
mean,
they probably will
every time
soon.
I hear about, talk about China.
Because the
and
U.S. isn't allowing
Taiwan.
any
I always think to myself, like, there is no chance in hell Donald Trump
any imports.
is going to have the United States.
No
come to Taiwan's
fuel
defense in a
imports,
situation
no
like that,
medicine,
because that is
no
to me, is
food.
a classic example of
Like,
something
we've
where Trump's
completely
like,
blocked
that's-
off any
that's China,
imports
they're
into
big,
Cuba.
Taiwan's not. Why would we get involved in that?
No, it's true. He's afraid of big countries. You know, he's afraid.
Whatever happens in
Yeah.
Cuba
and he's,
or will
he's not
happen in the
willing
near
to
future
stand up to China
is
or to
100%
create
because of
a
us.
strategy to resist China, or even to galvanize
And because
his
little
Asian
Marco
allies,
Rubio's
like
butthurt
Japan and South Korea
that they have
together, which is
a
the
a
previous
socialist
administration
or
was trying to do.
communist
So no, he's afraid of
country.
big countries, and he, you know, would rather bully smaller ones. I mean, there's no question.
So
that
stupid.
That's
like-
true.
That's one of the
And,
biggest fears
You know, I don't think
of
China wants to invade Taiwan. I mean,
capitalists in the
I
in the
could be wrong,
U.S.
and I hear lots of
Like
different
the large.
theories
I'm talking
about
about like the
it.
billionaires,
So they
the business
maybe
owners.
still hope that they could
Is
somehow
for
get
if the
Taiwan
people of the
differently
United
through
States
pressure. But it's true that if they were
are
going to do it, I
able to
expect
see
this
any
administration
type of
would find
success
that
from a socialist-style government, especially within our own hemisphere, 90 miles off the coast, what do you think that's going to do to the population? What do you think the voters are going to be like? Wait a second. You mean they can have a socialist government and still get health care? Like, that is the biggest fear of capital owners here in the U.S. And because of that, because of how strong their influence is with the lobbying groups, they will do whatever they can to prevent that from existing.
Active online presence, privacy, believe it or not, is still really important to me. And so it's important to get all your stuff off there, all your family stuff off there. You don't want all kinds of weirdos looking at that stuff. Happens all the time. Have you ever been a victim of identity theft, harassment, doxing? If you haven't, you probably know someone who has. Delete Me can help. Take control of your data and keep your private life private by signing up for Delete Me now at a special discount for our listeners. Get 20% off your Delete Me plan when you go to joindeleteme.com/offline and use promo code offline at checkout. The only way to get 20% off is to go to joindeleteme.com/offline.
I wonder if I can hit that giant. Wait.
And enter code offline at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/offline.
I wonder if I can hit that giant up there.
So, just to talk about the U.S. for a second, like, where do you think we are, from your perspective, in our slide toward autocracy? Are there ways we are actually worse off than some countries you've studied? Are there ways we've been more resilient?
Oh, I think I've shot too high.
I have to say that
go
the
lower.
progress of dismantling institutions and changing the rules happened much faster in the United States than I've ever seen it happen anywhere else.
Wow.
So Viktor Orban took years to do the same stuff, and even Putin took more time. I mean, Russia wasn't really a democracy before that, so it's a different story. But or Hugo Chavez, this is not always, by the way, a right-wing, so-called coded right-wing way of taking over the system. You can do it from the left as well. And
most states have some sort of healthcare plan on citizens, so I
And
question
the
why more states
Chavez
have put
takeover
regulations on
also
medical
took
companies
a number of
themselves.
years before
you wonder why they haven't put regulations on the medical companies. You
With
wonder.
With a very clear plan.
You
and
wonder
with
why
intent
the
to
legislators,
kind of, you know,
who are,
you know, again,
whose
bridge
campaigns
stuff and
are
then see what
financially
happens
backed
policy, you know.
by the healthcare
You know, put
industry
Doge in charge,
that owns a
illegally
monopoly on the
destroy a lot of
entire healthcare
institutions,
system,
and you know, make everybody pick up the pieces afterwards. And
pays
the-
for these
the
legislators'
number of,
campaigns, and you wonder
the number of
why the
rules
state
they broke
legislators
and
haven't put
laws they
regulations
broke
on them.
And you know, even spoken and unspoken rules of American politics, the pressure they put on big media companies, the pressure they put on some law firms, all of that was pretty unprecedented and all happened very fast. The other thing I think that's unusual and different about the U.S.
You know what,
Trump
after
administration's assault on the system
after going through that
is the role played by the tech
Grumbach
companies.
book,
You know, the
which I
the
keep meaning to
richest
add
companies
more
in America,
chapters,
some of them, not everybody, but
keep
some
meaning
of
to
the
add more
richest
chapters, and I
companies
keep
and
forgetting.
richest people in America
Like, I was
aligned with
already
this
skeptical.
process
Like,
from
I was like,
the
I don't think the
beginning.
states
And
can
that,
do this.
I don't know of
Like,
a precedent for that.
I'm
It
even more
wasn't
convinced.
just
Like, there's absolutely, I
the
think,
government doing it. It was also
I think
tech
the
companies doing it, and they seem to be doing it because they see, you know,
I think that,
financial advantage. I mean, they can
the
get
level of
contracts
federalism we
with the
have
government. You know, if they help the Trump
is
administration
actually
win, if they, you know,
more of a
if
cause
Musk
of the
manipulates
problems
Twitter
that we
in order
have.
to make the world see far right propaganda more often.
Like, I was already
then they
skeptical.
can, you know, then they
I was
get
already
something in
like,
exchange. I mean,
this
so-
seems
and the power that they
weird.
have,
Like,
I
why
think
isn't
is
shit
pretty
working?
unlike the power. I mean, I know
I think it's by
there were
design,
Hungarian
to be honest with you.
companies that had that kind of power.
I
who
think
were
it's by
able to
design.
help Orban in that way. I mean, he later created kind of oligarchic companies who helped him, as did Putin.
Like, I don't even, you know what,
You know,
honestly,
usually
like,
it's
I
the other way
I
around.
don't give a
The
fuck if it's authoritarian.
creates the-
You know what?
You know, the oligarchs.
Here's your
and in
healthcare.
our country,
Congratulations,
the oligarchs
you
were
get
the-
healthcare.
and it was when
We're gonna
Donald
tax
Trump
the
that
billionaires
he was able to do all these
at like an
things
extra
faster.
1 to
Having said all
2%,
that,
and yes, we are
the
going to
fact that they
force
did it
you
fast,
to have
the
reliable
fact that it
healthcare.
worked so much
Yeah,
so quickly,
that's authoritarian. You know what?
The fact that by doing so they
Deal with
at the
it.
very least they've
I don't even give a
unsettled
fuck
the
anymore.
economy, and with this
I don't.
war, they've created real anxiety and fear.
Like, I'm actually,
the fact that they did all that so
especially
fast,
after what's going
means
on
that there
with
is,
Iran,
you know, backlash,
and
there
how
will
the
be-
executive branch
and
is able to do
so
whatever the
if
fuck
it
he
were,
wants,
there will be,
steal billions of dollars from people,
who will
sue
be much more
himself.
dedicated to being involved in politics, to, you know,
Like,
to getting them out, because
I-
they present a much greater threat than they
he's
would
able to
have
send the
done
military wherever he
had
wants
they
without
done it
congressional approval,
smoothly and softly and quietly
without
and
popular
without,
approval.
you know, video game
He's able to sue
war
himself
videos,
for billions of dollars.
you know, that offend people.
And the
everywhere.
concern here
You know,
is,
so there's a downside.
the
to
concern
creating
here is,
a lot of enemies,
oh no, the
by
federal
doing
government
it
will be
pretty
too
fast.
strong if we
And I
force
just,
states
you
to
know,
have health care.
I just hope that
Get the fuck
our
out of here.
politicians are able to mobilize that anger and
Sorry, I don't think
you
that
know,
that's the
mobilize
problem.
people to vote them out. I mean, the real test, of course, is going to be the midterms.
Yeah.
And not only will people vote, but how fair will they be? I mean, we know that the administration will cheat because they did last time, and we know they will try and do what they can to manipulate the result. It's harder when you have 50 states and 50 different electoral commissions, but they will try. This is why they're trying to pass this national act determining what kind of ID you need to vote, and then there may be an issue.
Like, the actions
with,
of this administration
I don't know about counting
are
votes
actually
or
making me
accepting the result. You know,
less
if
confident.
they lose badly, will
Every
they
single day
accept
that they
the fact
continue
that
to
they
pull this
lost the House
bullshit,
speakership? I mean, you know,
they are
didn't
making me
comfortably
less
accept
and
that
less
they lost the
confident
presidency, in
that we can
2020.
actually come
So
back from it.
all of that is still ahead of us, and that will be a real test. I mean, that's
'Cause
really the test.
how
of whether
absurd is it
Americans can stay focused,
that we
whether
have a
they can
quote-unquote
stay
Democratic
organized,
Party
and whether
that's
our-
supposed to be
whether
opposed to the
political
Republican
system will
Party,
hold. I mean, I think this year,
or at least
the
differing.
midterms are a test, and then of course, 2
Like,
years from now, it'll be even
90-something
more
percent of the Democratic
What do you
base
think
is against
about,
this war.
the opposition
in Iran.
has responded to Trump, particularly the Democratic
And the
Party.
Democratic Party legislators in
When I
Congress,
talk to people who
their complaint,
gone through
they're,
the
they're
same thing,
uh,
and I always
I'll say like 50-50.
What do you wish you would have done?
Their complaint isn't about
most common
invading
answer
or
is,
bombing
"I wish
Iran.
we would have had a
Their complaint
better, stronger
is that they
opposition
didn't go
party,
through Congress. Like, no,
stronger
dumbass,
opposition
you should be
leaders,
against
when
the
this
war
whole thing
itself.
started,
Like, this
but
is
I don't know
absolutely
what
infuriating.
your,
Let's,
what your view of how
we
that
do not
One of the
have
things that always
a
happens
two-party
when you
system.
have the
I do
rise
not
of
believe that anymore.
a regime like this one, like we have in the
I believe
US,
that we have
what
a
always happens
We have a Republican right-wing authoritarian party.
Splits into factions.
We have a
This is
right-leaning
actually
centrist
And the reason
Democratic
why
Party.
is because
Democratic
what
Party.
Trump is doing is changing the rules of politics.
And we have a
Journalism,
minority
the way you act in
progressive
Congress, the way you reach people,
base
talk to people, all
and
changed,
a few
some
legislators
people
in Congress.
understand the
That, like,
change
that's it.
and, are able to cope with it, and a lot of people can't.
You
And
can blame
so the reason
Congress
you're hearing
for that.
these 95 different strategies. How do we?
I don't know.
fight
It's
back, is
I do
because
blame Congress,
there
but I
isn't,
don't only
there
blame
isn't a right
Congress.
answer, and because a lot of people just don't have
The Supreme
experience
Court has a
in
lot of
this kind
responsibility in that
politics.
also.
This is not. We've
A
had
lot of
politics
culpability in
for
that as
increased
well.
history. I mean, I don't wanna
The federal government
deny
being
that,
too
and
strong
we
is
have,
literally why the
you know,
executive is doing all these things. The
negative
executive branch doing
campaigning, dirty tricks. It's all
overreach before what I want.
Sure.
No, no, no. Okay.
We haven't
See, this
really
is
had,
bullshit. It's not this for what I want. Like,
it's
no,
not
this is
everybody, but we
that's
haven't
fucking
had
bullshit.
people
Like, you
in
got to
power
stop
who
it with
are
that bullshit.
actually
It's not for
dedicated
what
to
I
changing the
want.
political system,
Like, you know that that's not the
altering
case.
rules
You know it.
so that they never
It's
get,
but it's too easy to fall into
who
that
are building,
propaganda trap. Not
kind of
what I
army
want.
Of people who also want that, and who
It's
are
what would legitimately be
seeking
best
not
for the
just to say
American
they
people.
disagree with their opponents, or their opponents
Like a
are,
goddamn doctor that you can see on a
they don't
consistent
like their
basis when you
opponents,
have
or their
a
opponents are
cough
bad
that won't go
opinions about
away.
taxes
You know?
or welfare or something.
Like, sorry,
These are
this
people who say their opponents are
it's
legitimate,
just authoritarian for what you want.
and
No, sorry,
trying to
that's
eliminate
bullshit.
them
You got to
from
stop it
politics
with that.
altogether and saying only we have the right to win, and figuring out how to navigate that and fight back against it. I mean, I do cut some slack to people who
Like,
haven't
I'm
seen it
so
before
sick.
and are
I'm
surprised
so sick
by it.
of hearing
The other thing I would say is
these
this
catchphrases.
is about this year.
Like
not
this, it's the
2028.
same thing as Trump with his
It is
build the wall.
true that we have 50
You know,
states,
that's
and
exactly what that is.
inside, even within the states, there are different
Build the wall, lock her up.
constituencies, and
You know,
I am not sure that right now having one leader and one idea and one platform.
I guarantee you,
Yeah.
that
I am fine
you
with
did not come up with
there
that phrase
being
on your
someone
own.
very
You heard it
different
somewhere.
running in rural
Someone.
Colorado or urban New Jersey.
In a
East
right-wing party,
Texas, or,
government position, something,
West Virginia.
where they made
think
that
it's-
claim, or even a
I think
libertarian,
having
probably libertarian to be
people
honest
who
with you.
are using
Authoritarian. If you
ways of
approve
presenting
authoritarian,
issues,
it's you're only
and speaking
against
to
what
local
they
concerns.
want, and you just
I
want
think
what
that's,
you want. I
that's
guarantee
good.
fucking to you,
We'll-
you've heard that from
we've
somewhere.
seen it already. I mean, we've had
And you
on
didn't
the
come
one
up with that
hand,
on
we
your
had
own.
Mamdani win a landslide election, and on the other hand, we had Abby Spanberger in Virginia win with a much larger margin than anybody expected. And those are two.
It's like
different
it's not
cases,
even
and it seems
you
like
that I'm
two
angry
different
with.
kinds
It's
of
the
people
fact that these
were able to
these
take advantage
bullshit
of it.
propaganda tactics are so
And
goddamn
win. So I
sticky.
don't think there's, there are people
And
out
it
there who
just
are looking for
and the
one
fact
answer
that
or
they're
one
so
message.
easy to
I think it's
regurgitate
fine that there are
that
there
it
are-
just
that there are
completely
messages. The
removes
main
the
thing
critical
is
thinking
that,
process from the equation.
People recognize the reality, the way in which the right, and these aren't conservatives, these are radicals, where this kind of radical right has captured a part of the population, and find ways to reach them.
Like anytime
find ways to
anytime
go
you
where
catch
they're
yourself
at,
using one of those
so
catchphrases,
that make sure they're
you
using
should be embarrassed.
YouTube, they're
Like
using
why am I using
Instagram,
these
they're
these
using
catchphrases?
TikTok. I mean,
Why?
I don't like all of these.
Inactivity detected? Oh, shut
People
up.
on them. And if that's
Not
where they
inactive.
are,
What
and
you
that's
talking
where they're
about?
getting their information, then all of our politicians have to be on all of them too. And so figuring out what is the message for your state or your county or your constituency, and then using the tools that people use to reach them, I think that's most important now.
Your argument in Autocracy Inc., the book that you wrote, is that corruption is the glue that holds these regimes together. Do you think corruption is also
Absolute power corrupts
essentially
absolutely, so yes, to me it
Achilles
doesn't
heel?
matter whether the decision is
The
beneficial because
undoing?
that
So it has been in
power
other
has to go
places.
somewhere
So the-
afterwards. The
so
entire
the
point of the
great-
Constitution was
the-
to restrain
the
runaway
one
power, but that doesn't work
really
when it's
successful
consolidated in
political
one
movement in
branch.
Russia,
Also doesn't
since
work when the
Putin
court is
came to
obsessed with
power,
either
which was
giving
by
the states
Simon
unlimited power to the
movement,
federal
was
government,
an anti-corruption movement.
unlimited
And
power,
I've talked
and
to
the federal
people who
government
created
none,
that
as
campaign,
well
and
as the
one of the
inverse.
reasons they did it, they
Well,
did
see,
it
the
because they
Supreme
had
Court
issues to organize
isn't
people around,
interested
because it was
in
the one issue that
giving
unified
branches
people
of government
across different
power.
classes,
They're interested in
across
giving
social
parties
classes,
power.
and across,
A party
Russia also has a
power.
huge geography and a lot of different kinds of people in it. And it was the one thing that they could find.
And as for,
and they made a very
like,
important link. And this
it
is
doesn't
something
matter
we
where the
haven't seen
decision is
actually yet in
beneficial because the power has to go somewhere
And then,
afterwards.
of course, they talked about Putin's corruption.
Even though,
Navalny famously made these kind of mini documentaries.
even though you might have a piece of legislation that feels authoritarian because you're forcing the states to give their people health care, you're like, listen here, Texas, jackass, take this $50 million and give your people some health care. And you have to do it. Like, oh, you're forcing me. That's not even an authoritarian measure. It's not. I don't care.
They have palaces,
and even so, you say the power has to go somewhere. There can be legislation in place to limit it to the idea of healthcare.
American politicians do yet. And this is partly because I think some of this stuff is so new. I mean, this is the most corrupt administration we've ever had, and there isn't anyone in second place.
Yeah.
This is Trump has his own companies. I mean, for all, we've been talking about the Iran war for all we know.
Like, what?
The real reasoning of the Iran war.
There are the violent aspects of authoritarian actions. The violent aspects is what we don't want. We don't want the oppression of the civilian population. We don't want endless wars. We don't want unlimited taxing of the middle and lower classes. You know what I mean? That is the part of authoritarianism that is harmful.
The weird relative who tries to make money off his cousin, the president. I mean, this isn't
telling rich people
huge money.
And it's out
telling rich people that they no longer have any tax loopholes. Telling states that they have to actually care, for their residents. Even if it's authoritarian, it's not a negative aspect of it.
We don't really know what Trump's motives are in Ukraine because
who regulates the health? I don't give a fuck who regulates it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, that's not even part of the argument. We'll assume it's the same regulatory body that's part of the executive branch. Whatever.
Why is your government
whatever.
Why are you losing your health care?
A non-capitalist entity that is solely responsible for oversight. Whatever. I don't know what you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. I don't care. But that's not the point of the argument. It doesn't fucking matter. What happens if that funding is then cut? The state doesn't have health care to fund us to control. We know that how... the point is to make it so that the funding does not get cut. That's the point of increasing the tax on these stupid freaking people that are wealthy enough to send bunch of rich people who live in Washington. Rockets into space just for giggles,
That's something that I'd like to see American politicians follow.
We don't.
Yeah,
and they're the only way that financial control works is if it's stipulated.
Rhetoric and policies even that sort of led him into the White House.
Like, we're not telling, you wouldn't be telling states, you wouldn't be telling them, we're not going to give you the money unless you do X, Y, and Z. We're telling the states, we're giving you this money, and you are going to use it for X, Y, and Z. That is not control. That's not, you're not stipulating that funding.
I don't think it should be that hard to explain it to people. He lied to you.
So he's already bound to care for the residents? Yeah, tell that to Texas. Good luck.
Yeah.
Texas actually,
thank you so much for joining offline. This is a great conversation. And
Texas actually refuses tens of millions of dollars in Medicaid funding. Like, they legitimately say, no, we don't want to help these people. So, no, a state is not bound to care. They're not. It might say that on paper somewhere, but in practice they're not. The Constitution doesn't give states the power to discriminate or oppress their people. It does. It does because states are doing it. See, that's bullshit. Like, I don't care what words are in the Constitution. I don't. Because it doesn't matter, because states are doing that. States are doing that.
This is not right.
I don't give a fuck what clause there exists. I don't. They're doing it. If a state becomes tyrannical, the state of Texas is trying to The state of Texas is trying to say that they're trying to pass legislation saying that Islam is not a religion. Do you want to know why? Because they don't want their school vouchers to go towards Islamic schools, and they want to be able to.
It's a dark chuckle.
They want to be able to.
All right, Will, what is it? Why don't you tell the
what's the word? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking.
Sure. So this is a story about Jake Lang, a
rising
up-and-coming hate monger in America.
Texas wants to be able to discriminate against Muslims, but they can't as long as Islam is considered a religion, a recognized religion. So I don't give a fuck what the Constitution says. I don't care what's written down. I don't care what laws have been written. These states right now, they are not caring for their people. They are harming their people. They are discriminating against people. They are become tyrannical and oppressive. And they are trying to oppress different versions of speech and actions. I don't know, another thing in Texas, I don't know if you saw, but there was a group of people that were convicted of being domestic terrorists as part of Antifa.
Now, did he bring a pig to the rally?
Because they participated in a protest, an anti-ICE protest, and they were wearing black. Now, one of the people in that trial, he did fire a weapon, like he did shoot at one of the officers, which should have been convicted, but basically the whole group of people was convicted because of it, instead of the actions of the one individual. So, again, it does not matter. It doesn't matter what any constitution says. I don't care. None of it matters anymore. None of it.
Jewish. His mom's Jewish. So I find that all very odd and self-hating.
So it's a mommy issues story here.
There's many issues. Many issues. There would be a lot for Freud to chew on over here.
And the federal government has failed in its duty. Well, you know what? From your point of view, I would say that today's federal government says that they're succeeding.
I don't think it's
Scott Hansen.
Yeah, it'd be those.
Or said none of it matters, merely a portion of it. Yeah. So as long as none of it matters, then I'm gonna do whatever I can to actually use that towards the benefit of the people. But
whatever.
I'm not exactly.
I was gonna say we can fix it in post. Just make me look like an idiot. Thank you, Will. Chris Hansen.
I'm not as optimistic as I
documentary,
have been.
And you're about to learn why I didn't get the name right. Because
so the experiment ends. Yeah.
It was the weekend.
Sure does. Like, I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying, but I don't have a lot of hope.
Predator. Let's turn on the documentary. I made 3 minutes. I had forgotten how.
As it stands right now, yeah, I'd say it's over. To be honest with you. As it stands right now.
These men and the whole thing. Ugh. And
I would agree with that statement.
The idea that they would broadcast that as a TV show is pretty.
We're fucking done.
Awful. You were just being like, "Hey, look at this
honestly
sex predator, pedophilia, who we just."
And then he would do the thing where he is like, he'd be like, "You have a chance to leave right now if you want," and the guy's like, "Yeah, I'm out of here." And then he'd go outside and be like, "Tackle him!" And then they're like interviewing the girls that had grown up that had been molested. I was like, every part of it, I was just like, no. I was like, give
such a waste of so many lives and resources, all of it just to fall back into authoritarianism. Yeah.
Oh wait, whatever.
No, not a happy ending.
Yeah,
it
sucks.
Break the news about how
that's what's happening.
The story ends to anyone who hasn't seen it yet, but he crashes. Anyway, so back to Jake Lang. He's
I'd say
with someone who
I don't know. I don't know how to put a percentage to it.
But can you explain who
he's
actually texting with?
Yeah, so
I'd say we're 85% of the way there. And honestly, like if the Democratic Party actually was trying to be an opposition party, I wouldn't even rate it that high.
Chris Hansen's son.
I wouldn't.
No, you're right.
But when you have people like Chuck Schumer, who's actually in support of invading Iran, but doesn't want to verbally say that because it's Trump doing it and not Obama, it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. This is bullshit.
And so he's posing as a 15-year-old and saying, "Oh, Jake Lang, I love you so much."
And we got like, and again, like this video is about that Jake Lang douchebag. Like when you have like 50% of like prominent figures on the right right wing, whether it's online or in government, and they turn out to be freaking pedophiles? Like, what does that tell you? Like, what does that tell you about the position that we're in?
And he says something that is so peculiar and specific. And he says, "How old are you, baby?
I don't know what it is about
I don't care, haha."
Being like right wing in your government policies, but for some reason it causes dudes to become freaking pervy pedophiles. Is it the control? You know, is it the need to have like power over people that leads to that? I don't know, but it's a fucking pattern. It's a pattern.
He's downgraded his age to 16.
He's a poor negotiator.
He didn't even try. It was
That's
just
disgusting.
Like,
yeah, it is disgusting. I don't know if you've heard of Jake Lang or not, but to tell you what kind of person he is, he took a earlier this week. He was in New York with a group of his perverts. He took a U-Haul van with his buddies and a goat and imitated fucking the goat in front of the Gracie Mansion in New York. You know, implying that because Mamdani's a Muslim, he's a goat fucker. That's the kind of person he is. Okay.
He takes almost particular delight.
That should give you a little idea.
Jake here. So let's
I want to play the video, but I just want a little bit more on the personality.
What's funny is like he's anti-Semitic, yet he's Jewish. Explain. I don't know. Explain that. That's.
I've never heard of the Zerg.
And here he is, like, he's caught by like one of those like To Catch a Predator, social media influencers, pretending to be a 15-year-old girl.
So why, if the Zerg themselves
and
is a right
caught him trying to hit on her.
Why did that person target Jake Lang?
You got all the people in the Trump regime in Epstein Island, Elon Musk.
I should say Nick Fuentes,
like all those people going Epstein, getting their 13-year-olds.
Exactly, or they say he's a federal.
Like, what the fuck, man?
He's also part Jewish. He's part Jewish.
Oh yeah, that too. And so the Zergs,
more high-class white supremacy.
He said, "Well, I like Fuentes. This was not a Groyper operation, but
the Trump base doesn't care.
You know, there are people on the far right who see Jake Lang as sort of a comical figure."
I'm telling you, Donald Trump.
Okay, let's play the Zerg breaking this.
He could nuke Minneapolis and say that it was overrun with BLM and Antifa, and his base would not waver in their support of him one bit. I promise. Like, his support has actually gone up since he started with his own base, since he started bombing Iran. I don't like many of, if any of the right-wing influencers are hypocrites in their principles. Well, well, the fact that there are successful right-wing influencers should tell you where the right-wing base is.
I'm 15. LOLO.
Again,
now,
another reason
point, what you should do is
block the girl to distance yourself from any part of that environment whatsoever, politically or socially.
When do you turn 16? And she says in 6 months. And
Yep.
then says, I won't get you in trouble if that's what you are worried about. And he likes that message. And then
disgusting.
asks, what state do you live in? Question mark.
Oh yeah, the dude's 30, by the way, this Jake Lang. He's 30.
He really relished that.
The aesthetic, I get it.
Almost like an outcast within a sphere and clash them on a constitution the same way I do with you.
A right-wing Groyper pedophile hunter content, but you know, he's got a little
Honestly, like the only reason I clash with you personally is it's not even. I shouldn't even say personally. It's politically. Yeah, it's not personally. It's politically. Is the fact that you're so desperately cling on to something that no longer exists, and you would be so willing to jump right back to it at the first sign of the MAGA movement coming back to the center at all. The first hint of it, you're going to jump right back to it. Like, because what's frustrating is your political position. I'm sorry, your morals and ethics should never, ever,
Oh, it's a
ever,
universe out there,
ever
Sam. I mean, I think
be
there's hundreds of
influenced
them.
by your political
This guy's
ideology.
named Alex
It should be the
Rosen.
other way
He
around.
is
Also Jewish.
You know?
Well, again, I
And when
just
you
wanna
have
pick
a
out people
party
to go to for
that is
help,
perfectly content
if you're
with the people in charge being
anti-Semite,
corrupt,
who
pedophilic
has issues being caught flirting with
billionaires
15-year-old,
that are
I don't know
raping
if
and
you should go
pillaging
to
our
a
economy,
predator
and they're perfectly fine with it,
It's the worst choice possible.
then
Of all the people, the guy who's
like,
gonna hate me because I'm an anti-Semite
you should be
also is invested in catching
more than capable. It should be a natural reaction to be like, I want nothing to do with that. Like, I'm done.
But
You know?
he's like a really notorious figure. He's always mixing it up with people. Like I was aware of him. I wasn't aware of the Zerg before this. And so basically, Jake Lang hits him up, and he says,
Was it part of the MAGA movement? I know. You're what I would call like the never Trumpers.
For
They're populist. I'm not. I necessarily refuse to register as a Republican to vote, but my parents registered me. Oh, wow.
Wear bikinis and burqas. And once I found out she was 15, I said, like, don't do it.
It's speechless. Is there any evidence that there was a
See, that's kind of bullshit. I don't think parents should be allowed to do that. How'd they wait? How did they register you as a Republican when you have to be 18, which means you are an adult, which means you have to be the one to fill out the paperwork?
All this recording.
Explain that to me.
And then the Zerg
Wait. Okay.
put up a second
Okay.
part of the
So,
series, which he titled
right wing, Republican,
Jake Lang
controlling as
Part
fuck,
2, Siren
filling
Edition,
out
and he
their
blows
voter
up
registration,
all over
and
again.
telling their child. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Actually, that tracks. That tracks. That sounds like something Republicans would do. So again, circle back to the question: why would you want to have any association whatsoever? Like, why would you even vote for somebody that says they're Republican? You know what I mean?
Have you like shared your password with anybody or given that out to people before?
I don't think so. Why?
So your team DMs girls and asks for their number.
Oh, because that hit
and
his next.
says,
He asked him that question about his password because he knew that his next excuse was going to be somebody hacked my account. That's the next progression
Text them saying, "Did
for
you see me get freaking lynched, babe?"
these freaking Groibers.
And I'm sure this is normal for your team to say too, right?
Okay, I think Zerg's got him. This seems up in the shut to me.
Here.
Should the trio be doing our pedophile hunting content in tank tops like that?
And you know, oh, actually, no, wait a second. Hold on.
For me.
Let me go backtrack here for a second.
Things to focus on.
The federal government forcing the states
This isn't
to
CSI Miami
provide
type
health
episode.
care
Don't be
for
like, "Look
its
here, I'm running out of kind of commentary.
residents
Pretty open and shut case."
is not authoritarian, and here's why.
What's the reaction been?
Because they are not forcing the people to go to the hospitals to receive health care.
You
know?
him. He's pretty much cooked on this one. Now, since then,
Yeah. How about, you know what? Try
you
that.
go on Laura Loomer's
The next time you think something is authoritarian,
about being white and Jewish,
a policy,
which
a piece of legislation, ask this question:
has there been any other
who is being forced? Who's being forced? If it is the people being forced, then you have an argument. If the federal government said, we're paying for your health care and you have to go to the doctor, like we're taking you from your home and sending you to the doctor, that would be authoritarian. But the federal government providing healthcare facilities and paying for the healthcare itself does not remove the choice of the person to go seek that healthcare. So you're wrong.
This is Wayne's World basement film.
You're wrong about the healthcare being authoritarian.
Let's play this stupid video where they disavow Jake Lang.
My co-founder, Jake Lang, was caught in a pyramid trap.
Oh my god. How can... Oh, it's so freaking cringy.
To catch predators.
So cringy. How do people fall for this? How do people fall down the Nick Fuentes trap? Like, oh my god, these dudes are such dipshits.
Jake Lang, American Crusader, has been suspended from all of our organizations. until
I almost feel like they deserve to be tormented and teased in school.
Tim, you're the
Like they
comms
ask
pro
for
here.
it. So socially incompetent.
What? What was that filmed on?
I don't know.
Well, right, because it almost looks like it's like a Zoom backdrop or something, right? Because if you look at the podium, unless his body just like tapers, right? Like, shouldn't his legs be visible?
Is that a real? What? This is like a North Korea. What is this? Is the American?
Oh no, my camera fell.
The font on that.
Well, I'm streaming on I started streaming on TikTok too.
I'm more interested in the panel.
But
what's that wood panel?
my
in front of?
Could this be in America? Wow.
virtual camera on OBS doesn't work. Forcing a state is forcing the main governing body of the people. Which, oh Jesus Christ!
I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
stop it with the semantics. Stop it with the actuallys. It's not it's not authoritarian because you're not forcing the people to seek the health care.
I'm shocked at the integrity
And
of the
they're not
American
threatening to
media
cut funding, they're forcing them to use funding. There's a
support their
difference.
mission at all. We're a pluralistic society. I respect everyone of every faith in this country.
See,
It's a fundamental
you,
American
like I don't
value.
understand why you
So
can't see the
they're
difference
very
here.
wrong in their mission, but
You are right that what Trump is doing with the universities is authoritarian because he's conditioning it. He's threatening to cut it. They're threatening to cut funding is not the same
Well, Tim, I wouldn't be so fast to say
as
that because
telling is giving them funding
they
and
say
saying it
they
has to
love
be
Jake,
used for
he's
this
only
purpose.
temporarily suspended.
You know?
So, and they hope to
That
welcome
sounds
him
right.
back.
That sounds right.
And
I'm eager to see their next broadcast. Let's switch gears.
it has
a
to be
bit
for a
here to
beneficial
something Only
purpose.
slightly more elevated. There is a feud that is just absolutely raging.
Telling someone, if you tell a state,
Megyn Kelly,
we're giving you money to pay for your ICE agents so they can torment the civilians. Again,
I'm not totally up to speed on
this
what
is
new happened. I'm
this
assuming
is a
it has to
direct
do with
oppression
Iran or
of the population as individuals.
Candace
That's
Owens, but,
authoritarian.
Tim, you seem to
You know?
be eager to talk about this one. So
I'm extremely eager to talk about that because, like these are.
But telling the state, giving the states millions of dollars of taxpayer money, our money, by the way,
on the right now,
and
there's something a
saying,
little bit unsatisfying to
here's,
me about the
use this
Megyn
for
and
healthcare.
versus Candace feud, and
Use
Candace
this
is
so that,
obnoxious and
pregnant women can have regular checkups,
and,
you know?
she and their idea.
It still doesn't force
just about the fact
the
that she
people to
hates
actually
Jews,
go receive the
and
treatment.
he really loves
So it's
Israel.
no, it's not
And
authoritarian.
so,
It's
there's
not.
some limits to
I'm not
how
falling
much you
for it.
can,
I'm not buying it.
Dissect the feud. The Megyn Ben feud is interesting because Megyn comes from primetime Fox, then she goes to NBC where she like goes woke for like a year or two and like dances around with Hoda, like her and Hoda, like
she was
dancing.
talking to kids who are transitioning and all that stuff. Yeah.
It's like me and Hoda having mimosas, loving trans kids. Okay, so she goes that way, and then she goes into pro-Trump podcasting. Great success. Kudos to her for her success. And like in this moment where you could see her like choosing to just like either she could be a Trump propagandist, she could just be kind of like, I don't know, like a entertainment for right-wing politics, kind of neutral figure. And there's a lot of different ways that she could go. And she's chosen to throw her entire reputation in with Tucker and Candace and like the more conspiratorial wing of MAGA. And I think that's very telling. It's telling about where things are going. Her fight with Ben is a lot about like she tries to like little Ben's losing in the rankings. Like she's doing Trumpy stuff about his YouTube stats. She's like trying to do dick measuring contests about her YouTube stats. And Ben, who went through a period of time of kind of like playing footsie with the Candaces of the world and kind of like obliquely criticizing these people. Now
So keep in
Ben's
mind,
just, like, no fucks to
keep in
give.
mind that
Megyn Kelly
the
is
reason
a conspiracist and a racist,
the reason that
and she's
legislators
just a clickhole,
get voted in,
and I'm totally
legislators
enjoying
like
the show.
especially
So
in
this
states
case-
like
in this
Texas,
case, the
like
fight
Florida,
started because Ben called Piers Morgan the
if
Jerry
you were
Springer
to ask
politics,
voters,
I don't know what that makes you, Tim.
do
because
you
you're
want
on
health
Piers'
care or
show
not?
every now and then.
And that's the only question.
Had somebody come up
Like,
to get a crawfish boil last week?
they would say
said
yes.
that
The
they-
overwhelming
you're-
majority,
you're a
Republicans
godson
and
sometimes,
Democrats,
right?
would say
They
yes.
said,
It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
like, I watch when
Unaffiliated.
I'm working out,
But
kind of like Jerry Springer.
the reason it seems like the voters
I just watch it for the entertainment.
don't want health care
I don't even think peers would
is because the legislators are fucking lying to them.
It just is what it is.
Lying to them. They're saying they're trying to tell their people that you can't vote for a Democrat because we can't afford health care. It'll take money out of your pocket.
Has fostered anti-Semitism by having on some of the worst anti-Semites in America over and over and over, and then essentially laundering their behavior.
Motherfucker, you're already taking money out of our pocket. Like, what are you talking about? God damn it! I can't get. Oh my gosh, I'm having a bad day.
A clown car of stupidity.
I'm having a fucking bad day.
That's all.
I just want to play Skyrim. And now I'm angry because I'm reminded that all these fucking red states lie repeatedly to their base.
Then I had to go.
They
even though I've had a 15-year
they destroy the education system so people here are dumb as fuck.
In advance, even though we had
and then it's so easy to lie
4
to them,
4 weeks
and they
earlier,
keep getting voted in.
No matter who we're friends with, because he was mad I was friends with Tucker. Our friendship means more to us than
those people are fools.
And we won't do anything to f it up.
Yes and no.
Next thing I know, I get attacked by him.
They are fools.
Turning point. Now
the people are fools because they lack proper education.
To make Ben happy.
But that's by design, because people who are less educated are more easily influenced by propaganda.
One of the other reasons
it's by design.
And Sam, maybe you can I'm sure you have perspective on this. I love the appeals to the friendship on this because like it's such a DC and media thing. Like the idea that Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro are actually friends is complete nonsense. Like, it's like
that is why something like
friends. It's totally fake. It's like they're friends to the extent
just
that,
offering
like,
the opportunity to people to receive health care should they want it.
Like, do you think that Megyn Kelly
is not authoritarian?
Can she name all of his children's names? Like, I would really struggle.
The legislators
and so it's
that
just like this whole,
are denying that possibility from even existing.
And then you called me
that's
Jerry
the authoritarian
Springer,
part.
And like the whole thing is, it's really sad.
Yeah, they're friends in the same.
Especially given access to their natural resources. Yeah. There's like Texas has like it's like a group of like 3 to 5 like oil and gas billionaires that
he's like, oh, you stole my Twitter clout.
Basically provide the majority of campaign funding for the Texas Texas Republicans.
Megyn Kelly's 55 years old.
It's fucking disgusting.
There's got to be things that you care about more than these stupid feuds. Like, just, you don't need this.
It makes you wonder whether she has any actual friends, actually.
I mean, I think it's almost to in her interest to suggest that this is a feud or make this look like Ben Shapiro's just out on the loose and bullying everyone. Because I think it kind of covers up what Tim pointed to, which is that she and I find this situation really interesting as well.
I highly recommend.
She's really triangulating herself and making
that
with people like Nick Fuentes, and Carlson, and Candace.
You look at the way Zoran Mamdani is governing
in order to
as an executive, like he's basically the president of New York.
People are calling her like Grandma Groyper.
Look into the way that he is
I like that.
He is exercising his executive authority in Texas or New York. Been bitching about Texas.
Which I think are fair things for
and you will see the kind of governance that I am looking for.
You can tell that she's trying to make this
what I mean?
Cancel culture instead of that.
Again, though, she's 55. She's 10 years from Social Security. Like, there are things in life that at some point you just don't need to care about. And like these little online tips.
There's a reason. There is a reason that he is.
I'm not so invested in this.
That he has like. He's one of the most highly.
She has her house. She sits there.
Popular politicians across the United States.
And she gets into.
And it's obviously not because he's Muslim.
And she pretends like she's friends with people to the extent that they're useful. And she's at Fox. She pretends like they were all her friends, and she had the.
He comes out.
That had a movie made about her.
Every single day.
Everybody at Fox.
Has a press conference.
Like really? Like this is
and tells the people exactly what's going on.
What it is.
Explains everything to them, the process, what the objectives are, the reason, what legislative, what legal measures he's taking. You know, what executive authority he has to make that change.
My kids are in high school. I'm gonna go on some boards. I'm gonna find some things that are meaningful to me. I might start a volunteer organization. If I really
there's one of my arguments saying that you should not force the state to do something like that because A, be used for leverage for any bad executive. Well,
that's it. So that's what's happening here. But it is. I just think it's super telling who she's going.
I don't think the executive should have anything to do with it.
Ben was always going to.
No, it's the
I think that you can tell a little bit.
If Congress is supposed to have the power of the purse, it would be Congress.
But it's telling that she thinks
distributing the funding to the states.
And Candace, not towards Ben.
Federal government will be the one deciding what the money is spent on. Yep, healthcare. And so it would be the sole ruler on how that money is spent. Yeah, on healthcare.
Tim and I talked about this yesterday.
Which has to come with some consequences for not spending it that way. Yeah, like again, I freaking hate the Texas government right now, so I'm gonna bitch about them. If actually, no, you know what?
Is it true that you're
I would even argue that the money shouldn't even go to the state.
No, but it's a nice shoe. But
that's what I would argue. I would argue that the federal government should send frickin' contractors in, build their own goddamn hospital with federal funding, pay the doctors with federal funding, pay the
I never like cabinet members walking in sneakers. Right. Sneakers.
Yeah, pay for all the bills, federal funding, and the state shouldn't have any say. How about that? We will leave the state out of it.
But that's cool. You can write it off too at the end of the year with this new with your new.
The federal government can use eminent domain and say, we are taking this plot of land. We are going to build a hospital with federal funding. We are going to pay for the doctors with federal funding. And we are going to cover the medical procedures and processes that take place in this building. There you go.
I don't know if you guys have heard that.
There you go. It's not authoritarian.
Dabbles a little bit in, like, he takes out his calipers.
Not forcing the states.
On the subject of,
you're not giving the states money. You're not conditioning the money. It's straight from the federal government to the people. There you go.
A lot of them were let in here. They shouldn't have been let in. Others are just bad. They go bad. Something wrong. There's something wrong there. So the genetics are not exactly. They're not exactly your genetic.
Yeah, look. Listen to what our president's saying now. He's talking about Iranians in the U.S. Their genetics aren't good. That's where we're at. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like to you?
Expected from Donald Trump.
That's where we're at.
We have Tommy Tuberville talking about how
3 more years of that. 3 more years.
In the gate and
he's already done this after 1 year. We're fucked.
Randy Fine and with that other Andy Ogles or whatever his name is down in Tennessee. So it's like this is now mainstreamed, right? It's basically like we need to be a white Christian country, and they're outwardly saying it. So, not surprised that Trump said it.
There's like nothing we can do about it.
It's just, I think it's interesting. To me, it's more
all we can do is keep voting Democrats in the primaries.
This is if you read Confidence Man,
vote for the most progressive, most anti-establishment, anti-corporate, anti-APAC, Democratic candidate in the primary. Hope that they win the primary, and then get as many people to vote for that candidate in the midterms.
Your athleticism, and the other side is your brains or whatever. I don't have
That's literally all we can do.
Like, he thinks this way, and so I think
Congress appropriates, executive executes, has discretion of recession, temporary impound. Well, that shit needs to end. That shit needs to end. Look at what's going on right now. That shit needs to end.
This trio episode, we start with Jake Lynn talking about anti-Muslims, anti-Jews, and then we end with Donald Trump talking about eugenics.
The executive shouldn't be able to execute without approval of the Congress. If you want to know the truth.
At the anti-Islamic, can we look at his picture again? Can we get a laugh? I want to look at his legs one more time.
They don't exist.
I want to see what's happening with his legs one more time. How is that possible that he doesn't have legs?
They must be hidden behind the lectern, right? I don't know.
But he'd have to be like
standing with his legs really close together.
Wow.
Like the term.
Get him on the pod, Tim.
All right, we'll talk.
The term authoritarian
everyone, thanks for
is a common term in the political world. It is a well-defined term with well-specified parameters in making that determination. It would not be hard to have those actions restricted. The executive isn't a creature of the legislature, but of the people. And he's not a creature of the people. Sorry, I don't buy that bullshit. Not with the Electoral College.
Attacking our voting rights. The Department of Justice is seizing records from counties like Maricopa.
He's a creature of an electoral minority.
Well, today's guest,
he's not a creature of the people. Sorry, I don't buy that
he's on
bullshit.
the House Oversight Committee, and they're demanding accountability from the current administration. He's leading the fight on Capitol Hill
Think about it.
to expose corruption and defend
The
your
current
rights
president
at the ballot box. In this conversation,
only
we're gonna
received
break
the
it
vote
all down, why Donald Trump
of
is
about
so scared of
30 to 35%
the Oversight Committee is doing
of the
to
U.S.
ensure they see the light of day. And the
voting.
concrete strategies required for all of us to stop
Those
the
of
assault on our democracy. But
of
before
those
we get
eligible to vote,
subscribe
30
to
to
this
35% of those eligible to vote. That's all he got. He is not
Congressman Garcia,
a creature of the
welcome back to
people.
Defending Democracy.
Sure thing. Happy to be here.
So I hope everyone starts by going back and watch the first time you and I discussed the Epstein files, because you said, you promised that you were going to be a dog with a bone, and then you get to the bottom of it, and boy, did you exceed expectations.
I would say, I would
So tell
argue,
us, what is the latest
something else I want
Epstein
is compulsory voting.
Look,
That's
there's
something
a
else I
lot
want.
going on. I think
And I would
it's
say that
important
compulsory
for
voting
everyone to
is
recognize
more
that there's been
authoritarian
enormous progress,
than
even when
universal
we had
health care.
The minority in the Congress and on the Oversight Committee, Judiciary, we have pushed really hard to get subpoenas in place and to keep the
Electoral
issue
College was
from
proposed and created by the same guy who proposed a popular vote for president at the convention. Not saying he himself, but the position.
Donald Trump's worst performing issue when you look at the economy or immigration or anything else.
But I can say for certain, the president is not
with Donald Trump at the lead of that.
is not a representative of the people.
Where we're at right
When
now
when
is that we
when
have
he only gets like 30 to 35% of the votes
and the
of
DOJ has the other 50%. Now they're saying that they released all the files. It's just a
eligible
lie.
voters.
So we know that they have half. You can imagine what we already know. They have half of the files in their possession, and likely the half and the files that are the most explosive.
Sorry, you know what? I'm really salty today.
Those are in the possession of the DOJ.
I am
They have
angry
all sorts of excuses as to
with
why
what
they
our
can't
government is
release them.
doing.
They
I'm
claim
angry
there's
that the Democratic Party is just bending over as an establishment, not the base. The Democratic Party establishment is just bending over and letting Trump's orange mushroom dick just like
they've also said it's
just
material
rail
that
him
it's
repeatedly
ongoing
without
investigations
complaint.
that they won't
Like,
share with us. What we do know are the facts.
that's because we're a
They
union,
haven't
not a
released the
unitary
Epstein
country.
files, and half of them are in their possession. Separate of that, we've had a long list of interviews that we've been conducting, subpoenas.
I don't care what it's called
depositions.
anymore.
So
I don't care.
we've talked
It's
to
fucked.
folks
That's
like
what it's called.
Alex Acosta. We've talked to folks
Unitary,
like Clinton, people
union, electoral. It doesn't even fucking matter.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who we wanted to talk to, won't talk to us. She pleaded the fifth, which is
Call it what you want.
outrageous. I mean, this is a woman that got moved.
You can
to
call
a
it,
lesser facility
I don't
by
know,
God knows
you can
who.
call it
And
Barnum
no
and
one tells us
Bailey's
who moved to.
electoral
And
circus,
then, of course, we
and
have in the weeks ahead some
that
pretty
fits.
significant interviews. I mean, first, we're going to be talking to Epstein's former lawyer.
Probably take a new constitution to change that. Like,
personal accountant.
you know,
Epstein's former personal
I
assistant,
am more
and a variety of other
optimistic
folks in the financial world that helped
about
finance
the
Epstein, along with
implementation
Wexner and others. And so there is a
or
lot going on, and I tell people
overarching rework of the current constitution than I am about the continuation of the current constitution.
Investigation is just
Like
getting
it,
started.
Wow.
We are just
I don't see it.
starting
I don't see it.
The enormous amount of work that's in front of us. Certainly, as those of us that are going to be that are in the minority on oversight, we have so much work to do.
We don't follow.
So
Yeah,
many
exactly.
interviews, so many people to talk to.
We don't.
And,
We follow the court.
This isn't going away, and that's thanks to Donald Trump.
And who does the court follow? I don't know. Let's see who Clarence Thomas takes yacht trips from.
That you are in the minority on what is a really partisan committee.
So we basically follow billionaires.
This is not the.
If you say we follow the court,
where, you have farms
and the court follows billionaire yacht owners,
they are all like working towards a
that's who we
common goal.
follow.
Usually, the oversight committee majority like runs the show from start to finish. Story. And like I said,
I think being a billionaire should be illegal.
First thing I said about you, like you came in, and I remember having you on, and you said
That would honestly, like, that would probably be the first thing I did. I would seize the assets of every single billionaire. I would just I don't even care. Yeah, that would be authoritarian as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
How did you manage to do this?
I would actually, you know, I would sanction billionaires. Guess what? Did you know the executive branch is allowed to sanction individuals?
One of the key ways of getting something done is to build public support.
I'm sure you knew that. Don't look at me. I prefer you follow and update the Constitution. I'm not looking at you. I'm saying it is within the executive's authority to sanction individuals. I would sanction every goddamn billionaire in this country. And you know what? It's legal. It's legal. Oh my God. So stupid. Our country's so stupid.
That got built was not just on the left, but also on the right.
Right.
And I think
I would completely, I would reinstitute
Donald Trump's own base.
I would liquidate their assets. Technically, yes, but I don't think it was meant. I don't. Yeah. Well, the Presidential Pardoning Authority wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to be used to pardon insurrectionists, but here we are.
Aiding and abetting the abuse, the rape of women and children that are protected.
It was meant to be used for people who were legitimately wrongfully convicted.
National movement that was created by keeping the story in the press, keeping it in and on the minds of the American public. And if you think
it was meant for rebels.
All of the pictures,
rebels, not insurrectionists.
All the videos
difference
that we got released through the Epstein estate, through other subpoenas, through other means. That
violent insurrectionists at that. Like just being a political dissident is not what I'm talking about.
Kind of like political
I'm talking about going to a government property, trying to stop the counting of votes while threatening to hang the vice president. That's what I'm talking about.
Always ask me about
the first pardon was out of the traitor. They're practically the same thing. Again, like. You know there's a difference. You know there's a difference. You know there's a difference. You know there is.
Picked off a couple Republicans for our initial subpoena. We got the Epstein estate done. I mean, the fact that we got
those rebellion Civil War. Yeah, I don't think the Confederates should have been pardoned. If you want to know the truth, I think that's bullshit.
Of the committee,
I don't think they should have been pardoned at all.
Nancy Mace just honestly was instrumental in us getting the subpoena of Pam Bondi.
I know, which is like amazing. I was going to ask you about this. Like literally, you got a subpoena. Everyone says that the Republicans in the House won't go long.
Oh man, this
administration. You
have to execute entire states of people then.
To agree to a subpoena of Pam Bondi.
Absolutely, and I think it's.
If they volunteered for service to overthrow the government.
Build a relationship with some of these folks.
Well, that's fucking consequences of your actions. Like, think about it.
And so there have been.
They didn't learn that there were consequences for your actions. Well, who does that sound like? Who does that sound like?
We're pushing for justice for the survivors.
Look at the administration today. Every single person up and down that government, they have never had to face the consequences of their actions. And look what they're doing.
They have been out there doing interviews. They've been out there organizing on Capitol Hill, and their support, which has really been bipartisan, has really moved the investigation, and that's why we're at where we're at today.
Let's get into a little bit of the substance here and unpack this with you. So the most provocative thing you have said that I want you to explain is that there are 50% of the files that have been released, and there are 50% of the files that have not, but that the Department of Justice has. Did I summarize that right, and can you just explain to people what that all means?
That's correct.
Oh man, I have daydreams of just like
the amount of
confiscating all these billionaires' funding, like all their money, all their wealth, and just like giving it back to the people and using it in ways that are actually beneficial. To like fix the roads, provide better internet. Just to name a few, you know what I mean?
And that's been also independently.
Oh man, that's like my fantasy.
So, it's outrageous. And by the way, what the DOJ will tell you is, they say, oh, well, the Transparency Act, the Conor Massey bill.
That would be like the best Christmas gift ever.
Which is true, which, by the way,
if I could just confiscate every penny from these fucking perverted Epstein billionaires. Just remember that every single one of these billionaires
The subpoena was passed through the
has
committee,
been
the law was passed through the Congress.
like
In the subpoena,
strongly
we did not
implicated as
include
having
any of those
ties,
provisions that
consistent ties with
There is no
Jeffrey
provision
Epstein.
for interagency
Just remember that.
communication. There is no provision
Being a
for
billionaire is a
investigation.
fucking mental
So
illness.
they're willfully right now. They might
I'd be
claim
actually doing
that,
them a
well,
favor.
The law says this. The subpoena doesn't say that, and that's a key question that Bonnie's going to have to answer for when she's in front of the Congress.
Yeah, and I hope I'm sure you'll also get into this. You know these facts better than I do.
We
But I
will
think it was
all
on
hang
February
together,
27th,
or surely we shall hang separately.
Pam
Yeah.
Bondi sends a letter to the FBI director, Cash Patel, who had just come in, and she is, saying
That is true.
The thrust of it is that she's upset that she has not gotten the full Epstein files, and she sends this letter saying, "I want all of them." And she says, "I don't want any of them withheld."
You know, honestly, like that's
privilege,
that's actually a good
for
point.
anything. Like, we want the
When you
full
see
Epstein files. I think she said she wants
when
to
you
by the next
see
day, which obviously is not gonna happen,
centrists
but
and
it's not
moderates,
based on the public record.
especially
It appears at some
Democrats,
point
left
they are
centrist, like left of center moderates, and you will see them, especially online, they punch to the left. They hate progressives, absolutely hate them.
That's exactly right. And
They would rather have an authoritarian fascist government that still allows them to prosper than they would for progressives to actually work together, like to form, like labor unions, workers union, teachers unions, working class groups. And why do they hate that? Because they know for a fact that the working class is
it's a hoax.
There is a much larger population pool.
Over the summer.
Mine will be fixing the system, getting the experiment back on track, root out the corruption. Yeah, actually, I think that my solution to sanction and liquidate this billionaire's funding, I think that it would actually do that. I think that it would do that.
Since then, we got all those photos of Trump, the emails of Trump, the birthday book, and all of that kept building to where we are today, which is forcing
replace federal agencies with state compacts. The federal government enforces, so it makes sure the states follow it, but doesn't control the actions of the agency. It would separate the agencies from the executive's influence while giving an enforcement mechanism to the agreement. Okay,
so there's still a lot of questions.
That's fine. Like I said before, I don't give a fuck how it's implemented. I don't care.
I mean, it doesn't compare, but let's remember who actually had to face consequences for Watergate. It wasn't Nixon, right? It was
like if the way that you're suggesting would mean that most people would not look at it as authoritarian, fine. That's fine. I'm a programmer. Implementation is everything. Actually, believe it or not, my last 2 semesters, I've had like 4 to 5 different classes that have been focused on policy implementation. Like public policy. You know what I mean?
And so, if you're Pam Bondi,
so trust me, I know that the implementation process is very important, especially when it comes to the financing of that implementation. Because the benefits of the implementation do not matter if it's too expensive to implement. So trust me, I know.
He'll throw them under the bus.
It would mean that an executive wouldn't be able to selectively enforce the law, and states themselves have a stake in enforcing it. And if a state tries not to, it can sue them under the. Oh yeah! Oh my God! That's another thing that pisses me off. The fact that like people aren't allowed to sue their state anymore.
Because I think in some ways that broke the dam.
That's some bullshit.
And I remember I had you on right around that time, and you more or less predicted.
Yeah. Again,
that,
I don't give a fuck how it's implemented. I don't care. I don't care.
Not all of the records.
Take your goddamn health care.
You guys had other places.
Being a billionaire should be illegal.
You might be
it's just the 11th Amendment, which is the funniest story.
We're not the government, and I think that turned out to be true. At this point, when you say there's half the records, are there still private? Are there still other sources of records other than DOJ, or at this point is it really just down to DOJ produce or not.
Like
I'll be right back with
if
more of my conversation with
your
Congressman Robert
process
Garcia.
is what it would take
Trump and the Republicans are
to get
trying to
everybody
cover up his
willingly on board, I would prefer people to be willingly on. I would prefer. What are you doing, dude?
independent media outlets
Get-
like the Docket are more important than ever.
I would prefer that everybody willingly accept healthcare. I would obviously prefer that. However,
Click on the link on your screen or
at
in
the end of the
description
day,
below to sign up now.
I would not give a fuck if the majority of people willingly accepted it or not. Like, we are building healthcare facilities. We are going to provide healthcare should you so choose to take advantage of it, and we're going to do it whether you like it or not. But obviously, if your recommendation would lead to more people being on board with it, fine.
One of the
It wouldn't require an amendment, and any state that doesn't sign on doesn't get the benefits of it. So the more states join, the more the ones not signed on are incentive. See, here's where I would diverge, because I wouldn't give the state the option to sign it or not, because this is what Texas is doing.
over the next couple weeks.
This is exactly what Texas is doing. They are refusing Medicaid funding, which is harming the people. Like, go fuck yourself, Texas. Go fuck yourself, Texas legislators, who... It's not even the legislators. It's the fucking billionaires that are controlling their policies. That's the problem.
Continue to slowly but regularly provide us with financial documents.
It would seem like a bank would have no grounds to withhold the record.
That's right. Now, there are, of course, as you know, some really delicate laws in place as it relates to the Bank Secrecy Act, and we have to be very careful about what information we release as it relates to financial records. But we are combing through those, and we've partnered with Senate Finance as we go through all of those documents, and there'll be many more kind of tranches of documents from the banks in the months ahead. Then we have direct information that we're getting from survivors. So, you know, we don't kind of advertise these, but I think I'm assuming folks understand that we're having direct conversations with folks about this investigation. And those are ones that are being done in private and that are important, and that we're collecting information.
That's because it is from the federal government. There's no federal government involved in this process, and it would corner those who influence. No, see, here's the thing. The excuse that Texas is refusing it because it's from the federal government is bullshit. It is bullshit.
Right, because everyone talks about the
And you want to know why it's bullshit? Because the federal government told Greg Abbott to supply them with their voter database, and he bent over and did it. The fact that it's from the federal government is bullshit. See, this is, again, this is years and years of propaganda that have actually convinced people that it's because of states' rights. It's not. It is literally not. Because the state that is supposed to be so proud of its refusal to capitulate to the federal government has been capitulating to the federal government for the last year and a half without hesitation. Without hesitation. Sovereignty. It's bullshit. You call it sovereignty, I call it bullshit because it's a lie. It's an absolute lie.
New York, and it's Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago. And those locations are
If you legitimately believe, after seeing the way states like Texas and Florida are capitulating to this federal government, if you look at that and you still think that Texas and Florida are dedicated to adhering to their sovereignty, then that means their propaganda worked. That's exactly what they wanted you to believe.
You know, are they like by category, or are they like literally like let's find
It's a fucking lie.
Worse for Donald Trump and not release
I think they have all been viewed by FBI agents and teams. They've been reviewed. I know that there's folks within the agency that have seen these documents, and from what I understand, there are some folks that are very disturbed as to why they have not been released. We're talking about good civil servants that are just doing their job, and at some point, I hope those good civil servants will
I think that by them taking any federal assistance or aid, that they could provide themselves
And
is
I think
hypocritical to their assertion
we have
of
a
sovereignty.
responsibility to get those documents, and it's part of the law that Congress passed. And what I don't understand,
Not only
bizarre is
Not
that
only
Donald Trump
is
has
Texas
understood he's not gonna be
refusing
the president
to receive Medicaid
all of
funding
these co-conspirators and
from the
all
federal
financial
government.
people and all these billionaires and wealthy
Like
folks
it's not
across the
even
world
it's not even stipulated. They're just refusing to take it outright. They're saying we don't want it.
begun. Accountability has
But
started.
the Texas budget
It is a snowball.
has, I
Think
think,
about
a $28 billion
Exactly. Think
surplus.
about, like, when you talk about like what's happened in the UK,
And they are, even with this surplus,
talk about all the kind of
they are
titans of
actively
business here in the US that are starting to
reducing the funding of public education here in the state.
Summers, and we're going to have other powerful people. Bill Gates will be in front of us soon. Les Wexner, who's now being held accountable. You have the web is beginning to kind of come apart.
$28 billion surplus.
That's the document part, and you've talked about some of the upcoming interviews. Let's talk about the president and his role in all of this. It's very frustrating for a lot of us because, you know, we got the Epstein files. We started to look at them or read the reports, and it seems like he's all over it. Like he's all over them. All of a sudden, the right wing is no longer interested, or segments of the right wing are no longer interested in the Epstein files. And like, is he going to get away with just? I don't mean legally, but like, is he politically going to get away with just being like, I was exonerated? Do you think that there will be a narrative that gets told that explains to people who are not following this document?
The federal government shouldn't be providing assistance for a state that has a surplus, but also incentivize a state to purposely fail. Is that they want easy? Oh, wait. But that also incentivizes states to purposely fail. Is that they want easy money and assist? If they want easy money and assistance.
Across the country, the Epstein issue, like I said, is the most unpopular issue, and I think people are realizing that he is.
I would say that like
the very, very wealthy and powerful
states like Alabama and Mississippi probably fall into the purposely failing category, but states like Texas are in the malicious harm category.
Off message, or that, you know, Epstein wasn't about affordability, and we didn't talk about affordability only, which I get. That's key. Healthcare affordability, I'm all there. But this is a real issue that resonates with the public.
Like,
and
I don't.
It speaks to. I think we've been able.
I don't know. I don't think you've ever like specified. But I don't know how you can like you, and I actually mean specifically you, not the general you. You specifically can look at how much wealth the billionaires in this country have compared to the lower class in this country and not be legitimately pissed off. Like, I'm not talking like, oh, that sucks. You know, it's unfortunate that our system works that way. Like, I mean, I don't understand how you're not legitimately pissed off.
And I would say,
like, angry. Which is so sad because those states have a lot of land, a lot of resources, as well as Gulf access. Yeah.
Like people who listen to Joe Rogan, they care about the Epstein files. Like everyday Americans care.
And it's not the fact that these billionaires have this much money. It's that they have that much money because they are literally taking it from us by underpaying their workers, under providing health care for their workers. Just the fact that they tie healthcare to employment is fucking disgusting. And on top of it, they are like legitimate perverts and creeps. You know?
And so, like, to me, like
legitimate pedos.
The issue that Donald Trump can't
like
shake. Like, it's not just
it makes me angry.
Like,
I'm
a lot of issues.
I'm fucking pissed, man.
One time period or another,
class differences are a fact of life. Class differences are a fact of life, but the degree to which we're seeing it now is not. It is not. It is a direct result of the this this unregulated capitalist system that we currently have.
Until there are names and they're held accountable here in this country, and until the survivors get justice, we're not making this go away. And I think
the degree of the separation that we are seeing today is not a fact of life. It is by design.
We don't care about the partisan
I'm not upset that they have money, but how they got it. Yeah, well, that's the problem. They have as much money that they have because of how they got it. You know?
Exactly.
Those are one and the same.
Right? And I think
Like,
there's a contrast between
the Venn diagram is a goddamn
yes,
circle on that
you
one.
want to bring Bill Clinton? We'll talk to Bill Clinton. You want to bring in Bill Gates? Bring in Bill Gates. You want to you're concerned about Larry Summers? I don't care about Larry Summers. Let's talk to him, because what I care about is truth. And I think that at the end of the day, that's
Seeing like how many people are struggling, how many people are working like 2 jobs.
so obsessed with protecting Donald Trump, and
You know, they're working 2 jobs. They still have to get like government assistance, and their healthcare is shit. You know what I mean? They're working their ass off day in and day out,
Right, and that's what
and they have nothing to show for it.
but
Like, they don't have enough money to invest for retirement. They don't have enough money to provide they don't have enough money for decent health care.
Trump doesn't like it. They can't imagine that someone like you would have integrity. They can't imagine that they would come to you and be like, well, we're going to
These billionaires want you to believe that they earned all their money.
You can't do that, and instead being like,
The fact that they have as much money as they do is because of the way that they earn. No, they stole it. They didn't fucking earn it. They did not earn it. They stole it.
Republicans, that they cannot understand this as a moral issue and not just a like protecting people issue.
100%. And I was asked, we're going to be bringing in Kathy Rumler, who, of course, was a pretty high-ranking Obama official, and was
she was the White House counsel.
That's right, and then went on to obviously do similar role at Goldman Sachs. And
how people can
chief
actually
counsel
find.
there.
Yeah, that's
Look,
another
big
thing that sucks.
Obviously, very, very well known in Democratic circles, and Republicans said, "Hey, they approached me
Because
about
employers,
bringing her in, and we're
because of
gonna
our
negotiate." I
system,
was like, "You don't need to negotiate with me on
because of
anything
this capitalist system where the accumulation of wealth
after she knew he was a convicted
is the goal,
child rapist." So
not
I
not
have
providing
the same question.
not providing pay for the people. That's not the goal. Like, you know that.
After knowing what his
If
crimes
if
were, I just
if
don't
business owners thought that they could operate a business without having to pay their employees, they would do it.
Where this cover up to me appears, by the way, not just to be an issue that
It is by design.
one that I just don't understand why we didn't address before, and I think it's fair to
They put a
ask
fake job postings and
why
give
we
shit
didn't
pay and
Merrick
horrible
Garland
benefits.
get
Yeah.
engaged. It's a fair question. It's a question I have. And I think we need to be
Healthcare
honest
should
with
not be
ourselves.
tied to
Too
employment.
long,
That's bullshit. That's got to go.
powerful people in this country could get
The more
away
disconnected you are from your boss, the more likely they
connections
will be to stab you in the
way,
back.
And that we got to prove to the American public that's over. That has to end.
So you anticipated my
Oh no, man!
final
A couple
one.
years ago, I was working. I had an IT
I
job.
don't really understand. I know there was a non-prosecution agreement. I don't
And there was
know
like
if
5
that
of
was
us.
entered
That's it.
into.
5 of us
That
in the
obviously would not
office.
have covered
So,
a lot of other people.
like, we communicated on a regular basis. We saw each other, had
Justice
conversations on a daily
Attorney
basis.
General under,
I mean, we weren't best friends. We weren't like, inviting each other over for dinner, but I would say we were more than just cordial. Right? He laid me off. After I'd been there about a year. It was during finals week. This is about 2 years ago. He laid me off. And then when I went to apply for unemployment benefits, he lied and said that I quit.
Yes.
But I had no documentation of him actually laying me off. So,
If you ever heard, like,
because of
stories from
Texas,
Maria Farmer,
they tend to
Annie
side with the
Farmer,
business
farm
owners.
sisters, and about
I had no
the
evidence
kind
to
of
show
report to the
that I was laid
FBI
off,
that could have stopped so much of Epstein's
but
crimes.
there was evidence that I was no longer working there.
We're talking
So
about,
because of that,
the 90s, right?
I was
We're
denied
talking about,
unemployment benefits, even though he had laid me off.
reports to the FBI, multiple
And I know that's an
connections, multiple reports,
anecdotal,
multiple people that got
anecdotal evidence,
and it just
but
allowed Epstein to continue his
even if you're
horrific crimes.
personable
And why there were
with a business
these things
owner,
weren't taken more
they'll still
seriously,
fuck you
I think
over
is really disturbing.
when it
Which
comes
goes
to
back
money.
to why the
Because
FBI
remember,
now continues to protect
the purpose
Donald
of a
Trump.
capitalist system
So we're gonna end this
is the
cover-up.
accumulation of wealth,
And we're gonna
not the pay of the
And look,
employees.
I'm going to take the opportunity now rather than wait till the end to say, like I said, I brought this guy on, and he had a big game to talk when he took over as committee ranking member, and I was among the skeptics. But we gave him,
Faceless Board
if you want to
has.
fight, if you want a guy
Oh my
who's,
god, I'm
every
getting
day,
attacked again.
Has
Has no problem with offing a lowly
job.
peon.
We talk a lot about,
Even a business owner with a face, like I just said, doesn't have a problem fucking over their employees or people.
before we pivot to voting rights, why don't you go ahead and tell us?
I had this like stupid gnat flying around my face for like 2 straight days.
No, I appreciate that. Look, as you know, Mark, also I in redistricting, I have a district that's actually far more competitive than it used to be. I'm pretty tough on MAGA, so any support politically.
And you gave, and by the way, I just gotta say, because he's too polite, he gave up voters. You know, he didn't have to give up voters. He could have said, you know what, you go redraw your own map, Gavin Newsom and Democrats or whoever drew the map. But
no, but it should be less likely and it's much easier to screw someone over you don't know and don't. Yeah, this is true. I'll agree with that.
To be able to make
but when money's involved,
so you didn't mention that, Congresswoman Garcia.
It doesn't really fucking matter.
You're too modest to say it, but I'll say it.
Thank you. I took on more Republicans than any
money
other
changes people.
Democrat
Think about it, like this dude.
So I definitely have a seat that is now much more.
He'd had this business for like over 20 years. He was very well off. Like he owned, I think he is in the process of like purchasing his second home in the Texas area, and I'm talking like 5,000 to 6,000 square foot homes at least, right? And rather than having to pay into unemployment benefits for someone he laid off, like he didn't know my financial situation. You know what I mean? He knew I had kids. He knew that I was married and I had 3 kids. And he still did that. Like he knew all this. He didn't know he didn't know how financially secure I was. He had no idea.
Voter suppression bill. So tell us the latest there and what you think.
Like in the back of his mind, he had to have known that by lying about this, like he could have put me and my family on the street. You know what I mean? Like somewhere in his mind, he had to have known that.
What this means, I think that
rather money exposes people for who they truly are. Yeah, tomato. Yeah.
I think Donald Trump is serious, and I think this is.
I think both of your
voter suppression.
most recent statements are true.
And it's an incredibly dangerous piece of legislation.
Which is why billionaires have to go.
The voting process incredibly
it should be illegal to accrue $1 billion in wealth.
And so I think we've got to take this very seriously. This issue, along with a bunch of other things that they're trying to do.
Oh man, that'd be so freaking awesome. I dream about it. Sanctioning billionaires and like, oh my gosh, just liquidating all of their wealth and just giving it back to the people. Oh my gosh. That's just like a dream come true.
For what could be a very serious challenge. If you talk about the SAVE Act,
oh man,
talk about the VRA,
like
you talk about
if I found a genie lamp, like that would be one of my wishes. Even though I know that I could wish for everyone to be well off without taking money from billionaires, if I had a genie and could make a wish, I would still do this just to make the billionaires suffer for all the shit that they put people through. You know what I mean? I think it's dumb metric since money only has as much value as the Fed gives it, among other. Money doesn't have any inherent value. This is true. Money's basically fake. Money's fake.
Who basically seem to be willing to do whatever they want. The administration wants. I mean, they've killed a couple of American citizens at least. And we've seen that on video. So if you're going to suppress the election, why invoke the Insurrection Act? Why not just use these forces?
And I think people need to remember that these elections, they're won often with very small margins, and so it doesn't take. It takes someone
like,
at home watching television.
It is so unfathomable
ICE agents,
how much wealth the billionaires in this country have. Like you actually could. They have so much wealth. You actually could wipe out every single person's medical debt, every single person's school debt.
That's exactly right. I always say, voter suppression doesn't have to be armed.
You could. I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to bet that you could even pay off everybody's mortgages. Like, it's that ridiculous. Like, it's hard to imagine.
We all have to be out there
like it is in the trillions of dollars, trillions.
With respect to the SAVE Act, so the president has introduced into the debate this idea of a stronger version of the SAVE Act, which, in addition to
and not only could you pay off that debt, you would have enough money to provide for it in the future for perpetuity.
provisions targeting,
Remember our programmer, I tend to analyze, propose, deconstruct them down to their bare components, see if the end goal is reached in a good way.
would even have the votes in the House. Or they have the votes in the House for anything that Donald Trump wants.
Yeah, I think now things are getting very curious in the House. I think he'd have a hard time in the House.
You know, I'm not always. I should say I'm not usually the ends justify the means kind of guy. But when it comes to a policy that is obviously beneficial to the overwhelming majority of the population, I'm talking like 85 to 90% or more. If it is beneficial to the people, then I kind of feel like the end does justify the means.
Calling out fake moderates. So
especially if it's only a few billionaires that are like put out on the street. Oh my God, I want Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk to be homeless so bad. Like, I want them to live on the street for the rest of their lives, begging for food. Oh my gosh, that'd be so incredible. Like, I would take a picture of them every single day. Oh my God, that'd be so awesome. So awesome.
I'm currently in court against him. He's trying to limit the Voting Rights Act in Georgia. So I felt pretty good about that. Susan Collins, a 50th vote for the SAVE Act. That's a pretty good one. But I have to say the award for this week, for me, goes to your home state. And all of a sudden, Congressman Kiley has announced that he is actually an independent. This is, as far as I can tell, just a MAGA Republican.
Oh, I'm just like, I'm dreaming about it.
Pretty Trumpy. It is voting record, and he's now going to try to, I assume, fool the voters in your state by saying,
I don't have any pity.
I'm an independent.
I don't have any empathy
He's still in the Republican conference.
For people that have dedicated their lives to screwing people over, you know?
Ridiculous.
I've lost all sense of empathy for that person.
And obviously he's becoming independent.
Like, on a human level, none.
Is harder for a Republican to win. It's one that
like
we have
I think that
advantage
these billionaires that have accumulated the majority of their wealth on the backs of the working class here in America. Not only do I think that they should have their wealth taken from them completely, but they should be like, I want to send them to the Israeli prisons where they're raping the Palestinian prisoners with like metal rods. That's where I want to send them.
And then California did not yet happen. As I look at it, if I
only feel that way towards child touchers.
The Democrats 5 seats in California versus the Republicans 5
you know,
seats in Texas.
they.
Now, granted, you know, we have incomplete.
Look at how close they were to Epstein. That's all I'm going to say.
The primaries were just, you know, they're only primaries. But how about you? Are you feeling better today about how things are shaping up for Democrats in the House?
I am, but I am really concerned about Florida, and I'm really concerned about the VRA. And so I do think that, you know, 1-to-1 California, Texas, I think will fare better. I think that depending on what DeSantis does in Florida, they could try to take out, you know, 3, 4, 5 seats would be very difficult, which is why, for the life of me,
if I were
Virginia, Maryland, like
if I were a gambler, I would have no issue betting
ridiculous. I mean,
on the likelihood that billionaires,
and then I'm concerned about the VRA and the Supreme Court.
that the overwhelming majority of billionaires were engaged in some sort of sexual depravity.
Yeah, and I'm very worried about the VRA decision. This is the Calais case out of Louisiana. We keep watching week after week, and the only good news is the longer it goes, the less likely to impact 2026. But still, for those of us who care about the long run and care about voting rights, we have to,
are you
definitely have to be following that.
Are you ready
are
you ready for the re-implementation of a poll tax?
You know, there are things that have
considering you're in a red state,
things that maybe we feel like we have our footing on. When your constituents come up to you on the street and tell you that they're watching
when the Supreme Court rules that poll tax, yeah, if you have to the SAVE Act,
and they did not anticipate when
if you have to show citizenship for
what we have seen
to vote,
they are now come up to
like
you and
at the
say,
time of voting,
you know,
not
I
just to
thought
register.
the Republicans were for releasing the Epstein files.
And
That's what they said
you
they
have
were
to have a
gonna do,
passport
and
to
now
do it.
they're on the other side.
What do you have? How do you
what
get a
do you tell
passport?
folks, what do you tell those people?
I think right now
You have to pay for it.
the main thing.
If you have to have a passport to vote,
right, when people are coming up to
and
me,
you have to pay for a passport,
and this is,
that's a
I'm
fucking
hearing
poll
this right
tax.
now from both Republicans and Democrats, is people just want to know that you're fighting, honestly. So when I have Republicans come up to me and say that they're disillusioned, that they feel that Trump has betrayed them.
It's not getting passed. I have my documents as well. Oh, congratulations that you have your documents.
What they want is
but do you know that only about 50% of people in the U.S. have a passport?
What they're sharing with me is that I'm here because I'm fighting and standing up.
I'm glad that you're all set up.
People that are trying to rip you off and not
like that's cool and all.
And not and actually care about what they're paying at the pump. Donald Trump is
but
destroying
the way you worded that, do you know what that sounds like? It sounds like, I'm good. Fuck everyone else. Fuck them. That's honestly what that sounded like. The way you worded that.
Regardless of what they tell me on the street, and I think it resonates with folks.
Like it's like kind of like, fuck you, I got mine. You know.
By once again giving you.
I thought state issued IDs also call. They don't. They don't.
They
don't.
Your campaign, which again, I'll let you repeat and we'll put in
there are 6 states that qualify because you have to verify your citizenship to get the state ID.
No, honestly, given to the campaign,
or there's an option on the state ID that shows that you verified your citizenship. So there are like 6 state IDs that do qualify. But what about what about the other ones?
Any donation at robertgarcia.com for me right now is going to be the best way to help for me, so I appreciate that.
Maybe the single worst quote I've heard from Trump or from any president in history was Time Magazine asked if Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks back in the U.S. homeland, and Trump said, I guess, like I said, some people will die. So,
right. And I mean you, Marsha, in Chicago.
Des Moines, yeah.
Like, what? We should say you're biased here. Like,
I'm incredibly biased.
You worked for Barack Obama. Is there any way the Trump administration could be communicating about this conflict that would get you on board?
Weird, I thought more states required proof of citizenship for their IDs. So, the state IDs that I'm thinking of, as far as I am aware, do not require citizenship to get the ID. However, there is an option where if you provide citizenship, it is annotated on the ID. That is my understanding.
So he's got a lot of feelings about the way the Trump administration is communicating in this moment.
I could be wrong about that, but what I do know for sure is that there are only 6 states that have some form of citizenship verification on them.
Anyway,
that I do know for sure.
This conversation is fantastic. It'll tell you a lot about the messaging that's going on at the moment. Here it is. Tommy, you've been a government spokesperson, a national security spokesperson. I'd say you're something of a communications expert.
Yeah,
you taking that?
Yeah. I mean, screwed up a lot of stuff. I learned from that.
That's how you learn. The pain is the learning entering in. With that expertise in mind, how's the U.S. doing right now at communicating what's going on in Iran?
Communicating what we're trying to achieve in Iran?
Yeah.
I would
the number really should be higher, but then again, state citizenship works differently than union citizenship.
Just like a straight news reporter focused on national security, and both of us were like, I'm trying really hard to figure out when this war is going to end,
even
what
if
the objectives are that would allow it to
even
end,
if
how Trump is thinking about
you're allowed to use your birth certificate as proof of citizenship.
Communication has been disastrous. On one day, it's a regime change.
This Republican Party is trying to take that away.
Scope about Iran's navy or missiles or nuclear facilities. The next day, it's almost over. The next day, we've just begun. So it's a total mess.
We should say you're biased.
Like how many people do you know?
You worked for Barack Obama. Is there any way the Trump administration could be communicating about
how many people do you know have never lost their birth certificate?
No.
And had to get a new one?
No,
thank you for being straight with me.
And what was that process like?
Donald Trump went before the American people and said Iran was 2 weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. There is absolutely no scenario in which that was true. They said that they were on the cusp.
Why is this
of
video
getting
so
missiles
freaking
that
quiet?
the United
What the hell?
States. That is objectively not true. Trump said he was going to save the protesters after they were massacred. He told them to go to the streets and seize government buildings, and then he allowed them to die. Everything this thing is built on is a lie, in my opinion. Therefore, I just can't get on board with it going forward.
Is there a word for what's happening now among communications professionals? Like, I'm thinking about when Pete Hegseth was accidentally texting
Pete
a reporter about war
Kegsbreath.
plans. He was like, "We're clean on OPSEC."
They usually order online by mail. Pay like
Is there a word
oh,
like
so
that
they have to
for
pay for that.
someone like you?
So they have to pay
A hack?
to prove their
I
citizenship.
don't know if there's a word. I do enjoy watching Pete
And
Hegseth because he does kind of like a cat in the hat.
They're trying to make it so you have to prove your citizenship
Not just on defense,
at the time of voting.
legality, not tepid legality.
So
Violent
another
effect,
poll tax.
not politically correct.
He is really
Cool.
embracing that.
Poll
I'm sure, like,
taxes
a
or
word
poll
for
taxes
when
are going to be
your
legal.
communications
Watch.
plan
You
is
watch the Supreme Court. They're going to
going
gut the
well
Voting
or
Rights Act,
imploding, like when you
and
have it
we're
together
going to
or
have to
not.
pay to vote.
Well, the military folks, I think, would call it.
If you don't have a
FUBAR,
passport
which is,
or you have to get
fucked
a
up
new
beyond all
birth certificate.
recognition. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on this, but
It's a fucking poll
that's
tax.
probably what the comms folks over at the Pentagon are thinking.
Yikes. So here's what I'm thinking, and I'm kind of curious how you feel about it. 2 weeks
Such
in,
bullshit, man.
I'm looking at what's happening.
Like this
right
this
now,
whole like
and I'm kind of framing it in my head as a turbo.
this
quagmire.
anti-woke movement is such
And
bull.
I
It's
say
like
that because misinforming the
like
American
you do
public
know
about what you're doing in a Middle Eastern
that the
war
only reason
is
they're doing
something we've
this
done before.
is because they want to be able to discriminate against other
It's
groups
just that
again.
we're
Like you do know that,
speedrunning
right?
the
Like I hope
And
that you know
means
that.
we haven't
I hope
brought any
if
other
you don't, that's what's going.
stakeholders
If you don't
along
know,
with
that's what's
us,
going on.
Not our allies, not the American people.
Yeah, see, there it is,
Like,
the
I look at
birthright
what's
citizenship.
happening, It's not America first. It's Trump.
So then you won't even be able to use your birth certificate if they do that.
Does that resonate with you?
Absolutely. I mean, I think my sense of
Such
why
bullshit.
Trump went
But
to
no,
war
please,
is because
please
he had people
remind
like
me.
Lindsey Graham,
Please, I want to see you type it again. Please tell me how I'm authoritarian for wanting people to have health care, for forcing states to provide health care to their to their citizens. Please, I want to see that again. I want to see it.
And I think Trump
I demand
saw
it.
the military's
I have to know how
capabilities.
authoritarian
He saw
I am.
Venezuela, in particular, where the sort of Delta Force guys.
Like,
went in,
it
got Maduro,
sustains
got
me.
out, no one was killed on our side, and thought it gave him godlike powers to do that again. The idea that he thought that was possible in Iran of all places is mind-boggling to me, but I agree with you. Like, he did not prepare the American people, and we are speed-running a quagmire. Now, it's not the same as Iraq if we're not putting U.S. troops on the ground and there's not an extended occupation, but it is, by any objective measure, it is not going well right now.
Yeah. If we can, I want to dissect some of the communications fails in depth.
Sure.
One by one, so that we can look at them individually and see how they're playing out. As we're talking today, I think the most urgent communications fail is about oil and shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
Very authoritarian for confiscating, liquidating assets of American citizens that have more than $1 billion. Fucked up says people are kidnapping them, taking other shit is much better. Haha, yes, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's my dream. Gosh, that's my dream.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh, thank you for that. I needed that.
And then oil prices would
it reminded
ultimately
me
go
how
back
good
down
that would
because
feel.
You would have a more pliant regime pumping more oil. There wouldn't be as heavy sanctions. Maybe there would be more oil on the market. My guess is that's the long-term thinking.
You know what?
What we've seen in
you can even
practice,
pretend
we
like,
wanna
how
talk
about this?
communications fails. Yesterday, the Energy Secretary
Pretend that you're being
tweeted that
propagandized
ships were being escorted by the US Navy
by
from
the
Hormuz,
right
and then
wing, by the
deleted
right wing
it,
party.
which I
Just
think-
imagine you're being propagandized,
I think that initial
and
tweet cut
I'm
the
telling
price
you
of
that
oil
I'm
like
doing it
19%,
because they're pedophiles.
And then it was just completely factually wrong.
And we'll just go with that.
So yeah, I mean,
There's precedent for it, so go
sounds
ahead,
like
it's
they
legal.
were unprepared for the Iranians to do what every expert had said.
We'll say that
was
I
one
am
of the
sanctioning
biggest
them
cards
because
the
of their
Iranians could play, which is the closest
pedophilic
to
tendencies.
To the point where I think this
The gold
week,
seizures.
the United States military decommissioned 3 demining
I mean,
ships
that kind of sounds
that
very.
one might use to get rid of mines from the Strait of Hormuz.
Kind of
or
feels
anywhere
like
else where they placed by the Iranians.
something
So,
Germany
there
did,
was a massive
about
lack
80
of
years ago, but
preparation that is, I think you're right. Is like
Yeah.
communications fail on top of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and we should explain.
It
the
is
Strait of
something we
Hormuz.
did.
It's like this tight.
Damn.
20
I didn't even know about that.
wide
I don't care.
sector where it's like you have to
I don't
get
care. They're
to get
disgusting.
the oil from the other countries
They've
or get back out. And just
they've
today,
just
3 cargo ships
they've
were
just had
hit by unknown projectiles.
they've enjoyed too
So
much
we're beginning to see
of
consequences
free
here.
running
And then
over
last
American
night,
people and
we
its
saw
economy.
Senator Chris Murphy come out of a
They've enjoyed it for too long.
briefing,
They're fucking
and he
dumb.
just-
Like they should be
he
done.
got online and he was so angry about what he had heard. He was basically saying, we had the knowledge before launching what we've launched here that
It's
this
something
could
we
go
did.
very, very
Damn.
wrong. Basically because there's evidence that Iran can mine the Strait of Hormuz and can do it very easily with, ships that aren't military
Small boats, yeah.
ships. Exactly. What does that mean for the timeline
Oh, man, like,
of this conflict? To me,
you know
it
what's
just means
really
it
bad? It's like
extends it. It also means
this
that
current
Donald Trump is
administration
going in kind of assuming I hold all the cards.
is
He just simply
turning me
doesn't.
Donald Trump
like
thinks that he
I am a military
has a
veteran
on
of
and
10
off
years,
switch for
medically
wars,
retired,
and that is just not the case here. I mean,
and
you
I
know,
am
we
always
just,
supportive
replaced one
of the
Ayatollah
veterans
Khamenei
themselves.
with another Ayatollah
You know,
Khamenei,
the service
who
members
might be
and the
assigning his son, who might be a little angry at us because the U.S. military and the Israelis
and the
have
members
killed his
themselves.
father, his wife,
However,
his son, and his mom. So that's probably not something that's gonna
gain
fast.
Well, and to be clear, he was
an
angry
unnatural
before.
amount
Like-
of satisfaction
No one's ever heard him say
in
the
the
word
fact
public,
that the
so we don't know
Iranian
for sure, but,
government
like, I'm guessing he wasn't a big fan of
and their
the
cheap
US or the
$20,000
Israelis.
drones
But to your point on the
and
mining, I mean, you could do it with small boats.
and old
You
like
send out a small
missiles
boat,
is
they have
giving
2 or
the
3
United
mines, they
States
lay them
military
down.
headaches.
The Iranians reportedly have between 2,000 and 6,000
Like,
naval mines that they could put to use.
It's such a
Once they are laid down, it can
Mm.
take months to pick them up.
it's
and
so
they can de
conflicting, but
facto just block
whatever.
any
There it is.
ships from going
Memory
through
holder. I
the
told you
Strait
about
of
the
Hormuz.
FDR gold seizures a
Is
few
there a way
times,
to
so the
see
president
them,
can leave
like, oh, that's
confiscate wealth
there,
from American
avoid
citizens,
that, go
liquidate
around it, or it's
it.
just-
You can also immediately devalue it
My
after
guess is-
confiscating
I'm
it.
not
The court
totally sure. I think
upheld
they
it.
move, unfortunately, but my guess is.
Yeah, I guess I did, 'cause I don't
there's so
remember you
much
saying
risk
that.
the ships just
I don't
won't do
remember
it
that
because these are big
conversation.
captains and they don't want to die. And then on top of that, I mean, what 20% of the world's petroleum goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And when a country like Kuwait can't ship,
But I have been saying for a
gas
while that the
or
only
Qatar
thing that's
or
going to get
whatever,
us back
they
on
have
track
to
is an
shut
FDR
down,
style
drilling
administration.
of these wells in ways that can permanently
Basically, an
damage them,
administration
not,
that
turn them off
says
long term. So
fuck
it's a
you to the
huge, huge
corporate
problem
Epstein
that is
class.
not unstick.
Yeah. You know
And
what struck me in the last few days? There was this Onion
uses
headline,
whatever
it was
methods they
basically
can to
Trump
benefit the
voter
people.
loves high gas prices. The joke being like Trump voters have forgiven him for so much, but
Yeah.
do you think oil prices are different?
I think oil prices are different. I don't think voters are going to say, "Oh, I'm cool with paying a lot more." There will be like a, 30% of the country that loves everything Trump does, that thinks he's literally
Ugh.
like a gift from God.
Fucking
And then
Trump
there'll be a bunch of
supporters.
normal
So
people who are
disgusting.
like, "Hey, I just want the government to do no harm or help me a little bit, pay the bills, and this is a disaster for us."
Yeah, that's clearly Susie Wiles' concern too. So if you're a Democrat in Congress, what should you be doing? Because there's been a few
Anything.
pretty established Democrats.
God, if you're a Democrat in
who
Congress, do
seem
anything.
On the fence about
Anything,
things
something.
here, like House
Frickin'
Minority
Chuck
Leader
Schumer,
Hakeem Jeffries,
douchebag.
who's not committing to
Must
blocking
keep
additional
FDR
funding for the
untainted.
war.
As the
Average
leader
Joe
of
probably.
House Democrats, do you plan to block all Pentagon
Okay,
funding?
you
even
need
if
to
the
remember
argument
this.
is it is critical for military
How
readiness?
many elections did he win?
Well, we'll cross that bridge
Like,
when we get
what?
to it in terms of if the
You tell me.
administration makes,
What was
a
the
request to
popularity
Congress
of
to
his
consider additional funding.
policies?
Coons said he would support funding
Like,
for the war, which is the kind of stuff that I
His
see and I'm like,
policies were so
why?
beneficial
why?
to the working class
Yeah, no,
people
I had the same reaction. Although I think I saw Coons yesterday kind of maybe
that
backtrack
the
on that. He said he
Republicans
wouldn't support funding if it was seen as a de facto
later on were like,
justification
oh God, we
for the war.
cannot allow
I
this
guess
to
big
happen
picture,
again.
What I'd like to see from Democrats
Or
is,
the right wing, whatever.
don't
I don't know
say
if
you
the
oppose
parties
war
had flipped
because
yet,
there
but you know what I
wasn't a
mean.
vote at Congress first or some process concern. Talk about
His
the
policies
root
were
of the problem,
so
which is this is an
beneficial
illegal,
to the public,
immoral regime change
to the
war
voting
that's already
population,
proven to be a disaster. 7
that
US service
the
members are dead.
the
Dozens,
business
hundreds of
owning
are actually wounded. I
class,
think 140
like the
US
corporate
service members
class,
are wounded. Thousands of Iranians are dead.
had
I
to
mean,
do
the
everything they
US
can to prevent that
Tomahawk
from
missile
happening again, or they would
sold
never
a school
have.
full of little girls.
They never would
That's
have
the moral
gotten
state
power
of a
back.
nation that all of us are paying for.
Think
And
about
I
that.
think Democrats need to loudly oppose the war and block funding. If Donald Trump comes to Congress and says, "I want $50 billion more,"
You say
for
too
the war,"
many.
which is what Politico reported they
I
might
say
do,
clearly not
they
enough.
should say hell no. Let's spend that money any other way. Jobs, education, whatever.
Yeah.
Because we're right back where
Yeah,
we
I mean,
were
I guess the
before he
argument
took
on the other
office.
side is we need to get out in
And
some way
you
that
could even
is,
argue that it's worse.
good for the American people too. And once you're in, you're in.
Considering
Is
the
that
FDR
an
worked with the captains of industries
I
and award
mean,
them government contracts for those
I don't really know
programs.
what that even means, right? Because Donald Trump keeps telling reporters,
Like, see, I don't give a fuck if the
basically won.
if the government contract works towards the benefit of the people, I do not give a fuck. What I have a problem with are the government contracts that are basically a blank check to defense industries, where they're never audited, and they just give their CEOs like $100 million bonuses at the end of the year.
Slow brewing,
You know,
with this
there
war,
is a
which
difference between
over
those two.
Israel. And how much or how little Israel is controlling the timeline.
If you're
and the
giving
goals
government
of
contracts
separation.
to an
could
industry,
see how this was
and that
bubbling
industry
when you
is
watched Marco
providing
Rubio kind of set off this
healthcare,
firestorm when he said the reason we
if they're
attacked Iran
providing
was
a
because of
living
Israel,
wage,
essentially.
and if they are providing a retirement fund, then I have no issue with that government contract. Well, back then you had actual heads of industry. Gotcha.
And then Donald Trump.
If the funding from those government industries are being used to provide living wages,
this is so messy to talk about.
healthcare,
because
and
the
retirement,
conversation really easily
there's nothing
slides
wrong with
into
that being
and you
that
have to
being
kinda hold
in
two things in
existence.
your head at the same time. You've got to
So you have
hold your
people with
head
morals running the companies.
Benjamin Netanyahu, as you probably know,
That would be nice.
personally, having
That would be fucking nice.
served under Barack Obama. has been trying
You
to
should
convince
watch The
American
War of the
leaders to
Factories
do
and the
what
Story
he
of Liberty
wants
Ships.
in Iran for literal years.
But
also Benjamin Netanyahu is a single
Can you
person.
link it
He is
in
not a
Discord so I
religion.
remember it?
On the
I'm
other
interested.
Hand, Benjamin Netanyahu is the
I'm
head
interested
of
in
state
checking that out
of
later.
Israel, which is Israel, the Jewish state. How is that complicating the communication about this war and the problems that are inherent in it?
It is profoundly complicating the conversation. I mean, look, I don't blame. Let's just start with it. Like, with the question of did this war start because of Israel, there is just no doubt that Bibi Netanyahu, as you said, has been pushing for war with Iran for decades. I mean, he
as well as Salvage of Pearl Harbor. I really recommend that one. Really fucking good.
Bush,
God bless
Clinton,
us.
like,
Yeah, dude, that had
for
to
a
be
very long
terrible,
time, so
man.
it's not in doubt.
I do remember
Netanyahu
hearing
himself,
stories of
after the
like
war started, said, I've been praying for this for 40
divers
years,
after the
finally
ships were
become
sunk, they could hear the people inside like banging on
I
the
think
hulls.
It is
Ugh,
just
that had to be freaking
unequivocally
terrible, man.
True that the timing of this current conflict started because of decisions by Netanyahu. I mean, that's what Marco Rubio said, which was that the Israelis were going to strike because they had this intelligence. Therefore, we knew they were going to hit back at us.
And look what we've been
so
reduced
we had
to.
enter the war when they did. That is what
We're
Rubio
reduced
said.
to a handful
So,
of billionaires.
You know, I understand the sensitivity around this, but
And
that's-
we're
it seems to be just
a-
the fact. I would also argue that the previous
We're
war with
Israel's
Iran,
bitch.
the Midnight Hammer operation.
You watched
got
Moment,
pulled
over
into
1,000
that war
American
because
sailors were brutally
Netanyahu
murdered
started
when the
conflict
Arizona
that
went
he
up.
could not finish because the Israelis didn't have the munitions you needed to hit targets that are buried deep inside a mountain. So I get the sensitivity, but I think we have to just be honest that like there are some primary drivers who are pushing us towards conflict with Iran, and Bibi Netanyahu is first among them.
Yeah, and a problem here.
Like,
is
how
that
bad is it
there
that
are plenty of
our
conservatives who
president
have no problem talking about
is
this in,
being
like, the most
led
obnoxious
around
way possible.
by his
People
balls
like Ed
by
Fuentes, Candace Owens,
the
Tucker
prime minister
Carlson,
of a
Tucker Carlson
country
recently blamed a
that
specific
we are
sect of
providing
Hasidic
military
Jews
and financial
for
aid to.
orchestrating
Like,
that
how
fall.
freaking
Yeah,
ridiculous!
Oh, it's a
Like,
holy war. Like, it's
like,
really,
like it's a
awful, and it
story
just sort
so
of
bad that you
underlines
can't even make it up.
this thread
The
in
guy
America
filming was
First
there for weeks
movement
waiting for a
that is
story and
very
continued filming
toxic,
despite the attack.
Very dangerous, and
Oof.
it's interesting.
I know
'cause
I've
one
seen a
of my
lot of
colleagues was
World War
looking
II
at
images.
Tucker
I know I
Carlson's show
have seen a
recently,
lot
interviewed
of
a woman
images
who's been
from
sort of in
Pearl
the
Harbor,
States making
so it is
anti-Semitic
entirely
allegations
possible
for a
that I
long time,
did
and
see
she was
what you're
saying how
talking
the
about at
problem
some
with
point in the
watching it is that
past.
she was interspersing her wildly
But
offensive comments.
I don't
with
remember.
Pretty reasonable
Oh,
comments
oh, oh,
about
oh.
Israel, and that is.
I
confusing
recommend
to
if you have
people.
Netflix.
And I agree with that, and I just see that as
Look
a
up
looming
a movie
threat.
2 of them. There's 2
I
movies
think
on Netflix
Marco
that you have to
Rubio's
check out.
comments
You have to
and
check
this
out.
war
Have to.
generally
Absolutely.
are going to cause
Of the utmost
long-term,
importance.
potentially generational
One is called The Social Dilemma,
within the Republican Party
and the other
when it
one
comes to
is
support
called.
for
They're
Israel.
documentaries, and the other one is called The Great
I
Hack.
think that Rubio put in plain terms the evidence for something people already thought on the far right, which is that Israel is controlling U.S. foreign policy and therefore forced us into this war.
I think I've seen
personally
one of
think
them.
it's more
Probably The
complicated
Social
than that.
Dilemma. That'd probably be my
I
guess.
think there are
The Great
actual
Hack
security
came out in
concerns with Iran's nuclear
2019. It
program
was
and
before The
explosive
Social
programs. I
Dilemma.
don't think the war solves them. I think Trump had other reasons for going to war, but Netanyahu certainly was a key part of that decision tree. And
But check out The
what
Great
Rubio
Hack.
said will just be replayed forever.
It'll give you.
The other point I
It'll
want to
give
make,
you
though,
a lot more
I think
perspective
some
on
organizations
the
that
behind the
are,
scenes of the
ostensibly
Trump
pro-Israel,
administration,
like the ADL
or the
and
Trump
AIPAC, have made this
2016
problem
campaign.
exponentially worse because they make bad faith attacks and allegations. of
It'll
anti-Semitism
broaden your
all the time
perspective.
when people are having policy debates, and I think that is harmful.
I need to move
because
my
they are
camera.
trying to
I keep looking at
drive
my chat,
away
but the camera's
the
over here.
substantive piece
Chat.
of the
But I'm talking to chat.
that
You're
you
over
were
here.
talking about and silence critics.
Actually,
and I
I
think
want to do
that
this. I'm
criticism
stupid.
then goes to the
I can
fringes
move. I
on
can
the far
freaking move
left
my chat.
and on the far right, where people think,
Durr-ga-durr.
finally someone's having
Put
a
over here.
real conversation about
Close to
this,
the camera.
an honest conversation. And as you said, it'll be sprinkled in with Holocaust denial or fill in the blank sort of anti-Semitic trope.
Can I move my camera?
Rhodes,
So it's right next to my chat. Oh God.
kind of
Oh, God.
right-wing
Oh, God.
candidate, and like, you know, all of a sudden maybe we're going to be
Good now?
talking about Tucker Carlson as like candidate for
Second chin.
president. And,
Yep, you can
taking
see my second
the
chin.
whole
Okay,
MAGA
cool.
movement in a
That's
new
important.
A new direction that.
That's my trademark. It's my second
know,
chin.
it's-
There we go. I'm looking at the chat, so
It's
it looks like
scary.
I'm looking at the
It's
camera.
scary.
Haha.
And it also exposes a problem
Perfect.
for Democrats, and I feel like you're kind of like leading into that a little bit, which is like, you know, they've
Can I
had
expand
trouble
this?
separating their
Oh,
allyship
oh.
with Jewish constituents from their allyship with Israel, the state.
Yep, it adds
and I feel
to your
like even watching
constitutional
you and your
literacy, gives you
colleagues at
+5 to
PodSave,
endurance.
You've, like, seen this evolution and how
Wait, what
Democrats
does?
think
Hold on.
about their
What'd I miss?
positioning here. The Bulwark is recently.
I wasn't
released
paying
an article where
attention.
They're basically saying
It
Democrats
adds to
are
your
slowly figuring out
constitutional.
how to
What
talk
does?
about
All
Israel.
the double
Would you
chin.
agree with
Ha!
that? Or
Gotcha.
It seems like there's a lot of there's a
I
lot
like
of
it.
evolution happening. It's taking a lot of time as someone who's watching it. I'm like, guys, can we speed this up?
Yeah, I mean, I proudly hated Netanyahu since like 2009, so I feel like I've been here for a minute. But that's just because he's a shitty person, but and a corrupt racist. Anyway, so
Why did my chat move? What?
Really
Oh my God.
I think
Why?
the Democrats
Okay.
have moved.
Why the fuck did my chat move?
They've
I didn't
moved
put it there.
slowly on talking about this question and on evolving when it comes to U.S. support for Israel. But also
I moved
sort of in the
my
context
monitors
of
around
the issue itself.
last week.
It's been a sea change, right? Like,
And
the
I
fact that you
actually
would have,
rotated
I forget what the
one of my
exact count was,
monitors
like
to a
dozens of
vertical
Democratic members of
position.
Congress voting to
But every
condition aid
time
to
I
Israel,
minimize
a
my
year or two
screens
ago,
or
that wouldn't have
Alt-Tab
happened.
out of
It
them,
wouldn't have had any like 10 years ago, right? So I think they've moved
whichever,
quickly. Like the war in
whatever I
Gaza
have
was
on the
really
vertical screen,
what supercharged
like
that.
jumps
I
around
do
everywhere,
think,
and it's absolutely infuriating.
I hope every single Democrat votes against funding for this Iran war. I hope it's not just because of Israel, but I imagine it will be seen as a signal. I do think that what's happening right now, though, will be part of any consideration about, say, a future MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that lays out U.S. military support for Israel.
It's funny. Congress can effectively destroy the Supreme Court if they ever wanted to.
Systems, including defensive systems.
Not this one.
So I think we need to move a little faster.
Not this Congress. Not this
Politicians
Supreme
need to
Court.
listen to the voters because the politicians are behind the voters.
Oh
But
my
they're-
God!
they're
Why did it move?
Yeah, I mean, some of my evidence.
There's a
about
small
the
clause called the
sort
exception
of,
clause, which gives Congress the power to define the appellate jurisdiction of
the
the court.
slowness
The original
of
jurisdiction
Democrats
is
moving
very
here actually
limited,
comes
but
from your
don't get
podcast. You interviewed
caught
Gavin Newsom
by the
recently, and
court's
it was so
original
interesting to
jurisdictions.
me
They can
because
turn
that
into a trial
interview
and
made
sentencing court.
headlines because
Interesting.
A lot of people locked on. You asked him a question about Israel, and he used the words apartheid
Like,
state.
I'm a
which
simple
everyone's like,
simple guy.
"Whoa, Gavin
I'm a
Newsom
simple
says
guy.
Apartheid state. But if you watch
I
their
think
actual conversation, what he says is like
that
Tom Friedman has
the
said
court,
the words apartheid
as
state.
long as we have a, as long as we have
And I was like, wow, we're
a
really
political
having to,
party
like,
system
hide
that is limited to
what we're
2
saying
political
in
parties,
other people's words here.
I
And
don't
see
think that
and
we
I'm
should
like,
ever have a court
there's still some work
that
to do on
is
communications and
this
messaging.
bipartisan. or this partisan.
Yeah,
I mean,
I have the exact.
it
same
should
reaction
never
to the
be
kind of
in favor of
Twitter
one
response
party
to
or the
Gavin's
other
comments, which was
by
literally
more
saying
than
not
one
breathing.
justice
A
ever.
column from like the day before, and then when we tried to push him on, well, whether would that change how you think about US military?
So they can straight up
he
sentence you to
basically
death,
said,
and
like, we
then there ain't shit you can do. Awesome.
So, and you know,
Feels like baby steps.
They didn't do
yeah,
that
you
to
could
enough
imagine him
Confederates.
being attacked from the left.
Do you want my
for those
opinion?
Comments, but I think the word apartheid brings so much emotional weight and meaning with it that that just jumped out at people. The fact that it came out of his mouth. I agree. I mean, look, I think Gavin is one of the politicians.
How do
who's
I?
been a little slow
Okay.
to evolve on these questions.
Is there a way I can pin
Which
a
is
window
interesting because Gavin Newsom is very
without it
responsive
jumping
to the
around
way the winds
everywhere?
are changing.
You know, it's interesting though. He
'Cause,
also,
like,
I think, had this experience.
I
where
put it
he
in the
was
top
Israel
left.
right after October 7th. He met with victims. He saw Netanyahu.
But when I
so
when I
think it was,
reopen
I don't know. I'm sure he had an emotional
Skyrim,
reaction to it too.
Yeah.
when I reopen Skyrim, it jumps to
One
the
more
far right.
communications crisis I think we have to
Like
talk
I
about,
can't
and
get
you've
it to
alluded
stay
it,
where I
and
put
it's
it.
not just a communications crisis, is humanitarian, which is what is happening in the Middle East right now, and how we are talking about it here in the United States. There have been two incidents that I can't stop thinking
It
about.
could be
one
mirroring
is the strike
it.
on the girls' school, which happened very early in the war.
How do I stop it
here.
from doing that?
And then there was a strike on an Iranian naval vessel that was unarmed, and there's good evidence that the United States
I'm not a
knew
computer
that
guy.
that naval vessel was unarmed
Like everything that
because
I
it's
have
coming from
set
an
up for my
exercise in
streaming,
India, where the United States also was.
like all this software and stuff, I've just been winging
And
it.
both
You know.
of these incidents have been discussed in such rough terms. I mean, Donald Trump tried to blame the strike on the girls' school on Iran itself.
I'm gonna
and
try
now
placing it
there's
in the right
credible
corner
evidence
and see if
from
it
the
flips.
United States military that this
okay.
was a mistake, a targeted
Oh, actually,
mistake by the United States. This is just today.
it wasn't. I didn't have it placed in the
This
corner.
is stuff that breaks administrations.
Yeah.
I feel.
But let's see.
I look back at Iraq and
what this does.
humanitarian stuff like this.
All right, hold on.
I'm
placing in the upper right
I
corner.
like to think Americans get upset about it for good reason, and
Now I'm going
and
to
do want
open
accountability
Skyrim. What's
for
it do? What's it do? What's it do?
I
What's it do? What's
think
it do?
you're
What's it
right.
do?
Look, I think writ large, the American people are good.
Oh, it
and
completely
decent, and they
disappeared. It
want
went underneath.
their government.
It
to
went
operate,
underneath
as they
the
make
the other
for most
window.
people who work in the U.S.
Damn it.
military. Like, it is a job.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Right? No one, they are clear-eyed about that, but they care deeply about avoiding civilian casualties. And I'm sure that anyone who was involved in that Tomahawk missile strike on that girls' school will take it to their grave and will have sleepless nights and just be devastated and horrified by what they were a part of. I think the broader point you're getting at is something that really bothers me too, which is sometimes we
Okay,
just
this
don't
is
talk
absolutely
about the
infuriating.
human beings in these countries that we are.
Well, I
buying
put it in
or
the upper right
invading
corner and
or
it didn't
harming with
move.
Sanctions. Like they're
The only
humans,
thing that
there's
happened
real
was
suffering
the
here.
other window
I'll just give you another example. Like, the Israelis
covered it.
are responding to Hezbollah attacks in southern Lebanon with airstrikes of their own, with evacuation orders, and a ground invasion into southern Lebanon that has displaced.
That means that it is
700,000
shifting.
people. I mean, that's like
or the coordinates are shifting.
The
Weird
entire
quirk.
city of Denver across the border to another state. I mean, that's the equivalent.
If
of
I just hover it,
humanitarian
if I hover it,
catastrophe.
it
on top
jumps
of
to the other side,
years
but
of
it stays on
warfare
top
and
of the other
conflict
window.
and political dysfunction.
If I
it's like a blip
pin
on
it
the
to a
radar,
corner,
and it's like I don't. It's
it
not that people
stays
don't
in the
care, I think it's
corner,
that they're overwhelmed.
but the
by
other
scope and
window
scale
jumps
of
over
what's
top of
happening.
it.
Probably never hear about what's happening in Lebanon.
yeah, I mean, and it's far. It's not.
And I don't
here.
know how to pin it in place.
I just wonder what all this adds up to. Like, I look at someone like Jamel Bowie, columnist in the New York
Keep it
Times, who's
hovering
basically
in the
arguing
right
President
corner
Trump
and
is
see what.
setting
Okay,
his
without.
presidency
All
on
right.
fire
See
here.
what happens.
And I see that, but I also
Hovering,
know
hovering,
that Donald Trump has
hovering.
been the comeback kid. And when we're also at the same time talking about a possible
The other window jumped
way
over
this
top of it.
conflict and the messaging around it contributes to
Oh, this is
Tucker,
infuriating.
the rise of Tucker Carlson as a political candidate.
Actually, let me
It's
see
a
if I can do
real
this. I
monkey's paw
wonder.
situation, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with respect to Jamel's prediction, I hope that's true. I think
Actually, I think what I need to do.
Since 2015 is
I think I need to change my game to windowed mode. Is what I need to do.
Yes, let's not do that.
So that I can jump in and out of the game
and, like, maybe this thing is a blip
without having to alt tab. I think that's what I have to do.
Like, really, like I just don't know that.
By the way, this is the entire process of debugging code.
Game that out. Like, let's see what,
awesome.
We're done with the bombing.
I mean, it's troubleshooting. Like, I'm familiar with troubleshooting, you know.
Right away.
I worked in satellite communications where it's all like,
I'm doing the like,
you know, point-to-point connections,
kind of
whether physically or digitally. And if there's an issue, you're trying to figure out where the hiccup is.
If you listen to Joe Rogan or Megyn
So I'm familiar with troubleshooting.
Or Nick Fuentes or Infowars, even like Alex Jones.
It's just when it comes to
the Epstein files,
when it comes to software,
attempts to cover up what was
there are
about Trump,
an obscenely
and now
large amount of possible
Iran,
interactions.
like a steady erosion of trust that I think.
Whereas with it, like
the total is
if it's physical communication,
it is really
you can start in the middle and then work your way back instead of trying, thing after thing after thing.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It gets complex since there's decades of layered patches. Yeah, exactly.
MAGA voters who kind of believed what Trump said, who are now disillusioned and willing to say so.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, just in the last few days, Donald Trump is talking about potentially overthrowing the regime in Cuba.
Mm-hmm. Cuba's a disaster, but I've been hearing so much about Cuba. But Cuba's in its last moments of life, as it was. It'll have a great new life, but it's in its last moments of life the way it is.
Do you get any sense that what's happening right now in Iran will be metabolized as a lesson for this White House?
Good question. Hopefully it makes them feel like they touched the hot stove and they got burned, because I think they feel like they did not get burned in Venezuela. In fact, Trump was.
I think my TikTok live studio froze.
They feel like they did not get burned during the Midnight Hammer.
Are you leaving?
Last year
how much longer until the Salisbury Stakes ready?
There's already been an enormous cost to this war, both in terms of lives lost and the economy.
Do I need to add any like gravy or anything, or is it?
About doing something like this again, but you could imagine Marco Rubio comes into the Oval Office and says, "Sir, the Cubans barely have a military. This would be even easier than Venezuela."
Did you turn the volume up?
Let's be legends. So,
I don't know what getting burned is for Donald Trump at this point. I feel like what qualifies for that? Because he's been burned in so many ways, and I don't know.
He doesn't sound good
in the markets. I think that's all that he cares about. He does that. Like I think I've been talking to some like close Trump watchers who feel like he doesn't really care about politics anymore. Like he kind of maybe cares about 2026, but he doesn't care about these members. Like if they lose, they lose. I think he probably doesn't want to get investigated. He doesn't want to get subpoenaed. Obviously, he will fight those tooth and nail if and when it does happen.
I need to restart.
It seems like he wants to, build monuments to himself, make a lot of money on crypto, kind of call it a day.
Who doesn't sound good?
Yeah. Tommy, I'm really grateful for your time. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me. This is very fun. I mean, it's super depressing, but it was also fun.
I know.
One of the main reasons we're going through this onslaught of daily abuse by our federal government to the electorate, in my opinion, the top reason is that Merrick Garland did not do his job as Attorney General and try Donald Trump expeditiously, quickly, fairly, with all of the evidence, which we all know he funded and organized and was the instigator of January 6th. But he didn't do that, and I could talk about it forever. But also a lot of men in new media propped this guy up. They saw how he treats women. They saw the incompetence of the first administration. They saw January 6th, like a toddler that pitched a fit, that wanted a bunch of rubes to go hang Mike Pence, that didn't want to follow the rules. And somehow they were like, yeah, this is our tough guy. And one of these guys that was so conned is Joe Rogan, one of the most successful, wealthiest podcasters in the world. Why it takes some people such a long time to see the obvious, I'll never understand. But needless to say, they're all going through a lot of stuff right now, and they're realizing in 2026, March of 2026, that Trump might be a liar and a con man. Play the clip.
seems so insane based on what he ran on.
This guy's
is
such
why
a
lot of people
dumbass.
feel betrayed, right? And he ran
Further
on no more
evidence.
Wars,
Further
and
evidence to
stupid
support my
senseless wars,
hypothesis
and then
that
we have
brain
one
damage
that we can't even really clearly
creates
define
right-wing
why we did it.
ideology.
Okay. A lot of people feel betrayed in March, on March 11th of 2026. That's just stunning to me. It's stunning that it takes so long for people to see the obvious.
You know, what's interesting to me is everybody in New York City that had dealt with Trump their entire lives knew that he was a con man. And then you had the evidence of his failing businesses. I mean, he ran on, I'm such a great businessman. He bankrupted 6 times. He bankrupted casinos. All of this information was readily available that he, in fact, everything he touches turns to dog shit. And that's what he's doing to the United States government, democracy, foreign relations, the whole nine.
Yeah, and I think we need to, there's a lot of talk.
Am I still streaming?
People
Can you still hear me?
Know that Trump's a con man, saying we need to offer these people an off-ramp. We need to be a safe place for them to land. And I'm just not really into that. Like, welcome to the resistance if you're here, but I'm not going to coddle you and explain, oh, it's okay that you couldn't see the obvious. Like, we need to demand better of the electorate. Like, we need to promote people that are able to use critical thinking skills in real time. I think it was the Washington Post that had an ongoing lie tally during Trump 1.0, and we were like at 40,000 lies. And then just January 6th in and of itself, the Helsinki incident, not to mention everybody that worked with him in Trump 1.0, conservative, right-wing, neocons, come out of that. I think it was
Looks like it's still working.
Tillerson that said he's a fucking idiot. Like, everybody that worked with him came, with the exception of Stephen Miller, came out of that talking about how dangerous, Nazi-esque, fascistic, and incompetent he was. And so obviously there is already a huge blowback happening in the electorate right now. And Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, this is really interesting. So this is like MAGA thumper Georgia, right? I mean, like, they elected her, which I understand that electorate because Oklahoma is no better. And so here are the results. And it looks like this is heading to a runoff, advancing to a runoff. Democrat
Can you hear me?
Sean Harris with 39.9% of the vote against Clayton
Okay. Just making
Fuller
sure.
with 34.2%.
My TikTok
of the vote.
live
So this is
froze,
why you
so I
see
wasn't
the
sure if
Trump
everything else
regime
did.
going bananas about the election, the upcoming midterms. And we know from January 6th, his default setting is to cheat, disrupt, assassinate his vice president, or, rile up other people to do it so he can be like, I didn't know. So that's really interesting because we all know just historically in midterms, the party that is not in power wins. There's kind of a blowback to the status quo because American policies are so incremental and leave so many behind, and both parties favor corporations. But this is set to be a blue bath. I don't want to say bloodbath because of the association with blood and red, but it looks like it's really teeing up to be just a mammoth majority for the Democrats in Congress. And so no wonder they're already trying to cheat.
Well, Trump when he got beat on election night, when Zoran won, Virginia governor, New Jersey governor all went blue. He was like, well, I wasn't on the ballot. And so the response is, we're going to put Trump on the ballot because everybody rolls out for Trump when he's on the ballot. And he just made a post over the last week or so. If I endorse a candidate, it's virtually a lock for them to win. And so what you see here is he is losing grip on the Republican Party in real time. And I'm here for it. I think now that, we're going to a runoff, I would be extremely surprised if the Democrat won. But between now and the runoff, how much more stuff is he going to break, and how many more soldiers are going to die? How much prices are going to go up? I mean, we still have a lot of time for him to fuck more shit up.
Oh, I don't think there's any question he's going to. But here's what's interesting to me about all of this. When you look at polling of Republicans, they are very unified in polling. They are a very unified force. There are fissures in the MAGA podcasters and the MAGA influencers because they're looking at their career. What is their career going to look like in 1 year and 2 years? And we've all seen this guy's health is completely declining. And so I think the component here is that one thing that Trump did is he got people that were first-time voters to come out in these rural areas that voted.
Well,
so without him
I guess it's
being
not working
on
anymore.
the ballot at the
It's like
top
not
of
even
the
letting
ticket
me
and
connect
being
my
a
phone
midterm,
camera.
I think that
weird.
might be the disparity because when you look
All right,
at
well, I
like
guess that's
his
done for
polling
today.
within MAGA, this is why he
That
thinks he's
is
so popular.
definitely a
because they
tomorrow
are like,
problem.
Look at this. You're polling at 90%. And nobody says
Well,
this is just
I guess I
your
don't have to worry
base.
about my chat
Nobody
jumping around
tells him
everywhere.
that. And so this guy,
Oh man, I need a snack.
Donald Trump, is
I'm feeling snacky.
I'm always so fascinated at
Cool.
how stupid he is.
Yep,
and
that is a
how much
that's
he
that's
gets
my
off the
gift
hook
to
for
tomorrow
being so
me
stupid. Like
to
Joe
figure out
Biden
why
was
that's not
old,
working now.
And
Yay.
you could tell the physical manifestations of his aging. I saw it. You saw it. Jake Tapper wrote a whole book about it. He was absolutely hysterical, but it was
Oh, I
obvious.
fucking hate Jake
I
Tapper
have
so
to say,
much.
It was very obvious. He had aged. He had slowed down. He was kind of shuffling his
Such a
feet.
piece of
And
shit.
so, the media was in a frenzy about it. But just the stupidity of Donald Trump, before we even get to the dementia, this is something that has fascinated me forever. That he doesn't understand the distinction between an insane asylum and a refugee seeking asylum.
This is
And
true.
He has been
He does not.
corrected. It has gone on, and he continues. This is just yesterday. Play the clip.
Emptied their mental institution. They emptied their insane asylum. That's
Yep, there it is.
a step above a mental institution. They emptied them all right into our country.
Oh, he's so
and
stupid.
We've done a great job of doing what we've done. Think of it. We have the lowest.
Okay. So he thinks when he hears his aides and policymakers saying asylum seekers, his brain associates to insane asylums. And then he bounces to, he didn't in this video, but he typically does. And then his brain bounces to a famous fictional character, Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. And he continues to do this over and over. And the idiocy of this and the excusing and insane washing by the press, like Jake Tapper right now, he's way more interested in the wife of Zoran Mamdani and what posts she likes standing up for oppressed people on Instagram than he is this incompetent, idiotic person. Before we even get to the dementia, and Mehdi Hassan and I have talked about this a lot, pop this up. He will never stop believing and saying that asylum seekers come from literal mental institutions, no matter how many times he is mocked for saying so or corrected behind the scenes. We live in idiocracy. And in just piling on the idiocracy of all of this, Pumps and I did an episode earlier where you all saw that Trump is now demanding that everybody in his cabinet and in his circle wear matching shoes. And I can't believe I am saying that.
I don't know if you've seen this. This is freaking
President
hilarious.
of the United States
It's so
wants
embarrassing.
everybody to match his shoes. And so he ordered a pair of shoes for Lil Marco, his nickname, not mine, Little Marco. And it looks like Little Marco's feet are a lot smaller than Trump ever realized. Pop this up. Marco Rubio wearing oversized
embarrassing.
shoes that Trump ordered for him
So
by just guessing
so
his size.
emasculating. Like
Trump has been buying
It's so
$145
submissive.
dress shoes for allies, using the gifts as a lighthearted way to encourage loyalty and unity within his circle. And there's little Marco in his shoes. And I just like, and then if you go back to the top of this episode, you've got Joe Rogan, and he's like, a lot of us just feel betrayed. And I'm like, all of this has been here this whole time. Like when he came down the escalator.
I was kind of telling
all
that
of this stuff, all
Trump
of
thought
this
Rubio was bigger than he was, which is
idiocy,
kind of a compliment.
confusing insane
And the backhand,
asylums
no.
with those seeking asylums,
What I think happened
compulsive
is,
pathological lying,
hold on, I have to
this
pause it for this.
weird
I have to pause it for this,
homosocial
so you can
relationship
hear me
stuff that
clearly.
he has with men.
Oh my God.
All of it has been there the entire time. And
Damn
so
it.
there he is, embarrassing little Marco, and they're all wearing matching shoes. Like, imagine if you and Kylie and I did a live show.
Here's what I think happened. Trump has lizard brain, correct? You agree with this? It doesn't matter if you agree. He does. He has lizard brain. He is a simpleton that makes stupid connections. Like this whole insane asylum, seeking asylum, immigrants seeking asylum thing. I guarantee you that in the back of his head, he is the kind of person that legitimately equates a person's shoe size to their dick size. And because of that, my guess, my theory, is that he was getting people these shoes to match, and Marco Rubio knew that Trump is a fucking simpleton that equates shoe size to dick size, so he told him a larger size than he actually was. And that's what he got. That is my guess. It was very important that I paused it for that, because I truly believe that.
Show, and we just all come out in like matching outfits.
It's weird.
It's just so juvenile.
I mean,
To be honest, and Rubio's a fucking genius.
With my best friend in 6th grade. Like, that's where my mind was in 6th grade. The president of the United States at 80. And
Did you see the shoes though?
Shoes, and
he's walking around in public. No, he's not a genius, because
you would think if you knew,
if he was a genius,
your dictator,
he would have gotten his own shoes
that everybody had to
at
wear
his
the same
own
shoes.
size, and be like, "Oh, thank you,
Marco,
Mr. President."
Go get your size and not tell him. Like, you don't
See,
have
what-
to
yeah,
wear
see,
clown
see,
shoes
what she's saying.
to fit in.
I'm
Wait,
sure what
is it this
happens
one?
is he's
Yeah,
like,
what's she
Marco,
saying?
Here, I ordered you some shoes. Put them on right now.
Right.
You know,
100%.
It's just, this is what he's doing in the middle of a war. He's thinking about everybody dressing like him. And a lot of narcissists see children as an extension of their own narcissism. That's why they, plot out their lives for them, script their lives for them. And this is what Donald Trump is doing with his cabinets. This is classic narcissistic behavior. He sees these members of his cabinets as an extension of his narcissism. So he's dressing them accordingly. It's crazy how insane this person is. And so as we have to go through all of this, and I just want to remind you, this is a more lighthearted episode because we all
Probably
need
why
it,
Don
but,
Jr. immediately grew a beard.
Israel and the United States are committing war crimes in Iran. Israel is committing war crimes in Lebanon.
Well,
we
to be fair,
there's a lot of censorship already on the
I
news
admit
we're receiving
that
about
growing
these
a beard
wars, a lot of propaganda
does
And
hide
there's one entity that could stop
negative
all of
facial
this,
features.
and it's Congress. And
If you've seen
I've
JD
never
Vance
seen
without a
people
beard,
with power,
like
cede
he legitimately
so much
looks like the
ground
JD
to
Vance
the
memes that you see
aforementioned
on like
compulsive liar, bankrupter,
going around like
con
Reddit and
artist,
stuff.
dementia duck, making
No, the one
everybody
where he's
wear
got like the
matching
puffy
shoes.
face.
That's what this is.
He
who
literally
they're
look. He
doing it
does. He
for.
looks like that.
All right. So we have little Moses
Me.
Mike Grinder Johnson.
When I grew
And
my
he's
facial hair
looking
out,
ahead to the midterms,
there was no indication
and
I had
he
this
has
like ridiculous double
realized
chin.
the administration's errors on
You see the post of him
these
wearing that wig
mass
and doing the meme?
deportations.
Yeah, but it's stupid.
And so here he is.
Him doing it is
talking about
stupid.
A little reset. Play the clip.
Because
a little hiccup with some of the
when he
Hispanic
did that, when
votes
he
in
tried to
November for
imitate the
certain,
meme,
because
what that
some of the
demonstrated to
immigration
everyone else
enforcement was viewed to be overzealous, and
was
know,
that
everybody can
he
describe
paid
it
attention to
differently, but
shit
here's the
that's
good
being
news.
said about him
We're
online,
in
and he
course correction
cares.
mode right now. We're going to have a new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen.
Oh,
is
speaking
gonna
of a little bitch.
do a great job in that role. I'm sure that he'll be confirmed by the Senate. He's a thoughtful
Mr.
guy,
Christian
thoughtful.
himself.
You have somebody like Tom Homan who has 40.
Supporting bills to kick millions of people off Medicaid.
First of all, it is not a hiccup to kidnap little kids and put them in concentration camps and feed them food that has worms coming out of it. It is not a hiccup to
Wish
take
it was a Spiny Hat
people
Lollipop
away
one
from
though.
their
Would have been funnier.
children. A lot of people were removed from their children. Their children needed their caretaker, their parent. Alligator Alcatraz is not a hiccup.
It'd be
It
funnier
was
if he
intentional.
died of fecal
It was
poisoning
on
from
purpose. And
impacted
make no
bowels, and
mistake
he was
about
too
it,
embarrassed to
listener.
get a colonoscopy
They
because
can
it was
trot
gay.
out little Senator Booster Box, Mark Wayne Mullen, all they want to, but don't kid
That'd be
yourselves.
funnier.
The person who runs DHS is Stephen Miller. What Little Grinder is trying to do here is he's starting to see we have problems with the midterms. If I'm Little Grinder, this is what I'm saying. If my boss can't figure out a way for us to
That's a bit
cheat,
dark.
the Supreme Court
No, think
isn't
about it.
helping, we're going to
These
have
people-
to lure the Latino voters.
These people are so
because these
anti-gay.
people are transactional
They
to them,
probably
and this
think
is
that
the
getting a
fool's
colonoscopy
errand
is
of
gay.
MAGA. So many people have something broken in them, and
If they have
their
impacted
default setting
bowels,
is cruelty.
they would probably
They're
think
so
that getting
broken, so
an enema
they want to
is gay.
manifest that brokenness and being cruel to others. And so they like to pick on immigrants. They like to pick on gay people. They like to pick on women, etc. And then once they screw up, then they're like, oh, wait a minute, this was just a hiccup. Number one, that's
Only a fool would
incredibly
think that.
insulting. But also,
Look who's in our
what
government.
DHS
Look at our cabinet.
under Kristi Noem,
RFK.
Stephen Miller, and Donald Trump, with an assist from Little Grinder,
Only a
was
fool would think that.
exactly what
That
they
is all our
campaigned on.
administration
This
is.
exactly
Every
what
one
the
of them.
MAGA rubes, the
Every
deplorables,
one
this
of
is
them.
exactly what they wanted. They like this. This is what they campaigned on. These are the signs from the RNC. Mass deportation now. And you might remember I started this episode with Joe Rogan. And a couple of months ago when they were, at Home Depot and at places of employment rounding up people, he was like, they're rounding up gardeners. They're rounding up people. I thought they were going to get the criminals. And this is the problem. You have so many people that don't have moral clarity at all. And so they go ahead and vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump gives them a permission structure to hate, to feast on this stuff. And then when it affects them personally, somebody in their lives were deported, or they see this and they're like, oh, that doesn't look good. Then they want to have cover somewhere. Oh, this is a hiccup. And, clearly Mike Johnson right there just threw Kristi Noem under the bus. So that is the first big domino to fall in this. And of course, Kristi Noem is now like the Department of some bullshit superhero shield, something they made before, right, to keep her mouth shut. But I've said this once and I'll say it again.
Yep.
This MAGA, they try to present this all united front.
I should have had my
They're
game in
all
windowed mode.
high-fiving.
That was my problem.
They're all
Okay.
wearing the same
The part they left
shoes.
out is that the crime to
You
cross
know
the border
it's the
illegally
most
was a civil
toxic
violation to overstay your visa.
workplace
They
on the
technically
planet.
didn't lie. They just
All right,
said
listener, it's
they would
March
start with
and
violent
spring,
criminals,
thank
not that they
God, is
wouldn't stop
creeping
there.
in.
So,
I'm all
do you
about
want to know where they
shaking
got the
off
violent
winter
criminals?
funk and resetting my routine.
Not off the
Sometimes
streets.
I feel kind of like brain fog and groggy.
The
in
violent
mornings.
criminals
If
they
you're like
deported
me, you're
were
craving
ones
a
that they had
little
already
fresh
been
energy and
tried,
focus
convicted,
as the
and
seasons
imprisoned.
change. And let me tell you, one of the best changes
By the way,
I've made is swapping out my usual coffee for something way, way better. It's called Mud Water. If
So the
you're a
people you
matcha
see them
lover,
taking off the
their
streets,
matcha starter kit is a
those are not the violent
must-try.
criminals.
It's the perfect way to step into clean energy.
Those are the people that
with
are
matcha's calming,
those are the
focused
people that are
boost.
like late
One
paying
sip,
a parking
and you'll
ticket
feel like you're dancing barefoot in grass. Seriously, that's how good this stuff is.
because
So
they
whether
were
you're
sentenced
mixing up the
to
matcha
for a
or
crime.
easing into something gentler than your usual brew.
Like, is that what
Mud
you
Water
want?
Makes it ridiculously easy to start the day
Like,
feeling good. Listener, are you
you
ready
want to
make the
release
switch to
the violent
cleaner
criminals?
energy? Head to mudwater.com and grab your starter kit today.
That's what they
Right
did.
Now, our listeners get an exclusive deal up to 43% off your entire order, plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use code IHIP. That's right, up to 43% off with code IHIP at MUDWTR.com. After you purchase, they're going to ask how you found them. Please support our show and let them know that we sent you.
They hate each other's guts. I mean, there's zero doubt about that. But what's interesting to me and what fascinates me about MAGA
If they have a deportation
is they're
order,
at the
let their
RNC
home
mass
countries sort them out.
deportations now. His big
Oh.
polling number was on immigration. He was going to take
So
care of
the country that
immigration.
they fled from,
And then when people
you trust
see
that
it,
country to sort them out.
and they see, which I give them no credit for, he's going to
Instead of them being tried, convicted, and serving out their sentence here for the violent crime, where they are in prison, where they are unable to commit more violent crimes,
when you repeat back
you think that it's
Charlie
better
Kirk's words,
to send them to a
people are
country
offended by it.
that
So
is
when
unable
you
to
take
keep
Donald Trump's
their own
words
population from
and you
fleeing said
process
country.
them to be
That's
just people you
the better
And then the mirror is shown up to you.
Which, by the way,
in full,
these countries they're fleeing from
colors
are destabilized because of our government.
You voted for this. The mirror, those people don't like it. And that's what's fascinating to me, is the people that they're all in. Then you hold up a mirror and then they feel terrible about themselves. I mean, do I think they really admit it to themselves? No. But it makes them uncomfortable.
I don't think they feel terrible about themselves. I think all of a sudden they feel
I will
like
admit
victims. Joe Rogan at the
that
top
there
of
is
this
an immigration
episode,
problem.
So many people
I
feel
will admit
betrayed.
that.
They're
Our
victims of
asylum
this guy.
process is trash.
They don't feel bad about themselves.
It is
They
too
immediately
broad.
Go into victim mode.
Um,
And that's a big distinction.
and
I don't
it
know
is
that these
slow
people
and
are
lethargic.
Capable of feeling poorly about
I
themselves.
wholeheartedly
other than setting
agree.
up a blame structure.
The solution.
Donald Trump lied to us.
The solution
I was never
is
for
not
this, and so now I'm a victim
to
of this guy. Instead of
kidnap
saying,
children.
you know what? Like Joe Rogan's to say, you know what?
Separate
fell into all
parents
this.
from
The
their kids.
Fight video at the
Kidnap people off the streets because they were late paying a speeding ticket.
Listen to my gut.
You know?
And I should have.
That is not the
There's
solution.
No personal accountability in any of these people's statements. It's that they're a victim. Mike Johnson is now a victim of Kristi Noem's overzealousness, even though nothing has changed at DHS. Kristi Noem was a puppet. Mark Wayne Mullet will be a puppet. Stephen Miller will be
The suffering is the purpose. The suffering, deportation is not their purpose.
Victim mode. There's never
it's the suffering.
Personal accountability. From
That is
the
that's the
party
purpose of what they're
personal
doing.
Accountability.
Right. That's it.
Always forgiveness without accountability. And that's
and
how
this
they
again,
with
this is the
impunity.
Propaganda coming through.
And so that's why when I hear people
all
say,
these illegal
you know, we're gonna have to
immigrants
offer these people
taking all of our
an
jobs,
off-ramp.
raping all of our women.
Listen, that's their shit.
Even though every part of that statement is bullshit.
Personal growth. We've
and
all
you know
had
that.
to sort out
if you
things.
don't know that,
I'm
then
not,
again,
you know, if you want to come
you can
join
thank
the
the years of
resistance,
propaganda
opposition,
for leading
great,
you to believe
welcome
that.
Aboard. But am I going to be like, I understand that you were manipulated by Donald Trump. My thing is like, I understand that you're a fucking idiot. You need to really clue in and deprogram yourself from this cult. Like that's what needs to happen because it was obvious,
time for propaganda.
Abundantly obvious how broken this man is.
Dude, like I just hate.
If you never watched or knew anything,
I'm already
about him
angry,
before, and it was just the first
because of the shit that our government's doing
race in the
overseas.
Republican Party in 2015 and 2016.
When I see
that he was not fit for this job. And it's
the
only
propaganda
gotten worse
tactics
since then. All right, that's all we have.
coming out
Like,
in real
subscribe,
time.
Comment, and we'll be back later.
It's
with
frustrating.
more news.
On top of there's frustration on top of the anger. Because like I'm sick of seeing these fucking tropes pop up over and over again. Like no matter how much information is out there proving that it's incorrect.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher
Because
of The Bulwark.
it's
and
so
this
much
week,
easier
we're
to believe
Illinois,
a lie
home of Abraham Lincoln,
that you
Dish
want to
Pizza,
believe than it is
Bears,
for
Barack
the
Obama,
truth to
and
refute
a
that.
fascinating primary for an open Senate seat. Senator Dick Durbin is retiring, and Illinois is blue enough
They're not being
that
spotty?
one of the three
Oh,
main
it
candidates
is,
we'll talk
isn't it?
about today is going to be their next senator. Those are
I didn't see any drop frames. I have 0 drop frames.
Krishnamurthy, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, and
If there's
Congresswoman
internet
Robin
problems, I think it's
Kelly.
on your end.
For the past year, I've been
I
saying
have
that
0 drop
Democratic
frames.
voters don't care as much about the
In the
elite
3 hours that I've been
debate
streaming,
that's been going
0
on
drop
that
frames.
says we gotta, Dems need to be more moderate, Dems need to be more progressive. The voters really just want their leaders to be more aggressive. But on this count, one candidate is clearly
But
distinguishing
you're right, it is normally that
herself
time
in
when it is
this
spotty.
group.
So
And it turns out from the voters we listened to, she may be distinguishing herself a bit too much, which we'll get into. My guest today started out in politics in Chicago and is still in Chicago.
Yep.
Yep. David Axelrod, senior political commentator at CNN and distinguished fellow at the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics, where I admittedly was
my internet,
also
not
a
yours.
fellow. Welcome
well,
back,
illegal
and thanks for
immigration
being
negatively
here.
impacts certain industries, mainly due to the avoidance of minimum wage laws.
Yeah, you were
And
a
what-
great fellow. And,
No,
it
it doesn't.
At the Institute of Politics.
You're
And
right.
in
That is the
great city
correct
of Chicago.
terminology.
You named
It
just a few of
impacts
the
the
virtues
industry.
of Chicago. There.
What's two
But
big ones I missed?
it does
you
not
missed the Cubs and the
negatively
White Sox, but
impact
no, but you missed the lakefront.
citizens.
Okay.
Right. You missed.
It negatively impacts the
the
immigrants
restaurants.
themselves.
Great food scene.
and a good music scene too. So,
That is very important for people
you know
to
what,
realize.
Sarah, and I know I'm going far afield here, but you asked for me, so you get what you
Because
get. I grew up
you
in the
should
city
know,
of New York,
I hope
and
that you
went to
know,
college in Chicago, and I
that
always-
they
and when I
are,
got out there, I
from a
thought, well, this is
financial
sleepy little
aspect,
town. And I never went
they
back
are a
because
net
what I
benefit
discovered was Chicago is
on
a big
our
city
economy.
with a kind of small
Yes,
town
even
sense
the
of
illegal ones.
community, that you don't really get in New
Because
York.
whenever
And,
they
I mean,
make
I lived in
purchases,
Manhattan,
even if
it
it's at
was
the
like
gas
foreign
pump,
travel for me to
they're
go
paying
to
taxes.
the boroughs, you know.
And they are
At that time, it's
receiving
still a little
zero
different now.
social
Brooklyn
benefits
is
in
sort of
return.
a adjunct to Manhattan now. But anyway, we digress. Let's get down to
Chicago's
business
great.
here.
Chicago's
Yes.
great. We get it. And I enjoyed my time there. Can't wait to get back. So
Yes.
just on this, I think it's not getting a ton of attention in part because it's not a competitive seat. So it's really just a competitive primary.
Right.
But I like intra-party Democratic skirmishes. I'm interested in how you think those might have changed during the Obama years, or like set the scene for us about this primary. I assume you're sort of deep in it there.
I really hope
Yeah, you know,
that
listen, I think this is
Tallarico
unlike any
wins the
Senate
race here in
race that
Texas.
I've seen in Illinois.
Oh man, I really hope so.
Because of the sort of low-key nature of it, there's not a great deal of interest in it. You had one candidate, Raja Krishnamurthy, and good for you for pronouncing it right on the first try.
I practiced.
I know you did. I know you did. You prepare. But he's prepared for this race for years and
She
years.
prepares,
And he's just.
but she doesn't understand
fundraised
why
and
Josh
fundraised,
Shapiro
and he
is a terrible choice for
started,
president
the race
candidate.
with $20 million in the bank. And he
ugh.
started running ads.
It
in
also
July,
negatively impacts due
and
to
he's been on
competitive
the air
advantage,
since
negatively
July.
impacts everyone. Same
And
reason American
the other
workers cannot
candidates,
compete with Chinese labor, I
Juliana
think.
Stratton, the
Yeah, so
lieutenant
honestly, like,
governor,
you have to remember, the problem
just
isn't the
recently,
illegal immigration.
got on the air. Robin Kelly was
It's
another member of
the business
Congress,
owners,
barely
because
gotten on
if they wanted
the,
to,
air. I think that
they could hire
it
the
just-
illegal immigrants,
the race is sort of
and they
limped
could pay the
along
illegal
for
immigrants a
long
living
time. It's
wage
not like the
if they
Texas
wanted to.
race with
But
vivid
it's the business owners that
personalities
take
who,
advantage
you know,
of the
draw
desperation
national attention and so
that
on.
those
And
immigrants
so
are
it's interesting
facing.
to hear these groups and hear how
The problem
how
is
much
the
people
business
knew
owners, not the
and what
immigrants
they
or the
took
immigration
away
itself.
From these candidates, as you point out, there was one ad.
It
that
is
had
a
great deal of
symptom.
attention, but it also is hard.
And
It's
you will
hard to
never
divine
relieve
from
the
these groups where
symptoms
this is going.
until you
For
cure the
months
disease.
And months and months, it looked like Raja would run away with it because he has. He was on the air, and he was the only candidate people were hearing from. Now there's some doubt. I still think he's the front runner, but there seems to be some doubt about it, and we should let the people speak here, I guess.
We will let the people
Yeah,
speak.
what you're
Just-
talking
just
about.
to be clear, you know,
If one company
the
follows the
reason I
law,
wanted
can't
to do
compete with
this
one that
race,
avoids it. That's
even
race
though
to the
it's
bottom.
not one of the sort of top tier
Like,
races
you
that
actually
people are
see
paying a lot of
that-
attention to, is that there is a
You see that
phenomenon
happening
has occurred in
legally
this race that I think
with
actually
the
gives us quite a bit to
dismantling
chew
of
on
workers'
around
unions in like these
Democrats and
right-to-work states.
communications and the things that break through.
What you're
and it
describing
means
is
in this new
already
media
happening
environment
legally.
to get voters' attention. And I want to
So
wrestle
again-
with that because that's an interesting.
Yeah, no, it is.
And so we're going to start out.
that is not the
you know,
problem.
we
It's a
conducted
symptom.
Two groups of Illinois Democrats for this show. One of the groups was all women, not on purpose. That just happened to be the people that responded. So we had one group of all women and then another group that was mixed. So this first candidate, as you say, Raja Krishnamurthy.
Oh, this would
but,
be my
if I
freaking
may
dream
just call
job.
him,
Just like
Raja, for
do
the-
We would invite you to
course
do
of
that.
this.
Yes.
Yes.
do
yes,
focus groups and qualitative
so he, like you said,
surveys,
he's been on TV
like
a ton.
political
He has
analysis.
spent
Oh my
a lot
gosh,
of
that'd be so
money.
freaking amazing.
He's been the front runner
That'd be
in
the,
most
that'd
polls,
look like my
kind of
perfect
until
job.
now, like it is tightening up. He's from the Chicago suburbs, and you can think of him as the more moderate or the more establishment guy in the race.
Did I
Let's
say it
listen
was
to how the
no?
voters talked about Raja.
They use their illegal status to coerce them into such a position. Yes, the impact is due to their illegal status being taken advantage of. Yes, both do not exist. If A, if they had legal status. B, if they did not
what
arrive.
I read on social media about his donors.
So,
versus
in regards to B,
you know, what I thought I believed
they wouldn't
in
come
him.
here
So I just
if
ended up
our
disappointed in-
foreign
and it may
policy
be my fault because I didn't-
wasn't
I
determined to
had a little bit more of a
destabilize
glow
as
around
many
him.
other countries as possible.
which is making
to
it
answer
hard
A,
as I
they
go
would
forward,
have
because
legal
I would say
status
even 3 months ago, I
if the
assumed he
focus
one of
was
those
on
strikes. And now I'm not
the court
there. I
system,
have
the
to make a
immigration
decision
court
now.
system,
You know, he wears
instead
nice
of the
suits, and
immigrants
he speaks
themselves.
nicely, and he speaks about, you know, he talks
So again,
about reasonable
the
campaign
immigrants are not the
positions.
problem.
But then when
The
I
illegal
read,
immigration
that he's
is not the
taking money
problem.
From, people
It
with
is the
massive
causes
contracts with
of
ICE and
the illegal
DHS,
immigration that is a problem.
I'm very concerned about AIPAC, so I'm trying not to step on anybody's toes here, but I'm concerned, and I didn't expect to be concerned.
That's why, like, the narrative
Senator Susan
needs
Collins,
to
right?
shift away
From Maine.
from the immigrants
I pretty
themselves.
much like what he does.
Like, it has to.
I do not like
And
the
as long
fact that,
as the Republican Party
he is
and the
possibly
right-wing
leaving that seat
voters
open for someone else,
keep
even though I know
focusing
we're all
on the immigrants
we
as
are
individuals being the
probably,
problem,
predominantly,
then the actual problem will
Democrat.
never be resolved.
But I
If it was
want
focused
to
on
say
integration
exactly where
and
you
processing,
are.
we wouldn't have this problem.
Uh,
Yes, that's true,
why
as there would
you
be no
moving
reason to
to
arrive
the-
illegally, and so
that
anyone
you
who
want
violates the law
to
deserves
just
0 tolerance at that
fulfill
point.
yourself
Yeah.
right there where you
Imagine,
are,
imagine
and
if this hundreds
doing
of
the
billions of
things that
dollars
you were doing.
that this big bullshit bill used to fund ICE.
I'm
Imagine
not
if
a
they
fan
used
of
that
ICE,
money to expand
so-
the immigration courts.
And I just can't see why you would do
More
that.
attorneys,
And being a Democrat, or definitely
more
not a
paralegals,
Just seems like
more
the
judges,
kid that wants
more
to get in with the
buildings.
cool
Like,
kids, like he's gonna do or say whatever he wants.
we would have
hang
more
out with the cool
workers in the
kids, and
buildings
then he's gonna go
themselves.
do what
We'd be
they
fine.
want to do.
We're fucking fine.
You know, that's kind of where I'm at with.
We would have more jobs.
I may be
We would have a
wrong,
better
but that's
immigration
just the impression I
process.
get with them.
We would have less illegal
I
immigrants.
actually voted for him, and I'll tell you
But
why.
no,
I
the
had mixed
cruelty.
feelings, too.
But the
I
reason they
remember
don't do
when he
that
first ran
is
and
because
seeing
the
his
cruelty is
commercials,
the
you know,
intent.
Just call me Raja. I didn't know much about him, but I watch a lot of cable political shows. He comes on all the time. And on the one hand, that kind of rubs me the wrong way because I call those politicians, they're like media whores, you know, they can't get enough of the TV. There's certain ones that are always on the cable shows.
Oh,
you
shut
know.
up, bitch.
But
You
yeah,
probably have
you
no
know, he
problem
made
watching
sense.
Trump all fucking
you know,
day.
He seemed to be
This
fighting
lady.
for the right things. And then I heard he was going to, you know, run for Durbin's seat. But the two ladies have just kind of left me cold.
To be honest,
and
it'd
I
be
guess
easier to
it's-
remove people if they got their court day and was
kind
rejected.
of what you were talking about, what everyone was
Yeah.
saying about the negativity.
Like, fine.
with
Like, if you
Trump.
lose your
I mean,
court
their
case,
commercials
you know,
seem
you're gone.
so
Goodbye.
harsh, and
Like,
the one words, you know,
you
people
were not able to
screaming, "F
prove
but
that
big
you were
black
justified in your
I just
asylum.
thought,
Cool.
that's so,
I got it.
like,
I don't
amateurish
necessarily
to me.
like it, but I got it.
It
I
just
understand that.
lost me.
Makes sense.
So I'm not
And
crazy
at
about
that
him,
point,
but it was
it's
kinda like, well,
humane.
of the three,
But when
he's
they are
probably
waiting
our
for
best
people
hope.
to arrive at
This is
court,
really interesting. that
and they
Raja
are
got cast
they are
as sort of,
arresting
like,
them, detaining them
trying too hard because he's on
before
TV a
they
lot,
even
he's
get
running a lot
into
of
the
TV
courthouse.
ads.
That proves
And I guess I wondered
that
from
cruelty
you,
is the intent.
Is there a fine line between going on offense and trying too hard?
Well, I mean, it depends what you define as going on offense. I mean, he's been on the air for July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, 8 months.
Was that too early? Like, did he fatigue people on him?
No, I mean, look, let me just say, for just disclosure purposes, I've known Raja for 22 years. He was Barack Obama's policy director. He was a lawyer, and he took time off to be Obama's policy
This
director.
dude
when
that
he
they're
ran
talking
for the
about,
Senate. I've known him for a very
he
long
was
time.
interviewed
He's a
on
very bright guy. He's a very
he was interviewed
ambitious
on
guy. He's
Hassan
run for
Piker's stream
various offices
a
and,
few days ago,
I think
and
he had
I
his
really
sights
like his
set on
policies.
this office, and so he's able, he's capable, but his ambition is pretty obvious. And the biggest thing that I think, you can run an 8-month media campaign, but you better tell a consistent story about why you're doing it, who you are. He did have some biographical spots, but there was never, in my view, there's not been a coherent sort of like, what makes this guy tick? What's in his soul? What does he care about? They've reacted to the issues of the moment. They've done the affordability stuff.
Oh man, I'm
When
still kind of
ICE
hungry.
was in town, they did the ICE.
I think I need to look
ads,
into
but
this
what was
Salisbury
striking
steak
to
that my
me
wife
that
made
in-
before she left.
You did 2 groups, and in neither of those groups.
I don't know about
did
you, but I'm a
anyone
oh my gosh,
say,
that's one of my favorite
"Oh,
meals.
he did this,"
Salisbury steak and mashed
or,
potatoes.
He believes that.
Mm.
Well, if you're running media for 8 months and people can't answer that question, I would be really concerned about that. These groups were a revelation to me. I mean, he may overpower the other two because he's on the air, not just longer, but in more places than they can be on the air in the state and so on. I think that's a message failure, and it may flow from the candidate, but they haven't told a consistent story.
So, David, one of the reasons I actually quite like this race is that it gives us an opportunity to talk about a couple things that I think are really important for voters. One is, I do think that, and this was an issue for Kamala too, she spent a lot of money on a lot of spots, right?
Yes, I wonder what the next amendment should be.
Still complaining about that.
I know. But when at the end of the day, when I listened to the focus groups, and even after she lost her
I don't know.
back, and I listened to them now with like the benefit of hindsight,
it
and the
needs
thing
to
that was all over them
it needs to better
I didn't
secure
like this
all the
position,
equal
I didn't
rights
like this
bullshit that
position, any of
this
that wasn't,
anti-woke
she was too
movement is
moderate,
trying to
she was too
dismantle,
progressive. It was, I don't know who she
or
is.
has been
I don't know what she
successful
stands
in
for.
dismantling up to this point.
I don't know anything about her. Which
Women's
is
rights,
sort of funny because
gay rights,
people did know stuff about her, but it was the inability,
racial
and this is it. It's like,
discrimination.
this guy's on the air
It needs
lot,
to do a
he's
better
spending a lot
job of
money, we
securing
can
that
call it
against
offense. But if you can't
against a
give voters just
heavily
a clear
partisan
sense
court.
of who you are, where they're like,
That'd be
I
my
understand you,
that's
I
my
know where
go-to.
you're coming from,
Yes.
I see
Second-
you, guy. They don't attach to anything. And
Second
we
would
live in a
be
time now where
campaign finance.
seeming like a regular politician,
Like there needs to be
is actually a huge liability. When I say trying too hard, what it
also
is
an
that they've-
explicit
they've got the
establishment
scent
of the Equal
striver.
Protection Clause and
Striving has
applying the Bill of
regular
Rights,
politician
whatever you want to call it.
energy.
You know what
They
I
don't
mean.
want
Like
regular
you can call it
politicians.
whatever
They
you
want
want.
things where people are gonna go shake
You
things
can
up. They
call
have a
it
sense of
Panic at
urgency.
the Disco. I
Don't
don't care.
do just
You
the
know what I
same
mean.
old thing.
Well, also, Sarah, let me just add to that.
Yeah.
The system itself is under
And then the second thing
scrutiny and
would be
attack.
campaign finance.
Not just Donald Trump.
That needs to be
not just the Republican
severely,
Party,
severely
but the Democratic
restricted.
Party as well, because there is a pervasive
Regulated.
sense, and you see it in
No
poll after
more-
poll, you hear it in focus groups.
No more
that the
501c3s
system is rigged against everyday
using
people,
anonymous
that
donors
there-
to
that
funnel
big
money into
money
super PACs.
has
That's got to
intruded
fucking
to
go.
such a degree
Got to
in our
go.
politics
No more anonymous
that
donors.
it's crowded
No more
out the
corporate
voices
donors.
of everyday people.
Like,
And so
if you
you
want to
look
donate to a
like
campaign, it
standard
has to
issue
be in your name
politician
as an
and
individual.
You're on television all the time.
Like you as a person.
That sort of it screams. You know,
And
I'm part
you know,
of the
as
system,
like
I'm
an
not gonna
offshoot,
challenge or change the system.
as an addendum
Even
to
if you
that,
say you're going to.
corporations,
speaking of
companies
which,
do
what
not
did
have
you
rights.
make
They have
of
privileges.
sort of
That's
the
got to fucking
litmus
go.
test that
They are
AIPAC
not people.
has
They are not
become
equal to
in
people.
Democratic primaries
They do not
because,
have the
you know,
same
I
rights
watched
as people.
closely,
Get the fuck out of here with that.
Former Representative
That's got to
Tom
go.
Malinowski, he lost his
Yes.
primary in New Jersey and basically blamed
We should restrict it
AIPAC,
based on your district.
for
Let
his
the
defeat.
legislature
He
somehow
wrote
fit all
about
their
it in the
donors
Borg,
into each
actually, like,
district
as a
and get
warning
hit
both
over and
to
over again.
AIPAC and to his
Whatever
fellow
it is, like
Democrats. And so this has been
it has to be
particular wedge
limited in
against,
terms of overall
Raja
amount.
in this race, and you heard it
Um,
in some of the groups. Like, what are Democrats going to do?
Super
about
PACs
this
have to
particular
go.
There are a handful of congressional races. There's a lot- there's a
Nonprofit
big generational
organizations
change
should
in
not be
Illinois
allowed to
politics this year.
participate
So
in
the
campaign
9th district
finance
where,
of any sort.
Dan
They should not be
Schakowsky,
allowed to
who's
donate to candidates.
long
It can
time
only come from
reliable
individuals. It cannot be
progressive, is
anonymous.
Retiring after almost 30 years.
And there
Danny
has to be like a
Davis,
ceiling.
Who's been
You
there
know what I
for
mean?
Almost 30 years.
If
on the
if you
west
like, let's say
side,
you place a ceiling at
Robin Kelly, who's running
let's
for
say
Senate,
a state
retiring
senator,
from her
like a
seat,
large
and
state like
Raja's
California.
giving up his seat.
Um,
So there are 4 congressional races.
I could see the
and
ceiling
AIPAC's
being at
involved
like
in all
maybe
of them.
25 million.
So this has
right?
raised its profile.
Even 50
in
million.
these Illinois,
We'll say 50 million, just because
races. And in
California,
many of-
Texas have a lot of
in
people.
All of these races, they don't identify themselves.
If the
as AIPAC.
candidate is
They
unable to
create
reach 50 million,
vehicles, you know,
then that's their fault.
Chicago Women for
But there's no
Progress or
reason they
whatever
should
it
be
is,
allowed to receive
and
more than that
they
50
fund
million. You know what I
campaigns
mean?
that way, but they're spending millions
I
of
think that
dollars
no
on
out of
these
district or state
races
funding would
at a
dismantle the
time
entire
when there's
party
a great
system.
deal of
Entire national.
controversy
Good.
about, particularly
Good.
within the
I fucking
Democratic
hope it
Party, but
does.
I think generally, but certainly within the Democratic Party.
You know, that
about
is I don't know. I don't know if you
Israeli
see that as a
policy,
benefit, but
about
I
the
see that as a
wars,
benefit.
About Netanyahu and AIPAC, of course.
That is a benefit to
is
me.
a reliable agent
Because then they
of-
would not be
and has been for generations.
They
now.
wouldn't be
That's why they
beholden
were created,
to bullshit
support
party
the
policy.
Israeli
They would be
government
beholden
and,
to the
its
policy
policies and to
wishes of
promote
their
American
constituents.
support for them. So they're diving
So only
into these
residents can
races,
donate.
trying
So
to get
nonprofit
the
receives funding from
friendliest
outside of the state
Democrats,
cannot donate. Yeah.
They can get, and that of
See-
course creates.
okay,
a
so
reaction.
you're for that.
In
Yeah. Okay.
Malinowski's case,
So you and
the-
I are
the
aligned on
thing
this,
that
100%.
was, really outrageous was he's a pretty moderate guy.
Yeah,
and
those
he
are
simply said, "I'm
those
not
would be my
gonna blank check
two
funding
amendments.
to Israel." And I think they wanted
If you
to
could put
teach
it into
him a
one,
lesson
put
and
it into one.
others. And I also think they
The states would
feared
start
that
looking
if
a
he
lot
got
different. Their
into
agendas would fall
If he
apart.
got reelected, he's an expert on
Yeah, because
national
they'd actually
security,
have to
foreign
start
policy,
implementing
that he would
policies
become a voice that people would follow.
intended
And so, unless he was
to be
willing
at the
to
behest of
pledge
the
himself to
voters
be with them
instead
down
of
the line,
companies.
they were going to send a message, you know.
Oh my gosh, that would be so beautiful. That would just be, oh,
Is it a
so
liability?
beautiful.
Well, we'll find out. We don't know. I mean, I think
Oh my gosh, that'd be so phenomenal.
Because you are such a perspicacious viewer of politics.
What the fuck word is that?
Observer of politics.
Perspicacious? Have you ever heard that word before?
In these Illinois races.
What a
writ
fucking
large.
nerd.
Will the AIPAC
I don't know what the fuck that word means. It's the
win?
first time I've ever
Well,
heard that
for
word in my
example,
life.
In that 9th district, there is a young progressive running. There are
Like
a
you're
bunch
on
of
YouTube,
candidates.
dude. Who the fuck?
She's
You're not
the
writing a
front
goddamn
runner.
dissertation.
The
What
mayor
the
of
hell?
Evanston is. There's a state senator who AIPAC is backing.
Perspicacious?
And I'm
What the
wondering how that
fuck?
young
There's
progressive
no way that's a
candidate's
real
gonna do
word.
as the other two tussle, because they're more regular candidates, you know, and she's a more outspoken critic of Israel and AIPAC, and I think that's a fascinating
Oh,
piece of
fuck
this Illinois
AIPAC.
election. Well, the degree
God
to
damn
which
it, I am
spills
so
into
angry
the Senate
today.
race, I don't know,
would solve the problems of our
because
states trying
the
to oppress
Senate
their
race
citizens as their
weirdly has
masters.
gotten
Money can only be
less
gotten via
attention
the
in some
yes.
ways than some of
Fuck
these
yes.
congressional races.
Well,
Fuck
the thing you
yes.
said about generational change is
And
really real.
guess what?
I mean, I just,
Guess
it's
what?
all over the focus
Guess
groups
what?
when we do Gen Z stuff.
Mr.
They
Lifelong
really care about AIPAC funding. They
Republican
really care
never
about whether or
Trumper.
not they feel
That
like
is what the progressive movement
candidates are
wants
gonna
to
be
do.
responsive to Israel as a foreign policy leader.
Like the
It'll be interesting to see
DSA,
how
the
the
Democratic
current war
Socialists,
affects all of
that's
this
what they want to
too.
fucking
I mean,
do,
this
by the
has
way.
added another log, potentially another log.
That is one of
to
their
the fire. But
policy
listen,
agendas.
Let me just say on behalf of
Congratulations.
of Gen Z.
Welcome to the
Are you an
DSA.
ambassador for Gen Z?
No, I am a self-loathing baby boomer who is here to say we ought to get the hell out of the way. And it's time for a new generation of leadership in this country that is
I like this
less
guy.
wedded to the way things have been done and more wedded to finding ways that are more appropriate to the 21st century. You know, Trump is fighting for the, I think, wrong-headed ideas of the 19th century. There are a lot of Democrats who are very wedded to the policies of the 20th century. We're in the 21st century. We've got a new set of problems, a new set of tools. Let's bring in new energy. I think after Trump and after Biden, and looking at the gerontocracy that is Congress, there's going to be a revolt in 26 and 28, and you're going to see younger leadership. And I say, thank God for that.
All right. So
No, I have to mix my mashed potatoes.
Perspicacious.
I have to mix my
and
mashed
just
potatoes.
quickly tell you that one of the
Damn it.
most embarrassing things that has ever happened to me was when I was with you on Hacks on Tap, and I used a word that I had used my whole life, which was diphthora, which I always thought, and I used it in the context of the absence of, like the opposite of plethora. So
Yes.
you didn't have a plethora, there's a diphthora of interest.
Yes.
diphthora
What
of
the fuck is
enthusiasm.
with these
And you
stupid
said,
nerdy words
That's
today?
not a word. I've not heard that word. And I said,
know.
oh yeah, it means this. And I explained it to you. I explained its context. And then for the first time, you're the first person to ever call me on it. And I Googled it while I was on there and realized it was not in fact a word. And then I said as much on the show. I said, guys, you're gonna have to cut that out. It's not actually a word. I don't know. I've been using it for so long. And not only did you keep me using it in, you kept in the part where I realized that it wasn't a word.
This is why I haven't been invited back to this podcast in a long time. But
Top five
but
most embarrassing
perspicacious
moment
is a word. It means wise.
I do know.
And you are, whether or not diphthora was a word or not. There are a plethora of very impressive words that you know that I have heard. So let me attest to your perspicacity, and let's move on.
All right. The candidate who got the most buzz in the focus groups, for good or for ill, was Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who's been endorsed by Governor Pritzker and Senator Tammy Duckworth, and has been heavy on the abolish ICE side of things, which she has really made a wedge against Raja in this race. And one of the voters just alluded to in the previous set of sound, an ad that she's running that our focus groups had lots of opinions about. And I got to say, to the extent that I knew anything about this race, it was from that ad because it got a lot of national attention. Before we play it, though, because we're going to play the ad, if you've got kids in the car, I want you to skip ahead 60 seconds. And if you don't like the F word, you should also skip ahead 60 seconds.
Ooh,
You've been
a
warned.
political ad with the F word?
Also get a new president if you feel
Don't
that
threaten
way.
me with a
Go
good
ahead.
time.
Fuck Trump. Vote Juliana. Fuck Trump. Vote Juliana.
Fuck Trump. Vote Juliana.
They said it, not me. I'm Juliana Stratton, and I'm proud to have lived my whole life on the south side of Chicago. I'm not scared of a wannabe dictator. I'm running for Senate to stand up to Donald Trump. I'll abolish ICE and hold Trump accountable for the crimes he's committed. Just like they said, fuck
Trump.
Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
Vote Juliana.
That's why I approve this message.
Good ad, David? Bad ad, David? What
I
do you
like
think?
it.
We should point out, because people can't see the images, but the last F. Trump testimonial came from Senator Duckworth.
Herself,
there.
yes.
Yes, who, as a decorated war veteran, probably has used that word more than once in her
Oh,
life,
man.
given everything that
You
she
think my
was-
language is
went
bad
through.
on stream?
Look,
Oh, it was so much worse when I was in the military.
I had two reactions when I saw that. One was like an old world reaction that, like, yeah, there are kids in the room. But on the other, I had a strong feeling that it would cut through, because I think that's the attitude of particularly a lot of Democratic voters. She is speaking to something real, which is that there is an element of the Democratic electorate that wants fighters who will take Trump on frontally and so on. There are others who want to win and govern, and probably, I think increasingly this argument is going to be less effective, because as Trump's years wane down, the question
I'm
is
still
gonna
making
be
my
what
potatoes,
comes
in
next.
case you're wondering
And
why
this
I'm not
isn't
back
an
yet.
Attack on
It's gonna be a few
anyone,
minutes.
on Juliana, who I thought delivered.
I'm trying to
well
find
in
the
that
garlic
ad.
powder.
But the old expression that I think John
And the
Nance
pepper and the
Garner
salt, to be honest
started,
with you.
Harry Truman picked up was, any jackass
Oh, there it
can
is.
kick down the barn. It takes a carpenter to build one.
Yeah.
I think people are going to be looking for carpenters at the end of Trump's 4 years. But right now, in a Democratic primary, this has currency, and we'll see whether it's enough to win an election. But it certainly has animated what was a moribund campaign.
Yes. I will just say, for my part on this, I think things are funnier with bleeps. I think a well-placed bleep can get your point across and is funnier. But that's just me.
No, you're right.
Let's listen to what the voters think.
I think she's the one that has that commercial.
I think it's funny when they
saying
put
F
bleeps
Trump,
in
but
places where there shouldn't be, but it makes it sound
I just
bad.
thought that was unfortunate. That's not the way to go. Like people have said, I'm not hearing what she's going to do. It's great to say F Trump, but so what?
She said she's going to abolish ICE, you dumb bitch.
I watched that ad and
What
I
the
have no
fuck?
idea,
Oh my God,
what she
voters are
stands
so
for,
dumb.
What are her goals? What is her platform?
Abolish
And
ICE.
even
She
as
said
her
it.
being lieutenant governor,
She said abolish
can't
ICE.
really
She's
tell
fucking
you
said
about
it.
initiatives or things that she's
the fuck?
done, or work that's been completed under her time.
Oh
as
my God,
lieutenant
voters
governor.
are
So
so
I just
dumb.
feel like even though I should know more about her being in the public position that she's in now, I know a lot about what she's against, but I don't really know what her plan would be.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I saw something that it tickled me. It made me laugh, but it was
I hate
right
voters.
on point, because in my opinion, it reached a lot of people in the urban community that talk like that commercial that she had, where they were editing the word of, well, I just said it frankly, F Trump. And I'm like, what? Wait a minute, let me pull my glasses off. What did she really say? And it said F Trump. Vote for me. They ran a commercial for about a whole week, and I just kept laughing. I was asking everybody, did you see that? You should have never pulled it down.
I got a kick out of it. I was so tickled because I was like, well, commercials have changed.
In that debate that I went to
there wasn't a lot of substance to what she was saying, which was very frustrating to me, but also, not to minimize her experience, but she was in the State House for 2 years and then was Lieutenant Governor. And to me, Robin has more experience. And so I didn't love the ad with the Trump, like, I'm sick of it.
Oh, bad words are so offensive to me. Oh, I've never heard bad words in my life.
Like, I'm sitting here thinking, you're
I
right.
don't want to grow up. How am I supposed to act like an adult if I've heard bad words? Oh.
And Duckworth endorsed.
God, I hate voters.
Juliana kind of just attacks opponents in general, so I know what she's against.
Uninformed
not
voters.
really
I hate
what
uninformed
she's
voters.
for. And I think I've even said that when seeing an ad. I was like, I watched that ad and I have no idea like what she stands for, what are her
Oh my
goals,
God.
what is her platform.
She
And
said she
even
was
as
wanted
her
to
being
abolish
lieutenant governor,
ICE.
I can't really tell you about
Why?
initiatives or things that she's done, or
What
you
is
know,
wrong
work
with
that's been
people?
completed under her time as lieutenant governor.
I'm used to old school Republicans like John McCain. You know, I'm not used to MAGA. They're a different beast. And sometimes I just wish you do have more candidates that's not playing nice. So her commercial was cute and she wasn't playing nice. And I like that.
Yes.
When I first saw it, I thought it was a spoof. I was like shocked that they would actually put that on. But I mean, it definitely stuck out. It was very memorable, and I agreed with her, you know, in that sense. But yeah, I was like completely like, oh my God, I cannot believe that we're actually seeing this in today's day and age.
I think she's the most forceful and also has like the most progressive as compared to Raja.
Immediately I thought, oh, you got the same energy as him. No. Like, that's immediately what I thought. Like, even though part of me was like, yeah, F him, but then I'm like, girl, this is so not professional, and that you don't have to say F him for us. It's okay. We say F him every day on our own.
That's a good point. That's kind of a good point.
I think I found this conversation really interesting, and partly because I think it gets the limits of our qualitative methods a little bit, because lots of people say that they hate political ads. Like, people can be a little bit unreliable sometimes on these types of things. But if there's one thing people know about Juliana Stratton, it is the F Trump ad. I don't know. They're sort of like worst pieces of information for low information, meaning just like not terminally political voters to have about you as they go vote in a Democratic primary. And obviously the polls have been showing Stratton closing in on Raja because he'd been leading every poll up until very recently. And there was a public policy polling survey that had Stratton leading Raja 33-30 with Kelly back at 11. So it did something, and I struggle with it because it feels kind of the punchy thing that I would go for. Where I'm like, you got to do things that break through, guys, but also I don't care actually for expletives. Like, I don't even like Josh Shapiro's when he says like, let's get shit done. I don't love it. I don't like swearing as a stand-in for authenticity. I think it's like people try to use it as a shortcut, and I don't go for it.
See, this is why I'd be a great politician.
I think it was a Hail
because
Mary
swearing
for the
is my
candidate who was
authenticity.
buried under a sea of media. As I said, I don't, I don't like it. I think you're right. A bleep would have been just as effective, and everybody would have known what it meant. But it has taken us up. To me, what was interesting was this tug and pull between people who say, "Yeah, but," like, who is she? What is she? And the people who said, yeah, I like that.
Sounds like this guy likes a good tug and pull.
Taking it right to him. And as we said earlier, that's what this race is going to be about. But everybody in politics is struggling with a new media environment in which authenticity and grittiness and vertical videos and all that are sort of what cut through. That somehow you certify your authenticity by being profane or talking as you would privately or in a locker room or whatever. I think you're going to see more of it. And sometimes,
see why I'm good for politics? I'm saying shit before they're saying shit.
She was smart enough not to use the word herself.
Yeah.
But it comes off as artifice. And, I think if she doesn't win, it's going to be because there was no other information about her that people could grab onto, and all they know is that she's the most profane and aggressive. Her ads are the most profane, aggressive assaults on Trump, that she's promising to prosecute Trump and all of that. And we'll see if that's enough. But if it is, it goes back to my first point.
Oh
in this
man,
whole
on my way back.
Which is
See how many messages I missed.
Raja didn't fill in his own story to the point that it was resilient enough to offer folks something different to grab onto.
Well, I am interested in seeing how it turns out, because I think that if she wins, coming from
you're just listening to me.
and taking on the person who spent
Just listening to me
tons
bitch
of
for like the
money
last 20
with
minutes,
that,
15 minutes, whatever.
I have a slight
I had to make my
fear,
potatoes.
actually, that kind of gimmicky stuff will catch on a little bit in 2026, and because I would urge candidates to
Nice.
find other ways of authenticity than just.
Well, I mean, we just saw a test
Oh,
of it in Texas.
I love Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
Talarico
The
versus
sauteed
Jasmine
mushrooms.
Crockett,
Oh my
who's a
gosh,
much more
this
pointed,
is so good. Over mashed
combative
potatoes.
presence. Now she
You want to see? You want to see?
was
You
outspent
want to be jealous?
5-1.
Mashed potatoes,
and made
Salisbury
it a very
steak.
close race. So there was a constituency for that. We should point out too that.
Oh man,
African Americans
American
are a
as
big
fuck.
component of the primary electorate in Illinois, probably 20 to 25% maybe. And there are primaries in 2 heavily African American districts. So, she's also trying to consolidate her base.
I do want to talk about the third candidate in this race, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, who a lot of people had positive impressions of, but who is mired in third place in every public poll. She's 70 years old, which is notable. She's been basically a regular mainstream Democrat.
Don't
since
even
she was
run.
elected in 2013.
Don't even run, you dumb old
Sort of a
bitch.
Janet
Don't run.
Bell's Plattner situation, but it is interesting to me
Oh.
that as you listen, one of the
Paying
things you'll hear
attention
is
to
that
the main
people
Senate
like
race
her
at all?
fine, and yet I think her
An 80-year-old
age and potentially
establishment
her
Democrat,
mainstreamness are actually making her less interesting. to voters.
AIPAC
Let's
supporter is running against Grand Plattner,
Candidate so far.
the
that
progressive
I've heard policy
young
stuff,
candidate.
what her agenda will be, what her agenda has been, over the years that she's been in Congress, and she answers questions, and it's not just whatever you say, I'm going to just go to the anti-Trump messaging.
I feel like maybe she doesn't have as much money, fundraising money, as maybe the others, so I haven't seen as many ads from her as well. But I do know that there's been some attacks that she's kind of faced with some things that maybe she has misrepresented or maybe allegedly lied about in the past. And I would need to do my own research about that.
She was kind of responding to Juliana Stratton saying that she was going to take what worked in Illinois to DC, and Robin said but what works in Illinois does not work in Congress. You can't just repeat that. And so she was saying you do have to work with other people. You can't be antagonistic. And so she was saying that you do have to work with other people. You have to collaborate with people. And normally I'm I don't want to hear that, but I do think that it is what we need in that role, right? You can't be super antagonistic. So I appreciate that about Robin.
My only thought on her is, I think she's done fine in Congress and her votes have been well thought out and I've agreed with them. But when she turned me off was she led a drive to impeach someone. I'm thinking maybe it was Kristi Noem. And she even put that in an ad. She was so proud of it. I got 180 Democrats, to support me on this. And I thought, what a colossal waste of time. I wouldn't be bragging about that. When you're in the minority, that vote's going nowhere. Because right after that, she was running for the Senate. So I think she thought that
When
was
you're in
gonna
the
be a
minority, the
big
vote's
platform.
going no.
And
Meaning,
I saw that as being very
if you're in the
disingenuous.
minority, you should do nothing. No, fuck this
Again,
bitch.
it was kind of the performative thing that
Fuck this
slightly turned people off.
I wish that voting
And I
for your
think
rep
right
mattered.
now
Like you used to, in the sense that you weren't just
much more
securing a
interesting
vote.
to me than the should we be more
Rather
moderate
someone
or
to
more
actually argue your
progressive
case and convince
is
the other
this
members of
thing
Congress.
about,
Yeah.
do we
Convince to solve the
imitate
problems. You
Trump's
just sent them there to.
style, or do
Yeah,
we
exactly.
do something different?
Yes.
That to me is actually both a much more interesting and I think more relevant. I actually think that is what seems to be dividing Democratic voters and not policy. All right, hit me with your thoughts then.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's what the Tallarico Crockett race was about in Texas.
Yes.
And I think increasingly, as I said earlier, I think increasingly there's going to be a hunger for a different kind of politics. I think this is the mistake, the potential mistake that Governor Newsom is making, because he has concluded that being the biggest, baddest troll on the block, anti-Trump troll on the block, is his ticket to the nomination. And I think by the time that race comes around, that's not going to be what the market's asking for. They're going to be, I don't think Democratic voters say we have to get our own Trump. They're going to say we need the anti-Trump. We need someone who's going to bring a different set of values, a completely different set of values. I think the country's going to be in the mood for a cleansing, not a continuation of the kind of politics that Trump models. So I think you're seeing some of that play out in these discussions here, and it's not, I know there is an element
Congress is
of,
fucking
and there
joke.
was in Texas. There's not
Both parties
much
progressive
this
faction, none of them debate, none of them
notion
actually use any of
that,
the
well,
research
let's
got
pick
provides
this
to them.
guy because
Legislatively, they pay some of that district.
He has a better chance to
call it
win. That works somewhat for
randomly
Tallarico.
dedicated to
But there was
organizations
also
draft their legislation
this,
have
let's
to
pick this guy because
like
he's
I didn't fucking send you there.
represents
Since you're asking
a
them to do
refreshing
nothing but press a
difference
button.
from the status quo politics that
I think,
we see today.
Uh,
I think the market for this is going to grow. She is being outspent
I
dramatically
think like
by
if you don't
both
sponsor
candidates in
or
this race, and that's
co-sponsor
the factor. I think
a
if you
piece
had
of
more
legislation
funding,
within
she'd
your
probably
first
get,
year,
be more in the mix here.
I think you should like
probably
lose
to
your seat.
Stratton's detriment. Pritzker and those backing Stratton desperately wanted to keep her out of the race because they felt her votes would come from Stratton. And again, if Raja wins, that may be part of the reason.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, let's close with the man whose
I know which
name
video
kept coming up in both groups.
I want to play
Even
next.
when we
I've
weren't
seen this
talking
video.
about him. J.B. Pritzker has endorsed
But
Juliana Stratton for the seat, and he probably
I want you to
has
watch
a
this
bigger
video
ambition than
because
a Senate run. Let's listen to how these folks talked about Pritzker and his 2028 prospects.
I want you to see
I never would have thought that I would have ended up
what
a
an
J.B.
authentic
Pritzker fan.
candidate actually
he
looks
just
like.
wasn't my kind of guy, and now I'm a fan. He's governing. He runs the government, and you have to agree with everything. I just expected him to be another really rich politician, and
Well, I didn't expect it to do that, but okay. Wait, no, this is not what I want. Here. Play it next.
never would have thought that I would have ended up a J.B. Pritzker fan. He just wasn't my kind of guy. And now I'm a fan. He's governing. He runs the government.
The next video.
And you have to agree with everything.
It's like a 2-hour interview
just
conversation
expected him to be another really rich
with a
rich
progressive
politician,
candidate.
and he just
That
he
is
did so
like
well
I'm
during
telling you
COVID.
that the progressive
I think
movement
he's one of those politicians whose
is
money
exactly what
frees
you're
him
fucking
up,
looking for.
as opposed to
These complaints
he's got all the
about
money you could ever want.
all these people in
And
Congress that are just
he's
wanting to
devoted
maintain,
himself to a life
they either
of
want to
service.
move to
Like, I sound like an
authoritarianism,
ass. I
fascism,
sound kinda
or
goofy,
maintain the
but
status
my
quo that
gosh,
helps
he
fucking
surprised
nobody.
me. But
And then here you have a
I
progressive
worry
movement
about him being
that actually wants to do shit to help
electable
people.
as a candidate from Illinois. I mean, clearly I like him, and I like Illinois. I've chosen to make it my home for 3 decades now. But, the Democrats have a pretty deep bench. And
Well, that's debatable.
I don't know that Pritzker has the fire in the belly to make it through a primary.
Shut up, kitty. I'm
season
eating. I'm not giving
the
you
way
pets.
some of the other candidates can.
I don't trust many people, but I do trust him. I don't ever side-eye him when he's talking, and I listen to what he has to say, and
I'm eating,
I just
kitty.
really appreciate his views.
I'm
and
eating.
He's not afraid to go
I'm eating.
against Trump
I'm eating.
either.
I'm eating. I'm eating. I'm eating,
and I
kitty.
just thought about
I'm eating. Stop
the
meowing.
qualities that Pritzker has that I appreciate, and he is a leader. And I think that he could. I mean, there'll always be people that don't like certain leaders, but I think he could unify the country on a lot of things. And I do
You have a Library of
feel
Congress?
like he works for the people.
None of them use it,
being a
if you hear me,
billionaire and
just
coming
annoys
from
me
a
beyond
family
belief.
with so much money, he doesn't have to do this. He does this because it's obviously of importance, and as someone else said, work that he's passionate about. So I think those are the qualities that would make me excited to see him run for president. Would he win? That's a whole nother question.
I love Pritzker. I absolutely do. But I travel a lot around Illinois because I like to shop. I go to different malls, and Pritzker doesn't have a reach everywhere in Illinois, right? There are some neighborhoods that are very vocal about how they feel about Pritzker. I mean, I see people with signs that are bigger than their house on how they feel about Pritzker, and so I worry
She
that
can't even pronounce his name
he
right.
doesn't even have the full support here in Illinois. He's starting to really look good and healthy, and he looks happy, and he loves Illinois. He genuinely loves this place.
They
And
complain about executive
if he could
agencies
just
and
get
never
out
create
more
any
and people
legislative
can get to know
agencies, which
him,
they can fucking do.
Everybody knows Gavin Newsom.
Dude, just-
Everybody knows that man.
I like him as a candidate.
Start-
and at the same time, I want him to stay here.
Start
as a,
listening
as our governor,
to
too, so
conversations
I'm kinda
and
like,
interviews
I don't want
with
to share
progressive
him, but
candidates.
At the same time, I do want more people to find out more about him because I do think he's a great governor and he's very personable and he's a straight shooter. I don't feel like he is a car salesman. You know how some politicians, they're slippery speakers sometimes, and I don't get that from him.
All right, David, talk to me about J.B. Pritzker 2028, and specifically, people were like worried about Chicago baggage. What kind of baggage comes from Chicago? That's not a real thing.
Well, I don't. You're talking to a guy. I have a bias here because I helped elect a guy from Chicago president,
Sure.
so I don't know exactly what she was talking about. Look, there are other questions that people raise that I don't know the answer to, which is the billionaire piece. It was interesting to hear them talk about that because they saw it as a plus and not a minus. They felt that he was not a guy who could be bought.
Do you know who else says that? Trump voters.
Oh yeah,
Trump
no,
voters.
that's
That was-
absolutely true.
I always heard that from Trump voters, still do, about Trump, that the fact that he is rich meant that he couldn't be bought, and he didn't have to care about what other billionaires
The
wanted to
difference
do.
is that doesn't mean that he's not for sale, though.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
so
right.
that's the difference. Look, I have to tell you. By the way, one woman said, "I don't know if he has the fire in the belly." Interestingly, he has less belly these days, and I think he's got plenty of fire. He's lost a ton of weight, which is always to me a prelude for a guy who's planning to
Yes.
run for president.
Sure.
But that's the first tell. He had run for Congress in the 90s. He wasn't really prepared at that time for the race. Schakowsky, in fact, beat him in a primary in 1998. That was, and his next foray into politics was when he ran for governor, 8 years ago. And it was really an open question as to how he would perform. He was starting on a very big stage, and I think he's a really, really good politician, and I mean that in the best sense of the word. He's very comfortable in front of a camera or a microphone. He does seem very authentic and honest when he speaks. One woman mentioned, I don't remember if that was in that mashup, but one woman mentioned the leadership that he provided when ICE came to town. And it was really, really admirable. I mean, I think everyone in the area appreciated that he was our voice. He was standing up for us and what was right and for people and for humanity. And so I've seen a lot of skills here and a lot of qualities that would
pardon me, at
serve
first
him well
wanted to try to get into
in a
legislating
presidential race.
due to I
But
think a
the
lot of things
billionaire
my
piece was one
structural
question.
approach, but then I found out they don't actually
Interestingly,
craft any
there are a lot of Jewish
legislation that's
candidates
passed.
in
They
this,
hire people to do it for them.
in this race.
Yeah, because
I
you got to
was
remember,
joking with one of them that if you were
not
candidates,
everybody
they'd
that
have
gets
a
elected
million,
into office
10 of
has
them
a
of
background, a career
how
in,
that plays in
you know,
this
like
environment, how that
constitutional
plays
law
into the
or
race. I say that as a Jew,
policy making. You know,
tend to overworry
like not
about
everyone
those
has
things,
a
but
background in
in
that.
this
Like,
environment, it's not crazy
like, would
to-
you really
to
expect
think about.
Marjorie
And
Taylor
Illinois
Greene to be able to
itself,
craft
he's
legislation?
done
Come
well
on.
in many ways. Illinois
I wouldn't trust her to write a fucking
still
essay,
has its
a high school
challenges.
essay.
You know, it's the highest one of the highest tax states in the country, and so on. So anytime you have a governor, the opposition
Now,
is going
on the
to
flip side of
say,
that,
this is what
I
Illinois
don't
is.
think
Do
that
you want the country to
lobbyists
be this? We
should
saw
be
this
allowed to
years ago
craft
when Nike
legislation.
Dacus ran for president in the
I would
80s.
actually,
That's the
I think there
campaign
should
the
be
Republicans
a
ran against him. A fundraiser for
I think that
J.B.
there should be a
Pritzker is
small
one keystroke on
agency
his cell phone.
within
And
Congress
he's fully funded.
where
And,
a legislator
that
can
is a
go
great advantage.
to like a group of people and be
One
like,
detriment, I think,
I want to craft
and
legislation that
he
does
was mad
X,
at
Y,
me
and
for
Z.
saying it publicly.
Type me up a rough
I
draft
thought it was a mistake for him
and
to
let
run
me
for
review it.
re-election because,
Like that should
you
be
know,
their
I think
job.
Newsom will
Like they
have
should be part of
an
Congress,
advantage.
but not
The
attached
seer
to
will have an
anyone
advantage.
specific
They'll be
in
able to
Congress. You know what I
travel the
mean?
country unfettered.
Then they aren't fit to be a
day
legislator.
after day
They
after
don't need
day
to be
for 2
experts. They
years.
just need to be
And,
competent.
You know, when
Yeah.
you're a governor, you have responsibilities. It's going to be harder for him. So, but put that all together, and I take him seriously as a candidate, and I think being from outside of Washington is a great asset. And I
When
think
you craft
he's a very
legislation,
skilled candidate.
This is my half-baked
You need to
theory,
be-
for both Pritzker and
like,
Shapiro.
I don't
which
think
is
it's
that,
reasonable.
I don't think being Jewish is going to be a liability. I think it's going to.
I
be
don't
an
think it's
asset, but
reasonable
here's
to
why.
expect
I think that
every
the Democrats
member
are
of
gonna find,
Congress
Israel going
to
to be a
be
huge wedge issue in the Democratic primary. But
so
as a Jewish person
legally fluent
who criticizes
to be able
the
to
way that
craft
Israel has been
legislation
behaving,
on their
I
own
believe that you are going to end up in the sweet spot
while
as opposed to the
also
sour spot. You can feel very authentic
trying to
yourself,
govern
whereas I think everybody else
for
is
their
gonna
constituents.
be either worried about being
and then
anti-Semitic,
expect that legislation to
anti-Semitic. I mean, I think
address potential loopholes,
Kamala were to rerun
contradictions.
her election, I think she
You know,
would handle the Israel question quite
I just don't
differently.
think that that's
I wouldn't
reasonable.
be surprised if the candidate's Jewish.
They should be attached to the dual leadership of the Congress,
That's
so that way both
interesting.
parties
Well,
must agree.
all
Yeah,
the you know, you talk
yeah,
about
exactly.
Shapiro, you talk about
Like there
Pritzker,
needs to
you
be.
talk about Rahm
I would even
Emanuel,
say it should be part of the Library of
another
Congress.
Illinoisan who came
Like
up
as an
briefly in these
employee
groups.
of the Library of
And
Congress,
all of them
one of
are
your
deeply
responsibilities
critical of Netanyahu
is like as part of a group, a member of
policy, and so
Congress
that
says,
speaks
"I
to
want
what you're,
legislation crafted that does
It's
X, Y,
very
and Z,"
hard to assail,
and then they should have like
a
we'll
Jewish
give them a
candidate
month,
as anti-Semitic.
a month to craft this legislation, and they
you
come
know,
back to
if they're
rough draft,
attacking,
and then you know what I mean?
Policies of
Like that would be
Netanyahu,
freaking
and, you know,
awesome.
I'm the son
Not
of a-
lobbyists, you know what I mean? Not
of a
special
Jewish
interest groups.
refugee, and
Not partisan.
I have deep concerns
That would be
about,
absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion.
Netanyahu and the policy that Israel has pursued, and I've been outspoken about it, and I feel
Why do I have
free
a-
to do
oh.
that. Netanyahu once called Rahm and I or Rahm and me self-loathing Jews because we supported a two-state solution.
Mm.
So, you know, it's interesting what you say, and you may be right. I don't know whether it means the candidate will be Jewish, but it means that. But your point is that that isn't necessarily a hindrance in the process of getting nominated.
I think that's right. That is what
Support of
I've
AIPAC
heard
would be a
this
hindrance.
lot. Can it be a black woman? Can the person be gay? Can the person be Jewish? Like that is just so much, and it's not even. That's not even just the pundits.
Library of Congress
It is
needs to be
the
expanded, made a requirement that
armchair
representative actually go at
psychology
least
of
once
the
when
voters
crafting
that
legislation.
Have kind of
Boom.
internalized this idea that maybe we're too sexist, maybe we're too racist, maybe we're too homophobic, maybe we're, you know, like maybe we're too anti-Semitic, like maybe we're all the things, and so these people can't get elected. And I actually think that is not the case.
Yeah, I'd say to people, stop calculating so much, because I think there's something bigger here, which is forget about who you are, what you look like, where you come from. The question is, do you have humility? Do you have integrity? Do you have honesty? Do you have empathy? Do you have competence? Are you from outside the system in a position to assail the problems in the system, not just the problems with Trump? Do you have a vision for what comes next, and not just rebuilding what was, but renewing and building something new and better and more resilient? There are so many more important things that are going to determine this next election, and
I could have
think,
answered
Sarah,
yes to every
that
single one of those
this is
questions.
An election that may mirror more than any other, to the extent that any elections are alike, 1976 after Watergate, the country.
Or even force
just
the
is
reps from
looking
each
for a
party to be the ones
cleansing.
to make the rough draft
And I
legislation
think
plain
there's
English.
gonna be a mood for
Bring it to
cleansing.
legislative
That's
agency.
gonna- and if,
Yes,
you know,
yes, yes,
Democratic
yes.
Party gets very tied up in
Yes, they absolutely
knots
should.
about identity politics and so on. Forget about all that. There are bigger
Yeah.
things here. There are
That's
bigger
right.
things.
That's right. I agree with all of that. David Axelrod, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming back on the show.
Always a pleasure, my friend. You're a bright light out there, and I appreciate what you are doing, the folks at the Bulwark, and I love focus groups. You know that. I'm a second generation aficionado because my mother was in the qualitative research business. So
I know.
I've been around focus groups all
I like
my
the fact
life.
that our
I've eaten
legislators
more
have gotten
M&Ms than
progressively
you can
worse than
imagine.
people with feather quills is
Well,
crazy.
I'll tell you this. I just wrote a book. I don't know if you know this. It's called
No.
How to Eat an Elephant, One Voter at a Time. Just went on sale for pre-order. It is already a bestseller because the Bulwark audience is the absolute best. And they went out
Actually-
and pre-ordered it like just animals. They just got after it.
You know what you need to do. The way
While
to
they have
seal
gotten
the deal
progressively worse,
is to come on Hacks on Tap and get our listeners to
I think what has
pre-order as well,
happened
because I will shamelessly
is that
hawk the book for you.
they are more
Well, I love a
representative
good plug, but for people who listen
of
to the
our
show,
population
obviously the voters are
in
at the
terms of
heart
intelligence.
of this book. But the one thing I'll say is that
That's
very
why we
few
get
people that I talk to
the Marjorie
end
Taylor
up sort of
Greens
getting
and the
at
Lauren Boeberts.
thesis of the book.
Because,
and my publisher won't like it that
I mean,
I'm talking about it. But
what
I'm just gonna
percentage
say
of our
this
high
idea
school
of needing a
population
cleansing and needing to
hasn't
understand
participated
which
in a hand
lessons
job
we
in a
take
theater at some point in
from
their life?
Trump
You know what I
around
mean?
Communications without taking
So,
the lesson
by
of
that
the
metric, Lauren
actual,
Boebert fits
like,
right in.
The negativity, like
Yeah,
there are
divisiveness.
things to learn. There are things to learn from what he did in communications, but mimicking him, mirroring
what?
him.
You
is
didn't know that
actually
Lauren
not
Boebert did
what
that?
Voters want, and is not.
She was
No,
caught giving her
I
boyfriend
agree.
a hand
The one
job
thing I will say about him,
at
and the one thing
in a
that's
theater
absolutely the coin of the realm in politics
during a
is
Beetlejuice
authenticity. And
play.
whatever you think
Nope.
about Trump,
Oh my
and
God.
yes, he's an inveterate liar
Are you
and all
fucking
that stuff,
serious?
But
Dude.
no one ever says, "Gee, I wish he'd speak his mind."
Like,
Yeah,
that
right.
is never a question.
that story even made
You
it like
always know what
outside
he's
of the
thinking.
online
Sometimes
media
you
sphere.
You wish that he
Are you
wouldn't
fucking
speak
kidding
his
me?
mind. And sometimes
Dude,
he
this
speaks
is
his mind
this
and
is the
it's
Republican
horrifying
Party,
to
bro.
see, but no
Like-
one ever, and that's why he's comfortable. Like he'll sit down with anybody.
This
and
is the
he'll
Republican Party.
Just say what's on his mind. That's an important
Oh my
attribute
God, dude, this is
in-
like
in this modern age, you know,
fairly old,
you just
too.
hope that what's on your mind is wholesome and less self-interested.
Watch this. I'm going to do Lauren Boebert,
Than the stuff that
Beetlejuice.
occupies him.
I think that's right, and that is all in the book, my friend. So go pre-order it now.
Look,
Of course,
look,
I'll
look.
come on Hacks and
Beetlejuice.
Tap and
See
plug
it?
My book. It's not out for
Beetlejuice.
6 months though, but I have written.
Beetlejuice.
We'll have you on
What are we going to
several
get?
times, and by the time your book comes out, people will be salivating
Surveillance
for it.
video
They'll
showing
be
Lauren Boebert
ordering
vaping,
multiple editions
kicked
and
out of a
sending them to
show.
their relatives and friends.
That is my hope. That is my hope. Okay, everyone. Thanks so much for listening.
September
to another episode
23,
of the
Lauren
Focus
Boebert
Group
was
podcast.
escorted
We'll
from
be back next
Denver,
week.
blah, 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 blah,
But
blah.
in the meantime, go
Surveillance.
rate us on Apple Podcasts, you know, subscribe to the Bulwark on
Surveillance
YouTube,
footage, blah, blah,
become
blah.
a
Where is it?
Bulwark
Where is it?
Plus
Where is
member
it?
at thebulwark.com. Do all that stuff by the book, and we'll see you next week.
Inappropriate behavior. Come on. I know for a fact she was given a handy. Causing a disturbance. Well, while the circle showed Boebert vaping, blowing smoke into the air, dancing in her seat, taking photos of the performance, and giving ushers the middle finger while being escorted out of the theater.
Often that's very personal
Oh,
stories.
this is the kind of person
Another
she
thing we're
is.
concerned about is how systems affect people.
Do you know who I am?
Something I'm in particular interested in is where our systems are failing people.
Come on, where's the handy
including our
part?
Democracy in the U.S. And personally, I think a lot about how that shows up in the ways that rural Americans and urban Americans and Americans who live in between those two communities, how polarized we've become. So your race is one that I've been
shit.
paying attention to. You're from a town that's about 1,500 people?
About 1,000.
1,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty small.
Yeah.
You're from a state that's about 1.5 million people?
We just crossed 1.4 recently.
Okay.
So we're really
1.4.
getting up there now.
Okay.
That's
And you also have had this very interesting experience of you've been a candidate for federal office for just over
Ah.
6 months, 7 months now.
Yeah, we
The Guardian.
launched the campaign on August 19th.
Okay.
So
After
and then
Beetlejuice
this
groping
whole
video.
idea, or this whole concept entered my life on July 27th. So it's it's been a
Ejected from the
very
musical on 10 September.
and
Videos showed them
surreal
eagerly
experience
groping each other while in their
such a
seats.
brief period of time.
Yes. You have held elected
There you go.
office before.
There's
but not state
your Republican Party.
Not even elected office.
Anyway,
No, I mean, I
let's
chaired the
let's
planning
listen to
board,
what a like an actual like person with integrity sounds like.
So, no, I have never
Someone that actually apologizes for their mistakes.
Jumping right in.
May as
And
well.
doesn't try to
As the
hide
Marine
from
Corps
it.
was
Doesn't
saying,
just
go
say.
big or
Doesn't
go
make
home.
excuses.
You know, it's no.
So that's sort of what I want to ask you about, because you decided to run for office at a time when the Democratic Party in the U.S. has been talking about how to expand its appeal outside of a sort of narrowing bands of demographics.
Right.
And you raise your hand to run. And one of the things that happened as you launched your campaign is national Democrats, the Democratic establishment, looked at you and said, no, not that guy.
Yeah.
So I want to know what that was like. I also
Yeah, so
wanna
he started
know
running as a progressive.
because
This guy,
you
Graham
are
Plattner.
sort of known nationally as
And then
a voice
shortly
of the
thereafter,
farmer, kind of working class,
the Democratic Senatorial Committee, whose finances are managed by Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, that's
Chuck Schumer.
Okay, so and I don't say
Financed,
that correctly. I mean, this is a tattoo.
Janet
that,
Mills,
a skull,
an 80-year-old,
that is an image
uh,
linked to Nazi police
to run against him
during World War II.
as the
And
moderate centrist.
You have said you did not know about that history of the symbol.
No,
So already,
I had that thing for
even if you
17
don't like
years.
lefties,
I took my shirt off.
just
in
the
gym.
fact that
I went to college with
Chuck
it.
Schumer
I re-enlisted in the army.
is trying to fund a campaign in a Democratic primary
Got
against him,
clearance to work on the ambassador. to
like that should be
Afghanistan
enough,
security
in my
detail.
opinion.
Also got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and yeah, it never once came up. So I just went through life with a
You know what, I'll
skull
turn this up.
crossbone tattoo that I got.
I watched this like last week, I think.
A bunch of other Marines.
I remember bits and pieces, but
And then, of course, 2 months after we launched.
But I
the
really like this
campaign,
guy.
It was.
He's probably my second favorite
The affiliation with something that
Democratic
neo-Nazis.
politician
So I promptly got it covered up
behind Zoran Mamdani.
having something like that on my body.
So that's obviously like a vulnerability in a campaign for U.S. Senate to find
Well, yeah,
out that
you disagree with the means, that's fine, but listen,
Yeah, also
just
a vulnerability in life. It's not
like
a
I'm extreme.
pleasant thing to, I mean, I've been a pretty.
I am more extreme
dedicated
than progressive
anti-fascist
Democrats
since I
running
was
for
about
office, okay?
12.
You have to remember that.
Grew up listening to the Dead Kennedys and the Dropkick Murphys, and so like I was imbued with a deep hatred of Nazis from an early age, which I think is pretty good and normal. So yeah, to find oneself, especially being accused of having some like latent or
He was in the Marines,
covert.
and when he was in the Marines, he got a like a skull and crossbones
something that,
tattoo.
my entire life has essentially been dedicated
When he was in
to being
Europe.
against. Not a great feeling.
And
but,
embarrassing.
he never hit it.
Definitely embarrassing, and also, I mean, personally painful.
But
I mean,
the
week
day
that happened,
after,
I would,
oh, he's that guy.
open
Yeah,
my
this is
phone,
that guy.
And I would see like pundits on national
And
television
I spent time in the
talking
military,
about me as a Nazi.
and
And
I can
that's-
tell you with
that's an
100%
unpleasant
certainty
thing to go through personally.
that there is no question in my mind
but
that a
then
bunch
also
of drunk
I
Marines
was I mean,
getting a skull and crossbones tattoo
I'm an open book
probably had
about my
absolutely no
life.
idea it was Nazi affiliated.
I haven't lived a simple life, but it hasn't been excessively complicated, and so I certainly don't.
I know how stupid
talking
people in the
about
military are.
And so for me, it was an opportunity to. I was happy to explain why I had it, the whole experience that
And
I've
like
gone through.
the accusations that he's a Nazi, like
years
they
that I
went through
had
his Reddit history. He was
The
like,
people in
if
Maine pretty
anything,
much listened to that
he
and
was
were like,
probably
"Oh, this
making
sounds
fun of like how black
And it's
people
funny,
don't
I
tip.
only get asked
He was like he was
Yeah,
making
that's what I was
comments
gonna
about
say.
women,
I'm like,
and, like sexual
I don't
assault
wanna
victims.
To be clear.
But like even when they
I
went through
also
his Reddit history, he said
know
nothing that
who's
was Nazi
best
affiliated. It's like get the fuck
represents
out of
Maine
here with your
interests
bullshit,
in this
you know?
moment. I also don't know
And
who's the best candidate to win.
the sponsor
in
of the
primary or
attack
general election. So I
was
wanted
his
to just
Democratic
admit that,
primary
and
opponent,
that's not what this
the
is
one
about.
being funded by
I
Chuck
wanna
Schumer.
know about just
Oh
who
my
you
God, it
are.
pisses me off.
And
But this
also
is like a
these
real
things,
fucking candidate, not.
as because you
goddamn Lauren
defended your
Boebert. Get the
character,
fuck
and
out of here,
also
man. Like,
your
ugh.
ignorance to say like I didn't know what this
Right.
was. One of the things you ended up doing. This is just like a very strange artifact of our
Yeah, in
politics.
case you haven't heard this interview
Your
yet, but-
campaign was like, look, he took off
But
his shirt and was
He
drunk
goes
at his
more
brother's
into
wedding,
like
singing
the
Miley
implementation
Cyrus.
of the
I was
policy.
not
He
drunk
goes
at my
more
brother's
into it. I do remember that.
Oh, you were
I was
drunk
drunk
at
when
the
I got the tattoo.
reception.
I was drunk when I got the tattoo. Oh no, I
Remember,
You were singing Miley
just
Cyrus.
always
I
remember.
was fully sober.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
You don't-
I am more
I
extreme.
promised my brother and his
Because I
wife,
have less
Becca,
fucks to
that
give.
I would
You know what I mean?
perform
If I was
Wrecking
running for
Ball in
office, I would
nothing
probably
but
temper that a
my
little
Marine
bit.
Corps running shorts.
No, I know that I
Which are
would
quite
temper that a
short,
little bit.
and some
Because it's just not.
around my face. I would
It just
perform
wouldn't
that as
be
their wedding gift. So
logical.
That's what I did.
So that was in 2014.
It wouldn't be a reasonable
so
approach.
2025
I know it's not a reasonable approach.
As proof that you did not know about the symbolism of this tattoo.
Right.
Your campaign releases this video.
Yes.
To attest to your character.
Yes.
As you're running for U.S. Senate. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a very odd.
I guess so, but I mean, like the thing is, I don't think it's remotely abnormal to like celebrate your brother's wedding to or marriage to someone by like doing a kind of over the top fun performance. Like there is an element of establishment politics.
And how many
that
politicians
sees
can
that kind
have
of thing. It's just like, oh my God,
like a 2-hour
boy,
conversation?
We should all be so worried. I think the average human being sees that. And
Like
yeah,
he's
that's not
already
just a
better
kind
than
of-
Kamala
that
Harris,
looks
who
like
couldn't
fun.
even go on Joe Rogan.
He's like
you
a
know?
normal, like it's just a. There's such, and partially it's why what I've noticed in this whole experience for me personally, there's such a disconnect between like this sort of establishment campaign and
I bet you,
of the things they think are serious.
as popular as he is now,
the most important.
if
thing.
you
Or
took
what is
him from
disqualifying,
now
what is disqualifying, what is going to be like a
to
huge scandal,
run
all of that.
against
And then there's like
Donald
what
Trump in
everybody in the normal
2024, I feel like he would win.
engages with. And
Like I think he's that much
very
better of a
separate, very
person
different things.
and a candidate
I
than
think it's
someone like
just- and I
Kamala
think
Harris.
It's mostly just the outcome of a politics that for a very long time now is just not representative of regular people and doesn't represent them. And so there's become this. It has developed its own. How do I put this? The campaign world and the political world has developed its own things that it sees as virtuous, its own things that it sees as possibly negative. It has its own like internal value structure that is utterly divorced from the value structure of like regular human beings or regular Americans. And I think that's one of the reasons why right now in this moment, that world is flailing. It doesn't really know what to do because it's developed all this kind of knowledge and tactics and skills and these things that they are very convinced of that just don't work anymore. And it's and in many ways, I think you can extrapolate off of this to the larger political system, which is that it's just operating in a world that it doesn't understand.
So one of the, I mean, you said when this came out, it was fed from people who were researching into your background who wanted to discredit you.
Yes. I mean, look.
Do you understand it to have come from National Democrats?
We have our we have suspicions. We like the governor, who is kind of the establishment backed
Your
candidate.
primary opponent.
Yes, announced the campaign on a Tuesday, and all of the negative stories began to drop Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that week. So I mean, look, it doesn't. You don't have to do a lot of deep thinking to find connections there.
The Democratic Party, so the National Democratic Party, you're a member of the Democratic
scared.
Party. Your party
my party
is feeding this information.
The Democratic Party establishment as an
and
institution is
one
fucking
of the
scared of
sort
progressives.
Insinuations of this is this guy
Because
came out
they
of
know
nowhere.
that
He is
progressives
untested.
Right.
He
will
is
put them in
too
their
risky for
place,
this moment, where Maine
just
is
like
a
they'll put
state
these goddamn
where
fascists in their place.
A Republican seat could flip to the Democratic seat in the Senate.
That's why they're always
When you
punching
think
left.
of untested being a word
Because we don't give a
that
fuck
people are
what your
trying
party
to
is.
connect
If you're
to, like,
corrupt,
how does that sit
get the
with you?
fuck out of here.
It's weird because I mean again, they see it as untested within their very specific value structure. But when it comes to like untested, I mean, I did 4 tours in the infantry in Iraq and Afghanistan. I've got decorations for combat service. I left that and struggled for years with the kind of, I would say, standard outcomes of intense combat service mixed with.
You did say you want to
a
confiscate
total
people's wealth and make it a crime to have a certain
and
amount of wealth.
cynicism
I
around
can see why the
this
rich
stuff.
people in Congress wouldn't like you.
And then,
You're welcome.
with help from the VA, I dug myself out of that hole. And then I got to return to my hometown and built a whole new life, one that I find very fulfilling, one that I find really grounding, and was able to start a small business, built an oyster farm into a successful commercial operation. In that same time, became really kind of a very active member in my community, met my wife Amy, fell in love, got married. Like that, to me, like those are all challenges that I think a lot of regular people can see and identify with. Like, to say that I'm untested just because
It's like,
I have not
this kind of
run
dude,
for
to
this
me,
version of political office
is
before,
the kind of candidate
I think
that
again,
should
I think
exist
it's really
in
indicative
like
of
every
this
district
political
at some level.
that has
He's human.
kind of at this point evolved separately from the
He's
real
made
world.
mistakes.
And they've got all their own versions of what's good and what's bad.
He's trying to atone for those
And yet
mistakes.
it's I think
he's trying to better himself.
Most Americans
and he's trying to
understand that
better
just because you like grew up
the
in this
people that
world
he
of the
wants to
political
represent.
establishment, or you have a full career in it, that doesn't actually mean that you're going to be able to represent. In fact, in some ways, I think we're beginning to realize it probably means you're not going to represent working people and regular people nearly as effectively.
So I want to go back into your life history to understand a lot more about what you just described.
Yeah.
But I want to first just understand from your point of view, do you believe the Democratic Party and National Democrats targeted you because they didn't think you were going to be a good general election candidate, or is it because of your politics?
It's because I didn't ask. I'll be honest. It's worse than that. It's because we didn't ask permission. That's why. And we were told this.
By whom?
We received messages from Washington, from the kind of national level party.
Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee.
DSCC and just people.
Oh,
on our
fuck these
campaign who worked
entitled
on it
motherfuckers.
Very early on, before we launched the campaign, we received very clear kind of warnings that, one, I had no right to do this. I had not, they were the ones who choose. They had a candidate that they had chosen. The governor had not announced yet, but was going to be the candidate. And me, Graham Plattner, had essentially not done my time.
You're skipping line.
Skipping the line. And they essentially said, if we do this, they're going to come after me. They're going to rip my life apart. All that.
I think he's ahead in polling by like double digits right now against his primary opponent.
It was
to you,
not to me, but to people close. It was, and I also reached out. Like, I made it clear that I was very willing to talk to anyone in Washington, to have a conversation, just so they could hear me out, get introduced to me. To this day, by the way, now all these months later, no one has ever taken.
You've never spoken with Chuck Schumer?
Nope.
You've never spoken with Kirsten Gillibrand, who heads the DSCC?
We've never spoken to anybody at the DS, period. The only folks I've spoken to in Washington are other senators who have been very supportive of what I've done, or of this campaign. And we have a lot of really awesome senators who have come out both publicly and also
skipped in line. Would make the founders get the rope and start tying the noose.
Oligarchs and billionaires. You don't believe it's because you didn't follow.
Yeah, dude. I absolutely love this guy.
When early on, they didn't even know about that critique. We hadn't even launched the campaign yet. There was no.
Even if the Democratic Party didn't go out of their way.
It was merely that
to
I hadn't waited
tie his hands. You know what I mean?
And which I find to be rather insulting. I mean, I'm a Democrat. I live in the state of Maine. The Democratic Party is supposed to be democratic, small d, democratic. The idea, I think the whole point of primaries is that candidates put together campaigns, launch them, and then
contest of ideas,
and then give the members of their party and their state the ability to choose who they think is best going to represent them. That's what it's supposed to be. So when
Boop.
when we were like putting this together,
Move some stuff around,
and the National Party, not in Maine, comes down and tells us we have no right to do this. I don't know. It's a fundamentally
especially everyone outside of
thing to
he's
say.
the aristocracy and want to destroy as much as
It
possible,
also
especially
just
everyone.
seems so
Yeah, I would argue that
weird.
today's political party system is.
I'm serious. Like it's a
the version of our
because
aristocracy.
It's all about like showing
Since it was concentrated there.
or like showing that you have some loyalty or that you've been, you're doing
and
as
presuming
you're told.
you know better in
Well,
Washington.
exactly. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Don't get me started. Like the fact that a bunch of national campaign people in Washington are utterly convinced that they know more about Maine and the Maine electorate than people in Maine, despite the fact that in 2020 they somehow managed to lose the state by 8 points in the Senate race, while Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 points.
Many of the founders died displeased with the party system.
Maybe they don't know.
Yeah,
Maine.
I'm living displeased with the party system.
Up there, but yeah.
Okay, so I want to understand your part of Maine. Sullivan, Maine is your town.
Yeah.
Where you grew up.
Yep.
It's about 1,000 people. Will you describe? It's coastal Maine.
Yeah.
When I picture coastal
Oh,
Maine,
why the hell's?
I
Oh,
picture
that's what happened. Okay.
a combination of people who work with their hands, who work in the water.
Yep.
Expensive vacation homes of people coming and going. Is that
Why
what it was like
is this
when you were growing
window
up?
That is very much.
so
Sullivan has a
ridiculously
limited
large?
shorefront. Most of the town's actually inland. But
Gotta
but we
move
do
stuff
have
around.
some shorefront looking across the bay to Katy. So we're directly north of Bar Harbor.
Okay.
So we're on Frenchman Bay.
Far Harbor.
Looking from the Sullivan boat launch, you're looking directly south. You can see Cadillac Mountain and all of Acadia.
What is this blue? Oh, that's the background.
So Bar
Okay.
Harbor's across the bay. We've got some summer homes in Sullivan.
Okay,
not
there we
that
go.
many. Neighboring us are the
Had to
towns
move
of
a couple
Swanton
of
and Hancock, which do have some pretty substantial summer
couple of things
communities.
around.
So yeah,
Wasn't
it
covering
was
as much of
always
the screen.
interesting growing up in a place where
There we
have
go.
an immense amount of rural
That
poverty.
should look better.
We have people that work incredibly hard.
Anyway.
Seasonal jobs in the summer, seasonal jobs in the winter. Everybody's got multiple jobs. It's a very normal thing. Also, those exact same folks live across the street sometimes from someone whose family has had a summer home in eastern Maine for 100 years. And everybody knows each other.
Did you grow up like resenting the people who'd come in the summers from the cities?
No, I was my brother. I wasn't really into being on the ocean actually when I was a kid, but my brother really liked sailing. So he took part in like some of there were some good like summer sailing programs for local kids and for summer kids. And so you early on like just develop, like when kids are up in the summer, whether they're summer kids or local kids, like you wind up playing with them and meeting them. So it's an interesting world in which a very stratified like economic system finds itself very intimately intertwined.
Yeah.
Which honestly I've always found to be pretty unique. I think where we are, even across the bay over in MDI, like
MDI.
Mount Desert Island, like Northeast Harbor has these insane summer homes. Very wealthy people, and over there's no connection. Right, like they bring in their own staff. They fly into the Bar Harbor airport. They get picked up. They drive to their big thing. They're there for like a week or two or some crazy thing.
Yeah.
But over on our side of the bay, because a lot of the families have just been there for a long time, the summer families.
Yeah.
There is of course some resentment, but it's not nearly as bad as I think people would expect it to be. Mostly because we're all very like the towns are small.
It's small.
Like really small.
You're gonna run into each
like
other.
everybody. Yeah, everybody kind of knows each other, and in that there is also an element of like, if you're say a summer person, and you're rude to people and you're condescending, like nobody's gonna want to work for you. Nobody's gonna want to make sure your pipes don't freeze in the wintertime. Nobody's gonna want to cut your grass. Nobody's gonna want to take care of your boat. So like there is almost because it's so small, reputation goes a long way. It's sort of, I don't know, self-enforces.
You can't be an insufferable snob because your pipes will freeze in February.
Yeah, there's an element of that. I mean, look, don't be wrong. You still can.
You can. Okay.
But it's not. But it's not going to do you any favors.
So you didn't want to spend time on the water growing up. So I went
to the mountains.
Okay, so your Dropkick Murphys, like New England, like kind of like punk, political, like really fun shows.
Yep.
Dead Kennedys, like help me picture mid-90s.
Well, Dead Kennedys, I didn't see them. I just
Okay,
listened.
listened. So
I mean, I lived in rural Maine, so like I was into the music. I'd go to shows up in Bangor, go to shows down in Portland when I can. A couple shows in Boston when I convinced my mom to like let me do that. But a lot of it was just through the music itself.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a sense of you as like a teenager, coming of age as a young man. So you're like listening to that kind of music. You're going to the mountains. Are you hunting, or are you? Like,
no, I wound up. So when I graduate 8th grade. I went to a K through 8.
Public.
Yeah, Mountain View Elementary. I mean, I forget how many kids were in my graduating class, but it was like 15 to 20. It was little. Did that. Got my first job right after graduating 8th grade. I was washing dishes at a restaurant.
Your mom's restaurant?
No. It was the Crocker House in Hancock.
Okay.
And then started high school. My mom really wanted my brother and I to get a really good education.
Oh man,
so she made
that
us
food is so good. I'm gonna get. I have to have more.
Bunch of these like
have to have more.
prep schools around New England.
Oh, so fat.
Where people come
so
from
fat.
All very wealthy student populations.
I didn't get into many, but I did get into Hotchkiss in Connecticut, and they gave us a really good financial aid package. I lasted until Christmas.
I want to know about this.
It was not. Well, I mean, it was just I was from a small rural town where like everybody worked incredibly hard. I mean, my mom had us like raking blueberries and doing wreaths, frankly, since like as long as I can remember.
Doing wreaths, what's that mean?
Wreaths. We made
wreaths. Oh,
yeah.
Making wreaths.
In the wintertime. Yeah. My mother and my stepdad had a smoked salmon smokehouse, so we smoked fish. But to like augment income in the summertime, she would rake blueberries, she would have us go pick strawberries, and in the wintertime we did wreaths.
Okay.
And so like my brother and I were like just used to working a lot.
Okay, you show up at this prep school, you're like 14.
13, something like that.
What was it like? Like tell me.
It was weird.
What
like,
was
it was
weird
just,
about it for you?
It was just a whole, I mean, I'm meeting kids from like New York, from like incredibly wealthy families. Like I'll just give it an example. This was actually the moment where I realized I really didn't want to be there. They would have like chapel, like once or twice a week or something like that. I forget. And it was always, it wasn't religious. Somebody would come down and give us like a talk about values or morality or whatever. And early on, someone came, I don't know who it was, some business leader kind of guy, and he was like. He was trying to explain to us the importance of hard work to all these prep school kids. And
interesting.
He rhetorically asked, how many of you have had a job before? Because of course a bunch of incoming freshmen, like 13-year-olds at Hotchkiss, have never held a job before. And I had held a job. So I raised my hand and then promptly realized like, oh no, that was not meant to be a real question. But I had my first W-2 job the summer prior, washing dishes. And then obviously I'd worked a bunch before that. So I just had this moment of like, I don't like this place. I don't like this, like, I felt
I had
so
my
out of
first job at
place,
14.
So
Did you make friends?
Not really. I mean, I did not like long-lasting friends. There's really nobody from that. But I was only there for like, I was literally there for 3 months.
You said you just stopped going to class.
Yeah.
Were you a good student? Like, had you been a good student from K through 8, and then you're just like?
I was an okay student in K through 8. I always enjoyed learning. I enjoyed class. I didn't always enjoy doing homework or writing papers. But in this experience, I just realized that if I didn't go to class, they were going to send me home.
They kicked you out?
Yeah. Because I mean, I was begging my mom, really since the day I got there, to go home. I wanted to go back to Maine. I didn't like it. I felt so awkward. Like, you know, kids have cars. Kids have like, they're telling stories about their they're all from like Manhattan and wealthy families. Not all of them. I met some other kids who were kind of like me, and they were the ones I became closer with. But I just never felt like it was a place that I was supposed to be, and I missed home. And then I realized one day that since my mom wasn't going to withdraw me if you don't go to class,
this protest will work.
It's like, yeah, they send you home. So that's what they did. And my mother was very angry, and I did not get to go on family vacation that year. So
what did you have to do
I
instead?
I just didn't stay. My parents were divorced, so I just stayed with my dad. And then I started at John Baptist, which is in Bangor, and that's where I went.
A more local private school.
Yeah, that's where I went to high school.
Kind of in these campaign profiles, it's noted that in high school you were voted most likely to start a revolution.
Yes.
What does that mean? Like, how
You'll
would
have
your
to ask-
classmates
You'll have
have
to ask
thought
my
of you?
classmates. They were the ones that voted that superlative for me. I mean, I was just I was political in high school. I was in the sense that I was very outspoken about, I think, like small d democratic things, like whether it came to students' interaction with the administration, or I got really into like Irish history, which exposed me to more, I would say, like kind of national liberation politics, anti-colonialism politics. I mean, so like in that my picture in high school, I'm holding a sign that says like free Tibet, free Chechnya, free Palestine, free, like it's so. I mean, it was I was as a high school kid, I was very, I would say, engaged with the idea that there were systems that exploited and oppressed people, and I was against those systems.
And so we're about the same age. You're a little younger than me. You're in high school when 9/11 happens.
Yeah.
So September 11th, you're graduating high school in 2003.
Yep.
What I missed? How long were you gone?
So that's spring, of course, when you're graduating. It's also when there's debates, protests.
I didn't know
about
you were
the
missing.
Iraq War.
Yep.
And you participated in those.
Yeah, I was very against the war in Iraq. I
Oh,
thought
no.
it was an absolutely terrible idea.
Can you hear the video?
18-year-old me was
Oh.
Correct, by the way.
Well, before the end of the
He was
video,
talking about how he
listen,
got himself purposely
tell me
kicked out
what
of school
happened between when you
because
finished high school. Did you not know what else
he
to do?
qualified for like
No,
a
it's
private
just-
school in
this is
Connecticut,
everybody-
and like
in my head, it's not confusing.
all the other kids
I
were
know it
were
seems
like
confusing.
super wealthy, driving
I
their own
wanted to be a
cars.
soldier since I was about 2 years old.
So he like purposely stopped going to class to
My
get himself kicked
earliest
out.
memories were of being interested in military history,
Uh-huh.
and being drawn towards the military for some reason. I don't really know why. People have asked me why. I have no clue. My dad.
There's plenty of young men who have this sort of ideal.
Exactly.
This is a
and
way
like
to
my
express.
parents were. My dad, was not in the service. In fact, he had become a teacher to avoid being drafted in Nam. My mom had always been, I think, she has like left-wing politics. So like part of it might have been a little bit of a rebellious streak, but that wasn't enough to kind of maintain it for all of that time.
Did your family expect you to go to college after high school?
Yeah, very,
And
very
so
much
this was a declaration that no, I'm doing this instead.
Yeah.
Did you
yeah.
apply to college?
Yeah, I did. I got waitlisted at George Mason. Or no, sorry, I didn't get waitlisted. I got into George Mason, and then I deferred a year to make my parents happy. But I knew what I was doing because I was going to enlist.
And so you have these like anti-colonialist politics as a teenager.
Yep.
When you're deciding to become a soldier, you're joining the U.S. military.
Yeah.
After it's invaded Iraq.
Yeah.
That didn't feel like a contradiction to you?
I mean, it did, but it also didn't. I mean, like at that point in my life, I very much believed in this idea that, look, I did everything I could to stop the war. I protested the war. I got dragged out of a George W. Bush rally with a sign that said no war in Iraq. I mean, like I was against it. The war came anyways. And when the war came, there was this feeling with me like I did what I could to stop it. For some reason, I felt like if I'm one of the people that goes, like I will, because I've been
I like the colonial era,
to
minus the colonization,
military
since
for
people in
my
there
whole
have
life.
some pretty neat quotes.
There was just this feeling that like it's better if it's me than if it's somebody else. And then there was also this feeling that, and I don't really believe this anymore, but at the time I
Also
definitely
because I like
believed this,
America, so of course I
which
like
was
the era it was founded.
Okay, if the whole thing is screwed up and bad,
Dude.
at least if I'm there,
I'm
like,
a good person.
I'm a good person.
What sucks
and I'm going to be able to
is when you realize that
make the best
basically
of
since
this awful
America's
thing.
inception,
And
we have been murdering the fuck out of people that are not
it's
white.
Hard. It's really hard to like bring
Native Americans,
I would say positivity,
slaves,
to a
Hispanics,
negative
Arabs.
campaign. But But I was a kid. I mean, I enlisted at 19.
Yeah.
I mean, like I really believed that.
That's
I
what really
could
sucks.
Maybe be the good guy.
Because I like
And
America
I
too.
also
I actually do.
Lots of stories of like in Vietnam.
But at some
like
point,
guys who had been against the war
you have
and
to
got
come to
drafted and
terms
went because they felt like it was their duty.
that it was built
We were a volunteer
on the
military
bones
when you enlisted.
Yeah.
Did you
of
have
millions of
was
innocent
part of it,
people.
like class politics, that like I'm somebody who has a choice. A lot of these other people who are serving don't have a choice, and this is like something they were.
Not really. I mean, for me, like I didn't really feel like I had a choice, to tell you the truth. Like I was just I can't explain.
That's what
why
really
I
fucking sucks.
Wanted the experience.
God, that
But
sucks.
I did. Like I had grown my whole life. I had read about other people's wars, and then the day came, and my generation had a war.
Oh,
And even though I
Asians.
thought it
Almost
was a
forgot
stupid
Asians.
war,
How could
it
I
was still
forget?
my generation's war, and I felt like it was just
Like
something
I think we killed 3 million.
And I know you
in
are
Vietnam
right now because you made that decision.
Yeah.
If you were advising an 18-year-old who was similarly
Hundreds of
situated
thousands
today,
in Cambodia, maybe more.
And the only reason I say that too is my father, a really
Yes.
good friend of his, who was a Vietnam vet, and
Yes.
he sat me down one day, it's right before I joined the Marine Corps, and essentially read me the Riot Act.
And like, not even the wars. Think about all the smallpox
exploit it.
blankets we passed
Other
out.
people are going to like make money off of it. It won't be you. It's going to be brutal. You're going to see all kinds of
Like,
awful
not even
stuff.
wars.
He was a medic in Vietnam, and he's like, "Don't do it. It's stupid." And I did it anyways. And afterwards, he later said to my father, he's like, "Well," he's like, "I understand." He's like, "Because he's like, I was the same way." He's like, and like, there's an element where if you need to be the people who are going to be, I think, the best at it, or the ones who are going to do like come out of it the best, there's just something inside of you that's going to make you do it no matter what anybody says. So like, I think I would never try to talk somebody into joining the infantry or join the Marine Corps, especially after my experience. I mean, all the things that happened to him happened to me. We were exploited. We were taken advantage of. We had to endure immense amounts of suffering and violence, all for somebody else to benefit. All of that was true, and it remains true. I mean, these systems keep going, and it's a.
Maybe that was a British
But I also
majority of
know
death
that
from disease is accidental.
There are young people who, for
accidental
whatever reason, are just kind of drawn to this stuff, and there isn't really. I mean, that's why I think it's more.
They
incumbent
gave
upon us as a society to stop
the Native
fighting
American
these kinds of
population,
wars
tribes,
than it is to like
blankets
convince
that had been
certain
used
young
by people who
not
had
to
died
do it,
from
not
disease.
to enlist, because it's not really up to them.
Come on.
It wasn't really up to me.
Come on.
I know that's hard to understand
Come on, man.
for folks, but like I never felt like I had a choice. Like I was drawn towards military service for some deeper.
They knew what they were
reason.
doing.
And I think that's why it's incumbent on us as a society to not exploit those feelings of youthful passion and patriotism and like
wanting to be part of something bigger than yourself.
I mean, that's the big one, is you want to belong to something that means more than just you. Like, we as a society should figure out ways to harness those emotions and those passions in a positive manner. Like, how do we, like, I'm a big fan of the CCC from the Civilian Conservation Corps, and like there was a time where this country like gave people an opportunity to like be part of something bigger, to build things, to build the national parks, to build huge infrastructure projects, and now we don't do that now.
I want to ask you about your time in combat.
Policy
you
implementation.
Did multiple tours. You were in Iraq and Afghanistan. You were a machine gunner.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing that means your body is at the front of a tank with a machine gun. Or
No.
help me picture.
Yeah, I mean, generally, it all depends. I was in a Marine rifle company, and sometimes we use machine guns dismounted. So when you're carrying the gun around, for us, was primarily 240 Golfs, medium machine guns. My second deployment in Ramadi, we had a lot of heavy machine guns as well. We were defending a fixed position in downtown Ramadi called the Government Center.
So you're like on the tops of buildings?
Yeah,
or?
tops of buildings, and then also on the top of a Humvee, like in the turret, as you drive, gun trucks.
Wait, it wasn't the
So
British,
you
it was the
drive around, you
Spanish?
get a machine
My
gun
bad,
on
got
top,
them
so
mixed up.
Machine gunners tend to stand behind.
If you
them. So
think
you're
that
pretty
only
exposed.
one
We tend
of
to
those
higher
colonial
casualty rates, 'cause you're exposed. You're the
governments
and-
participated, you're
And then
mistaken.
historically as well, like machine guns
Maybe that's the
are
only one that
really
documented,
kind of like the base of
but there's no
infantry
way
units'
you would
ability
be able to convince me
to
that
project
they weren't
fire.
all similar
So machine guns are generally the first
in the way they
in
colonized.
any kind of fight. If you can shut down the machine guns of an enemy unit, or that you're in a better position.
Their purpose was
than
to
if they still have
colonize.
their guns up and running, and same goes for back at us.
And when you think about that time in combat, I mean, you're describing Ramadi. I remember hearing about Ramadi gun battles in the news at the time. Like, were those periods when you were in combat in Iraq? Let's start with Iraq. Like, do you remember it as mostly being encountering violence or the threat of violence most days? Was it sitting around a lot, talking to your fellow Marines, getting to know each other? Like, how do you think?
War, even in its most violent, is still about 99% sitting around, doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, it's very violent very quickly. That's pretty much my experience. I mean, even like in Ramadi, we were.
First outbreak of smallpox recorded 50-20 caused by Spanish conquest of the
intensely
region.
violent. I mean, we were making contact pretty much every single day, whether that was getting attacked at the government center
Spread for
or
300
getting
years.
hit when we go out on patrol.
Woo!
So it was
America.
It was an irregular occurrence to be engaging the enemy with your weapon, or to be getting blown up by IEDs, or for us.
This country has never been one to waste good ideas.
Fire, so mortars, ton of mortars.
Especially when it comes to
and it's hard, you do it for
wartime technologies.
Like we didn't get a day off for 8 months in 2000.
Whether they're bombs or blankets.
Not one day off. No day. Just
this country has never met
take it easy. Every
a
single
weapon
day was either patrols
that it wasn't
or
willing to
stand
put to
post,
use,
or somewhere in between. We were supposed to have a day off once, and then someone got injured at the government center. We had to go out and pick up a casualty. So we never. It's exhausting.
That's the summer you're 21 years old.
Yeah, it was summer I was 21. I turned 22 in September. I actually missed my birthday. It was like a week or two after I turned 22, and I realized that I'd had a birthday like a week beforehand.
Oh, it didn't even register.
Doesn't even register. Yeah.
You tell me. I've never served in the military. I've never been in combat. So if I ask anything that you don't want to talk about,
that's okay.
Say. Did you lose a lot of friends?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we received. Over the course of, especially those 2 deployments, Fallujah and Ramadi, our battalion received a significant amount of casualties. And yeah, I mean, I had many friends die. And frankly, many more get pretty grievously wounded. Oftentimes, in my presence, which is when you're young, and it was funny. I mean, I did this a bunch more times.
Yeah.
So, but
you including intentionally, you signed back up.
Yeah. Like you get. I mean, there's a level of professionalism that you start to kind of get, where it's like this is just the work, and you sort of just get. I'm not gonna say you get used to it, but there is an element of you become.
16, 17, 19 outbreak seemingly will clear up a part of America.
Just exposure, but first few times are just hard, and you're young. I mean, I was 20. On my first deployment, and that was you
80-90% of the coastal populace was wiped out.
Friends.
So that's what I call efficiency.
I mean, it's really, it's a pretty, it's an experience that the first time it happens to you is very, very emotionally wounding, and kind of definitely stays with you.
And you're in the Marines. You grew up in rural Maine, which, is not the most diverse place.
Yeah.
What did you, if you could help me understand what it was like socially for you, serving
honestly,
alongside Americans from all over the place.
That was one of the best parts about the Marine Corps for me. Is I grew up in rural Maine. It's a not diverse community. I mean, I went to... there was one black kid that came to my middle school, I think 7th or 8th grade. He moved up from New York and was living with his grandmother, who just happened to live there, and then high school, kind of similar ratios, just very. So Maine's a super white state, and so even though we have a fair amount of, I would say, it's a lot of there can be economic diversity, not a lot of racial diversity or cultural diversity.
When did the first settlers of America arrive?
The only thing that I'm really lucky for, and count my lucky stars on, is
oh my gosh, wasn't it?
Because of the blueberry fields,
Wasn't it the
we had
early
generations
1500s?
of
God, I don't
migrant
remember.
workers.
Oh, farm workers who
Farm-
came
yeah,
in.
and some would stay.
From Latin
Pre,
yeah, so there was kind of a cool like exposure to
pre-Civil
that,
War
which I think,
history.
had I lived in another part of Maine,
Like,
I would
I'm
not have
shaky
gotten.
post-Civil
But
War
then you're in the Marine
history.
Corps and you wind up in it's,
Like
I mean,
pre-Civil
Marine
War
Corps is
history,
for everybody.
forget it.
I mean,
I'm
you've
not
got,
recalling shit.
Like, you've got my platoon commander.
I want to say
who
early
remains a good friend
1500s.
of mine.
Oh,
You know, he went to
1620 after everyone was
he
dead.
went to,
Spanish
like,
arrived before us.
also
Oh,
went to a fancy
Damn.
New England prep school. Went to Notre Dame, so that's my platoon commander.
So you're telling me
buddies of mine who like have GEDs
at no point
or come from like really
after the first settlers arrived in
very
North
poor
America, at
backgrounds,
no point
and
after that
yeah, it really was this
did these
eye-opening
American
experience,
settlers
which in many ways
ever
is kind of
engage
what began to
in
form my understanding that, like every
the
single
intentional spreading of
experience is
disease
vastly different,
against the Native
and
American
all of them
population.
are also like as valid as anyone else's. Like everybody's lived a life, and nobody's life is more important or less important than anybody else's. At least I don't think so. And I think part of that mindset just came from the fact that I wind up in the Marine Corps with people who have vastly different backgrounds than I do, and
the reason
and you love them, like you become close with these people, and like I mean, I'm to this day I'm still friends with.
I think it might have actually been
And-
after
Yeah, you just kind of realize that everybody's
the Declaration of
everybody's
Independence.
lived experience
It was when we were expanding west.
is their own.
I think it might have actually
And-
been pre-Civil War, early
And you have
1800s,
to like remain very open
when we were starting to push
understanding that,
west.
like, people come from places, or
And
people come to.
we didn't want
concepts
them
or
in the
ideas
way
generally based
of
on lived experience.
Something I know about you because of national political news is that
we didn't want
part
them to
of
stop
how
us from
you
killing all the
have worked
buffalo.
out your worldview was on online comments on Reddit.
Yeah.
I'm also picturing serving with your fellow Marines and what the kind of chatter about
Oh,
how
yeah.
the world works was like.
Oh, it's constant. I mean, there's also a lot of downtime.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's a. I won't get into the details because the Marine Corps infantry is a deeply crude and crass place for obvious reasons. But
I'm
you
at
spend
the
a
point with
lot
the
of time
89%
sitting
white majority
around
death is already done.
just like
Land of colonies is already clear.
bullshitting.
Hence why it was
And
settled so quickly.
you talk about everything.
And the Band of
from
Villages.
politics.
And the
to
Pilgrim stories we were told about as
girls
kids.
to- I mean, there was once a time in Ramadi.
That makes a lot
me
more
and a guy I
sense.
was opposed to it,
Andrew
we
Jackson,
literally
Harold
tried
Brutal.
to
Also,
go
Delica's tried to
through
stop
our
it. Jackson told him to
like,
fuck off.
every single memory we ever had up until
Oh,
that
God,
point,
they're
'cause
back.
we just spent days, literally just days, sitting there, just staring out of a window. I mean, you kind of.
If I were to have known you, then would I have thought of you as like somebody who like runs his mouth and kind of thinks he's got the world figured out and like to debate when you're sitting or
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I definitely like to debate. I was.
That's my second bowl. I'm
platoon's
stuffed. Like,
token
I'm-
liberal,
I definitely ate too
without
much.
Question. And every platoon's got one. So it's I just
You were yours.
I happen to be mine, and I wasn't the only one.
Okay.
It's kind of it's a yeah. But there were a few of us. But everybody, like, it's funny. Like, it's very much like you just talk to kill time.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there with nothing to do but talk about like literally every possible thing you could think of.
Yeah.
And so it was. I mean, for me, it was interesting too, because like that's when you start to kind of really understand.
John
like,
Marshall
when
was
you
the one who
spend
ruled
just
that Indian tribes
hours,
were sovereign nations and
days,
cannot be
months actually
removed
just,
or
like,
attacked by the states. That's when
essentially
Jackson
engaged in
told.
constant conversation.
Oh,
You
that's
really
right.
do-
Yep.
you
Okay,
do
I remember that.
grasp, like, why
But I
people
mean, at
come to
that
the
point, they had
conclusions
already.
come to, why they have the worldview they have.
They'd
because
already
you start
like
to get, like, a much
fucked a bunch of them
deeper,
over, man.
I think it's not an aesthetic understanding. It's like
like at this point, there was like
It's
already
other
like
shadows.
halfway
With
through the
fellow men,
process.
there are not a lot of women around.
No women.
If not more.
Zero. Yeah. When I was in the Marine Corps infantry, when I was in the Marine
I
Corps,
wish he would have
it was a
enforced it.
Male
Fucking
only
pussy.
service. It wasn't really until I got into the Army that we began to work.
At that point, they had
and
lost
when I
War
was in the Army, it was
1812, the
also
Creek Wars,
male
the other wars
only.
for one.
But in Afghanistan, there'd been some work on like having women come down and like work with infantry units to, so we could develop close relationships out in the.
Oh, I definitely eat too much.
But no, in the infantry.
Times it. Oh man, 9:30.
Yeah, it's just literally just dudes.
Just dudes. Okay. So after your 4 years in the Marines, you want to re-up. You can't re-up as a Marine because they changed.
So I got out.
You got out.
On my third deployment, I had applied to college, and I applied to George Washington University in D.C.
You feel like maybe I've done my time.
I was a little fried after my third deployment, and was like, all right, I want to take a break. And I had a re-enlistment package to stay in the Corps. I mean, I made sergeant in 4 years, multiple combat awards, multiple combat tours. I had a high re-enlistment code, and so I could stay in the Marine Corps. But then I got into GW, and I was like, well, I mean, like, I kind of know where things go if I stay in the Corps. I have an idea of what my career would look like. I maybe want to go give something else a try. So I get out, start at GW in I think August or September 2008. Very promptly realized that, like, I'm not. This isn't really for me at this point. Like my friends. I mean, it's 2008. The war's still going on. My friends are still deploying. My unit's getting ready to go to Afghanistan. I was like, and there I was.
Your fellow Marines are still fighting, and you're in a classroom, and it felt wrong.
And I also, really at this point, I began to really buy into this idea of counterinsurgency, which was this kind of first couple years of the Iraq War in Afghanistan. There was this we had this understanding that we had screwed it all up, that we weren't developing relationships, we weren't becoming close with the civilian population, we weren't serving the civilian population. That was one of the reasons why, and that we weren't going to be able to kill our way out of it. And there was this embrace of this concept called counterinsurgency, which really
was actually several wars. Someone tried to join us, another didn't.
It kind of is.
Early on, the Congress made treaties. Only a few of them were honored, especially the ones with tribes. Specifically, the ones with tribes continue to trade with us. When I think there's still existence for relationships. Pentagon gets military update. Nice. I doubt they do now, because that'd be too woke for this administration. There's no way. There's no way that this administration gives updates to a Native American tribe from the Pentagon. There's no fucking way. Absolutely not. That does not happen with this administration.
Like, okay, I'd have these heavy combat tours, which had given me like all this combat.
Bold of you to assume that this administration
I was a good infantryman.
would do something for a minority race.
With now a deeper like academic understanding.
And building something.
Also like building like cultural knowledge, a language. When I was at GW, I studied Arabic. Like I had this fantasy that I was like going to turn myself into sort of like the perfect like warrior for this kind of fight. And I could go back and I'd be very.
I'd be very upset if they didn't, as they were great allies in War 1812. Very much deserve it. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, 100%. But the reality, what's the reality?
And
is that our government tends to not give a fuck.
Really kind of feel like, all right, well, there's still a lot of stuff going on. And around this time, this is exactly when this concept of COIN was really coming into its own in the U.S. military. And I felt...
Counterinsurgency, COIN.
Yeah. And I really felt, I'm like, oh, this is it. Like, we're doing the thing. I had so much criticism of how we had operated in my first couple deployments. And now I'm, like, reading articles about how, we're fixing it. We're going to go in and... Everybody's reading T.E. Lawrence now, and we're getting guys to like study languages. I mean, I believed it, and I didn't want to. In many ways, I like kind of didn't want to miss it. I was like, this is the thing. Like we're doing this the right way now. There's a real irony here that it was in this time I was reading a lot about Vietnam. Primarily, one of my favorite books is A Bright Shining Lie by Neil Sheehan about John Paul Vann, who was a U.S. Army officer who effectively had the exact same trajectory, came to the exact same conclusions, and we lost Vietnam. In fact, John Paul Vann died in Vietnam, essentially trying to do the thing that the hearts and minds comes from John Paul Vann. That he invented that phrase. It came out of one of his presentations to the Pentagon from like 65 or 66. And so I'm looking at the U.S. military, especially Afghanistan.
Like we should have helped the tribes respect their land, form proper relations. Yes, they could have joined the unit, strengthened us even more, especially with their experience farming and nomadic hunting. Yes,
different view. We have hope
yes,
now.
yes, and yes, lots of yes.
All of it, we're going to do it right.
But
I was like, hell yeah! Like
the reality is,
so I left college.
The
and
the unofficial motto of this government
had forearm tattoos.
Since its inception has been
had changed in 2007, which was
if it's brown,
sleeve tattoos on your legs or on your
wash it
forearms.
down
so you get this
or whatever.
Package, And then
if
they're
it's
like,
brown,
actually, you
put it
can't
down.
because you get these sleep.
Well, if
sleep
I'd stayed in the Marine Corps, I would have been fine.
Uh-huh.
I would have been grandfathered.
Because you'd okay, I see.
But I got out, but I got out. So essentially,
that semester at school.
Yeah, exactly. And I was talking to the prior service recruiter, and actually at some point I like moved my shirt, and he was like, "Oh, dude, you don't have sleeve tattoos, do you?" I was like, "Yeah, man." He was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't. We can't." I'm like, "What?"
Huh.
I'm like, "Dude, I'm a 4-year infantry sergeant. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah." So I went to the Army, and the Army didn't care.
Well, more like if it isn't British heritage,
so
let
I joined
down.
the Army. I kept my rank, and I wound up going to a
Well-
long-range surveillance company in
Yeah.
Maryland National Guard.
I guess
So
there's
was
that.
in school, but also
That makes sense,
I
too.
was more focused on Army stuff.
Explains
so I went
India.
To reconnaissance school,
Mhm.
and then summer of 2010, our unit got a request from a sister LURS company in Nebraska, essentially saying, "We're going to Afghanistan. We need reconnaissance qualified NCOs with significant combat experience."
Mhm.
And I
And
was
that's
like,
you.
"That's me."
Did you want to go back?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
hadn't
yeah.
been to Afghanistan. Did you
Had
want to
not-
go back?
Oh, I really
to
and
combat?
I also grew up, like, I grew up reading a lot of Kipling. I grew up reading Kim. I grew up
Germans, Irish, especially
reading a
these
lot of,
fucking Welsh were not treated.
Sebastian
Yeah,
Younger,
that's true.
Who had written The Perfect Storm. Who'd also
Yeah, they were
covered the
not.
war in Afghanistan
They
before
were not
9/11.
treated
This is
as
like late 90s, Northern Alliance fighting the
as
Taliban.
white people. That's for
I've got
sure.
you I know who I went to high school with, who you are just like.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
So, like,
the,
I was-
the kid who's into military history.
Mhm.
The kid who was into military history in my high school was not also going to punk shows, so I'm having to like update my model. But I kind of get. So then you go back. You go to Afghanistan, and then you serve one tour in Afghanistan.
This is my 4th deployment.
Okay, so then you come back. And
But the Germans
in
being
your
more white than a lot of
latter
British people, which
20s,
is funny.
You are going to go back to school, get your
Yeah.
college degree.
Yeah.
And this is the period
This
I
is
wanna,
when it all goes to hell.
Okay, I want to.
Because so I go to Afghanistan fully idealistic.
Yeah.
I'm like, no. This is it. This time. And I got to Afghanistan, and nothing had changed.
Uh-huh.
Like
These big ideas
use
don't
different,
actually-
We use different words now. Like we changed the language we used, but practically, I mean, it was pretty much the same stuff. Yeah, I mean, it was nice. I spent a bunch of time like out in a valley at an Afghan police station, training Afghan cops. But like on the, I always had this thing like it seemed like the generals.
Sorry, sir, whites
understood,
only. Some
or it
random
seemed
dude to a
like it. I don't think
snowman
they
German.
ever seen what they did. And everybody from like company commander down understood.
Well, see,
the problem was everybody.
the thing
in
about
between, which was the vast majority of like
the difference
actual
between
sort of
British racism
administrative complex they
and
didn't
American
They
racism
know how to fight wars.
is that
Yeah,
once
I
you
mean,
get past
not
like
well. We lost.
World War One,
I think it was just the fact that
American racism becomes stupid,
these wars in the end
so
kind of
that the
became
like the Irish and the
places
Germans
where
could
people
kind of
could
get
just
away with it
get an
to some
experience that would
extent,
look
to a
good on
greater
their career
extent.
record. You couldn't stay. If I'd had the opportunity, I would have probably stayed in Iraq or Afghanistan for years at that point in my life, because I really believed that like there was a way of doing this, and it was all built around building relationships, really understanding the culture. But like you couldn't, like the system didn't allow that. You had to rotate out after a year, rotate a new unit. All the stuff you learned, all gone. Bring in a new unit.
Yeah.
And you had all the same with like leadership. Leadership would come in, have new ideas. A year later, they would change out, and somebody else would come in with new ideas. And because of that, there was no
continuity.
The U.S. military was incapable of actually doing what it claimed it was doing, but also, frankly, the war itself was incapable of having it even be a success, because we were propping up a corrupt, failed government that was much like Vietnam. I don't believe that there's a way to do this right. Not anymore. I think it is kind of doomed to fail. But I come to this conclusion probably halfway through my Afghan deployment, and it's around this point where I'm like, I got home, the first thing I said you can ask my mother, I got home, first thing I said, we are going to lose this war, and we should have left yesterday, and the only better day to leave after yesterday is tomorrow, and I'm afraid we're probably going to stay here for like another 10 years. And that's exactly what we did.
What year is that when you're home?
I got back in 2011.
2011.
Yeah.
And your whole adulthood has been built around military service.
Yeah.
and you think
It's kind of
about
funny.
military
He's
service and you think
he's
this
younger
is
than me,
pointless. This is
but
actively
he
causing
got
harm.
out.
It's
He had
not gonna
4
be
deployments.
successful.
4
And
deployments.
you've
Got
gotta
out
figure
of the
who you are
military
and what
before
you're gonna do
I
with your life.
even
And also,
joined.
like, I'm dealing with the very real outcomes of.
I didn't join until
4
2012.
combat deployments,
Yeah.
which
Let's
is, like.
talk about that because you were on disability from the VA.
Yes.
For you've had physical.
Yeah, I've got 2 herniated discs. My knees are erect. I was a machine. I mean, the infantry is hard on your body.
Yeah.
Both my shoulders have had torn rotator cuffs. I mean, like I do.
I was a child too.
To maintain.
I am
like,
glad
being
that
basically functional.
And you
there's
also have
a
been
large
diagnosed with
portion of the
PTSD.
population that was too young.
I don't know if it's calculated this
to
way.
have
when you think
participated
about
in
how
that.
your disability,
garbage.
how much is your mental health, and how much was your physical health.
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
I mean,
And I didn't
like
even join out of any like ideological purpose.
There
It's just
there were points, especially when I first got.
I
out of
got
the
laid
service,
off.
Where
We just had our second
like,
kid.
The reason I
I
was,
was
having
desperate.
a really hard time reintegrating was entirely because of like my PTSD and my kind of you know, this is important for people to understand. PTSD, it's not like you don't just have nightmares or like get spooked by big sounds. It manifests itself in an array of different ways. For me, it was primarily anxiety and depression. And it's
help me understand that anxiety and depression. Like what would happen when your PTSD was not treated?
Yeah.
At its worst, like what was difficult?
Everything. I mean, it's like I had a hard
I know
time
exactly what the fuck he's
motivating
talking about
myself
right
to
here.
Get out of bed. I really had that feeling. I believe the technical term is anhedonia. I mean, there's this problem where after you engage in really intense activities, which give you some sort of like almost emotional high.
Yeah.
Combat.
Yeah.
Like all these other things begin to like kind of lose meaning.
You just feel numb.
You feel numb. I felt like I derived no joy from anything.
Mhm.
Like I just felt kind of fried.
Mhm.
And that, of course, makes you not really interested in engaging in the world.
Mhm.
It also means that you tend to engage in like high-risk activities, which is a very normal thing for combat vets, which manifests itself in like drinking, and like I never got into
Fried
drug
is the
use
best
stuff,
way of
but
describing
a lot of friends
burnout.
that did, and for me it was mostly just alcohol, but it's a
Like we're talking like
but the big thing is
electrically
kind of like this
electrically
general sense
fried,
that, like,
not like
you're never
KFC
gonna feel
fried.
happy again. And the only time you did feel happy was also like, or happy, but like elevated, are also these like moments of intense trauma.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
To not. It's still. I mean, I still go to therapy.
Yeah.
And I will until the day I die because I think it's
Mhm.
good for me.
Mhm.
But when you're not talking to somebody about it, when you and at the time I didn't even have the understanding about how any of this was tied to my combat service. When I get out of the grunts, it was very much like don't be weak.
Yeah.
We're all tough guys. Yeah, sure, we got drinking problems, but that's because we're like cool, tough guys.
Yeah.
Not because actually it turns out we're all pretty deeply traumatized.
Yeah.
But
And you're in Maine in 2011, and then
no, this is all in DC.
So you're
Yeah,
in DC, where I think there's a lot of former military people in DC.
Yep.
And also, I'm picturing you're like living in an apartment
Yep.
on your own.
No, I had my roommate who was also a former Marine. I mean, I went to GW. There were a bunch of combat vets
Yeah.
at GW at the time, who I, to this day, remain extremely close with. Because we were all kind of going through similar things, trying to figure out where we fit while also dealing with problems. We all became quite close and still are.
Yeah.
But no, I had an apartment. Lived alone for a little while. Then at some point, became friends with a guy I was in school with. We got an apartment together.
Okay.
And pretty much had a roommate until I left in 16.
We talked about friends you lost in combat.
Yeah.
Did you lose a lot of friends who came back and then didn't survive into middle age?
Yeah, I mean, a very close friend of mine killed himself last month.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's
There's one dude I knew in Kuwait.
It's this weird thing where like there's a point.
He
when
came
you
back,
kinda
and I
just-
found out like
it's just
a
sort
month
of
or two after he got
part
back
of
from
the
Kuwait.
thing now.
He
every couple years.
he had died like drinking and driving.
It was for a number of years. It was much worse. I think the first probably 10, 15 years after we.
It's like, fuck, dude, man. Like, you made it home, man.
It was more prevalent.
Like, what the
And then,
hell?
like, kind of things settle out, but you know, it's I mean, the struggles that come with intense combat service are, you know, they don't really.
You live with them.
Yeah, you live with them, right? And you can, and like I've been very fortunate. Like the therapy I receive from the VA, the support I get from my community. Frankly, like, and we can get to this, but like moving back to my hometown, I mean, that changed everything.
Yeah,
but
I want to know about when did you change your outlook about
Making
taking
home
care
doesn't
of
mean
yourself
all of you
from
comes
the
back,
grunt
party gets left
mentality,
behind.
Don't ask for help. Like, when did you say, like, I need help with this?
I kind of tried a few times, probably between like 2013 and 2016 with the VA down in DC, but the VA in DC is sadly like highly underfunded and understaffed.
It's like, imagine running a
and so
marathon,
I think it's no
and
fault
you make it through
to
the, you
people
train,
that
you
work
make
there,
it through the marathon,
but it's not a great place to get.
and then
moved back to Maine in 16.
you're asked that I could be VIP.
and
Did I not make you VIP?
VA in Maine
I thought
is
I did. Hold on.
magical.
Oh.
Hold on, I'll take care of it.
Like, my packet moved. They called.
Yeah, like, imagine
I've
running a
never had
marathon, right?
Oh, you just show up in Maine and they're like,
And
"You're
then
in the area,
Literally,
come
they're
on
like,
down."
"Hey,
you train,
we saw your address
you finish,
the address changed. You're in Maine.
but
now. Come on up." So I went in.
you die the
I
next
did,
day
like, we did,
because
like,
you
a
didn't
fly
drink
talk
any
to it.
water
We did
after
a mental
you
health
finished the
screen, a physical
marathon.
screen. They're like, "Dude, you got problems." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Like, I've been trying to like work on this stuff,
It's
but
like,
I
what
don't
the
know
fuck?
what to do. And very quickly, like,
my bad, Dark Senate. Like, I know I said I
access
would, and I
to
completely forgot. That's
mental
my
health
bad.
care
I apologize. That's my
regularly.
mistake.
It was first years.
I did
would
intend
go,
to do
every
that. Yes,
week,
this is true.
and really get into like and my therapist then is still my therapist now.
Oh, really?
No, it's almost 10 years at this point. And they
Missed last night. I was on last
decided
night.
to get physical therapy, good physical therapy, and
Or
it was,
maybe
I mean,
you were
and, like,
sleeping.
things really shifted in a short period of time, which is also one of the reasons why like I've become so supportive of like,
it was
that kind
HP
of basic support
Hewlett
for
Packard?
people.
Access to healthcare.
Access to healthcare. I mean,
I wouldn't
access to
imagine they would
healthcare
put on a very good concert.
Changed my life entirely. I went from being like pretty dejected, very sad, not getting treatment for things, also just kind of general feeling of like,
Oh, Harry Potter.
being
Okay, gotcha.
lost and kind of unmoored. It was frankly through VA healthcare.
I knew
that
it wasn't
gave
Hewlett
me
Packard, but I
the
honestly had no idea what it was.
confidence and freedom,
That's just the first thing I could
actual
think of.
freedom, to figure out what kind of life I wanted to live. Because it turned out maybe I didn't want to carry guns for a living. It's all
I hate
thought I
PCs.
ever wanted to do, but I never really had the time to sit down and think about what would my life look like if I did something else. And it was
You hate
only
people of color?
VA healthcare.
It's kinda racist,
that
dude.
Not just kind of opened me up more emotionally to changing things, but also like materially gave me a foundation to like take some risks. And I kind of realized that, I mean, it fell into my lap. A friend of mine approached me.
Never
with
go
the
to
idea
Hewlett
of getting
Packard.
into oyster farming, but I would not.
They
have
don't
been able to
even.
say
I don't even
yes
think they
if
make
I hadn't
PCs
gotten
anymore, do
this,
they?
like, basic support from
I don't know.
VA.
Before you left, I want to understand why you left Washington D.C. You
Yeah.
were in school at GW.
LMA
You
or
are
spin doctor.
Working in bartending.
Yep.
True story.
Including at Tune In.
At the Tune In. Oh yeah.
On Capitol Hill.
Oh yeah. I mean, the tune was around the corner from my apartment.
Was,
So
So
this is like a dive bar on
Bro,
Capitol
imagine having
Hill
color.
where people who work in Washington come to
Yes.
drink at the end of the day.
I was
What did you learn about how our government
being
works
reminded
now?
of some pretty
Instead of
heavy
being
shit last
Yeah.
few minutes, so I had to alleviate.
It was very illuminating.
I had to
I mean, because you
force
you
the
really-
humor
I
up.
began to realize that the apparatus that had like sent me off to fight in these wars, there were some people in it who literally didn't care. Like to this, it was all like a political choice, or it was better for someone's career, or it was better for some lobbying outfit that came and approached them. I mean, and also there was this realization that none of the people I met, some of them were like the smartest people I met, some of them were the dumbest people I'd ever met. But that's the same as anywhere.
Yeah.
And it was this realization that politics, it's not actually for special people. It
Just been
really
reading
is
about
for
being an
anybody.
authoritarian
Like
for the greater
anybody
good of
can
the
do this
country.
stuff. And we've just been sort of sold the story that
Wrong.
it's a special kind of person or special kinds of people. And
I said
I began. I mean,
I
at
said
the
if
time,
if
that manifested itself with me getting real cynical. Like, oh really?
sanctioning
Like, my friends are
billionaires and liquidating their funds
engage, like,
and using
kill
it to
staffers
provide
while you're serving 'em beers?
better health care and
Not in this
education for the American population is
but I definitely
authoritarian,
had moments
then
of,
I
like,
don't give a
holy
fuck.
shit. Like,
That's what I said.
Like I fought these wars that I'm already like reeling with trying to figure out.
Why do I not see
what
you
the
on here
purpose
on my
was,
follower
what my role
list?
in them was, all of that, and then kind of coming to the conclusion like, wait, you're the people.
I'll go through it again.
That sent us off to do this.
Uh-huh.
It's you guys.
Yeah.
You guys don't even know what the fuck's going on. Sorry, I don't.
That's
like
all right.
it's a like you're like they're like I met people who are like talking about doing foreign policy work who've never read any of the books on like the regions that they're talking about. I'm like,
Oh, there it
this is. And that was about the time I'm like, I didn't know what I still thought I was going to maybe work for the government or go back to like carrying guns somehow. And it was around that I was like, I don't want to be part of any of this.
I gotta go back to Maine.
I was like, I don't know where I need to go. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. And the only place I can go was home. And so that's why I went back to Maine.
This is when you are also going home from your shifts or going home from class and engaging on Reddit?
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean these years. I mean these are the years in which I drank a lot and felt very alone and very disconnected from the world. And I think like a lot of people went and found some of that connection like on the internet. I mean it's like you can engage with people. You can
You're
engage
like
in
sitting
conversations.
alone in a room with maybe a beer and you're just like posting.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah.
I
mean,
I said I'd do it.
It's fun, looking back on it now.
I forgot
of course,
last time, but I did it
Of course,
this time.
that was never going to bring me any feeling of
My
like
bad.
connection and satisfaction. But like you don't know that at the time.
Yeah.
And it's none of these things are like conscious decisions. You just kind of like. I don't even remember how I found Reddit or when I did. It was I was still probably in the service, but you just
Good old
kinda
Reddit.
wind up like. And then you get the serotonin rush of like getting in a fight with somebody and being like, I won that one. Or the big one is, getting somebody to get mad at you because you get to feel like, I needled that person. I don't know. It was, again, I wasn't sitting around like having in-depth like internal discussions around why I was getting in fights on the internet with people. But I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like on a phone or on a laptop?
I think primarily on a laptop back then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not Twitter. Twitter wasn't your
Never
place
really
to start
used Twitter.
fights. Reddit was your place.
It's never really into it. I don't know why I never. Yeah. Again, I'm not even sure why I wound up on Reddit, but I did, and that was where I engaged with the internet.
Did you ever,
As
in that dark, you've described it as
considering-
a dark period, did you ever...
Considering I found Reddit, I came across
suicidal
Reddit when I was in the
ideation
military,
Yeah,
I can say it's because when you're sitting around,
when
you're
you're
super
in that
bored,
kind of hole,
and
year
you
after
have the
year goes
internet,
by and it feels like
you'll
it's never
eventually
gonna
find
get any
Reddit.
better. You definitely have moments where you're like,
Well,
I don't think I never went as far as like friends of mine did in getting super close, but I mean, yeah, of course, I absolutely had. I mean, it's when you're depressed for a long time, you do start to think about ways to be not depressed anymore,
and you like haven't figured out the next track, the next chapter of your life.
No clue. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it all does feel, like there are points where it does feel like kind of hopeless.
Yeah.
You're like, is this just it? I just like float through this with no direction and these intense feelings of like cynicism and anger. Yeah, I mean, it's so no. I definitely no. I absolutely had my moments during those years of being very, very. What's the word? Being so depressed that I definitely had times of being like, I just don't want to be this depressed anymore. I just don't want to feel like this. And but also, I'd had a lot of friends who had killed themselves, and I saw what it did to their families and what it did to all of us. So that like there were moments I'm like, nah, I don't want. Like I love my family. I love my mom. I love my dad. I love my brother. I loved my friends, and I was like, I'm not gonna like I don't want to put anybody through that.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes, but not like in the
That you're
super
having
serious way.
those negotiations with yourself speaks to
absolutely.
a real level of pain.
Yeah. Oh no, I definitely had like a lot of those internal discussions.
Yeah. You left Washington without a college degree, right?
Yep. Still don't have one.
Was it sort of like, I got to get out of here, I can't be around these Washington
If this
people.
dude wins his Senate
Yeah,
race,
it was just this realization.
he will
like,
be the most
I came to this city
human
because I
person
wanted to maybe, like,
in that
work
entire
in
chamber.
government. And then there was just a point where I was like, one, I'm not happy here. Two, I don't even think I want to do that anymore. And I'm like, well, what do I want to do? I'm like, oh no, I've never actually thought about what else I was going to do. And so it was just, it was summer of 2016. I just had this moment of like, this is not working anymore, and I feel like I've run my road here, and I didn't know what the other road was going to be, but for some reason, it felt like I should at least go back to Maine to figure it out.
Did you move in with family?
Yeah, I moved in with my mom.
And you're 31?
It's 31. Yep.
For the people who didn't go into the military, I imagine they're in a different life phase. Those that went to school or out of school, those that stayed and started families, have kids in elementary school.
Yeah.
You're sort of trying to figure out adulthood in this next era.
Yeah, yes, and then pretty quickly after I got back, my platoon sergeant from Fallujah hit me up on Facebook and was just like, hey man, what are you doing? And I'm like, honestly, I have no idea. He's like, I'm over here in Kabul on this contract with the State Department, pays pretty well. You're qualified. Like if you're kind of just looking for like a holding pattern, he's like, this is not bad. And even though at this point I was like pretty done with it all, I also had this like, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, and they pay well.
They pay well, and it's like, these are skills that I have. Like I can operate in a high stress combat environment. That's like the one thing at that point in my life I actually knew I was good at. Like I hadn't been good at anything else. I'd tried a bunch of other things. I didn't feel like I was successful at them. Felt like I tried to work in an office for a little bit in DC. I tried to do normal life things, and I just like didn't feel like I was good. And in hindsight, it's because I was a wreck. But like I at the time was just like, I don't know what else to do. I don't. And so at that point, I figured, all right, I've come home. I don't know what I'm doing. I could do this for a little bit. I'll apply. And it gave me like kind of an out date. Like
I wish I hadn't eaten so much.
And then I was gonna go to Kabul. So like it's in the time that I was home, I like just essentially like
summer vacation.
Yeah, I like lifted weights, got real fit, read a lot, just kind of like took it easy.
Did you date?
I did, but I mean not serious. Like I those years I was not a good person to be in a relationship with, because I was a disaster. So I would, it was just not I would date someone and then I'd be like, I don't think this is going anywhere. So, I would like, I didn't have like a long list of, I would say, healthy, stable relationships, because I myself was not in a healthy, stable place. But so I was home for a bit, and it was in that time frame where this whole concept of an oyster farm arose. So I'm like waiting to go back to Kabul. This guy that has been a family friend, older gentleman, but he was friends with my parents. He had this small oyster farm, and he was looking for someone to get involved with it because he felt like it had the potential to be something successful, but he was older and he really didn't want to go through. I mean, the regulatory process is extensive to become a commercial operation, and then you're just running a business. And he didn't really want to do that, but he thought that it could work. And so he essentially approached my mom and was like, hey, I know Graham's just like home, killing time.
You got a lot of people calling you up and offering you opportunities in your life.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been very fortunate, to say the least. Well, sometimes it's this thing. Who knows? So I went out and helped him for a little while. Absolutely loved it. I mean, was on the water, was learning new skills, and they're hard skills. I mean, like ocean skills are much like being a machine gunner, being an infantryman. A lot of it's like technical proficiency and mastery of a technical skill. And being on the ocean, it's the same with knots. It's with learning how to do boat work, learning how to fix outboard engines.
Yeah.
So like I was learning that, I'm like, this is great. And like I'm out on the ocean staring at Acadia National Park across the bay with the seals on the ledges and the eagles and the trees next to the farm. I'm like, this is pretty amazing. But I still hadn't quite, like in my head, I'm like, no, I'm going back. I'm going to go back. So he asked me if I wanted to like actually take over the farm, and I told him no.
Okay.
And he was bummed and I was bummed, but I was like, I'm going to go to Afghanistan. I can't like become an oyster farmer in my hometown. That's crazy. I went back to Afghanistan, and I lasted 6 months. And it was on that. Like, that was the nail in the coffin.
You're working private security.
Yeah, I worked for the State
Department.
I was on the ambassador security team. So the ambassador has a security team. I was on the advance team, so we would go to a venue in advance of his arrival and make sure everything was set up. And I was a driver, so I drove an up-armored Land Cruiser. And yeah, like I was back there, and being back in Kabul, I hadn't been in Afghanistan in 7 years, and just had this realization that, oh my God, nobody has learned any lessons.
Did you quit?
Yeah, I quit that summer. Did essentially 2 rotations, and at the end of my second rotation, I had to come home for some training, and I was like, I'm not going back. So I submitted my resignation and just didn't go back. And at that point, it was like a hard stop. Like in my brain, I was like, I am done. I'm done with that whole thing. I'm like, I don't want to be part of this stuff anymore. I don't want to like engage with like the military-industrial complex and our foreign policy. Like I want to move back to my hometown, to live in the woods, and go make a living on the ocean. And I never want to think about this stuff ever again. And that's what I did for a number of years.
For a number of years, and then you decide to run for U.S. Senate.
Yeah, well, because there's something weird happened in there. Like in the time that I had done that, and I did that out of cynicism, right? Like I did, like that was me having a negative response to essentially the almost decade and a half.
Surrendering, saying, I have tried.
I tried, I'm like, clearly this is not working for me. Clearly it's not working for anybody. I mean, this whole thing is a mess. Like, I just don't want to take part in this anymore. And so I go home, and I bought a 19-foot Seaway skiff with a 75-horse Honda on the back, and I became an oyster farmer. And over the next couple of years, slowly, with the help of the gentleman who kind of like sort of taught me, developed the skills and the knowledge to make a living on the sea. And I became a diver to service our own equipment, and then eventually wound up servicing other people's gear, and had like a small commercial dive business. And that kind of later translated into becoming the harbor master. I got really involved with like local governance. I chaired the planning board for like 5 years, because I really decided that all of that, the big stuff, it's unsolved.
I'm going to serve in my community.
That's right. I'm going to go like down here in the real world where the rubber meets the road. This is where people interact with each other. This is where people interact with policy. This is where I can have like a real difference, which in hindsight has a lot. That's kind of how I felt about my military experience too. Like I'm like, oh, the whole thing is broken. Down here is where I can make it work.
Well, like it's interesting to me that the national political press is focused on your personality on Reddit. Like to chair a planning commission in a small town where, your decisions about what you can do with land, it has real effects for people's...
Something I loved about planning board is that you write policy, you implement policy, and then you see the material reality of that policy, sometimes within days.
And in a small town, you have to explain it to the people.
Exactly, and you interact with like your neighbors and your friends who are like now the ones who have to like deal with it. For me, it was a very eye-opening and educational experience around policy, and it was one of those moments where I began to, I think, view government a little bit differently, because I was like, okay, like if you have a goal, what you want to do, and you write policy in the service of that goal, you can like make that happen. And then if you need to tweak it because you're close to it, because you see what the outcome is, then you do that. And like I really enjoyed that part.
And this is alongside building a small business in a regulated environment.
Yes. Yeah, the regulatory structure on aquaculture is rather intense.
Yeah.
Which is good. It should be. But it's, my lease application for turning the farm into a commercial operation We waited 3 years. I mean, I submitted my application in 2019, and we didn't get it adjudicated to 2022.
Did it feel like government was working well when you were waiting for that?
No, it was really but I also knew why it wasn't, which is because like we just didn't fund the office. Like the office didn't have enough people to deal with the amount of applications they had. Aquaculture in Maine. Yeah, aquaculture in Maine was blowing up.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like the bureaucracy is good because it means that once a lease gets granted, all of the possible inputs and pieces of information are taken into account. So when the lease finally gets, we use the water in Maine. The Gulf of Maine is a public good. We fish on it, we do aquaculture on it, we recreate on it. If you're going to use it in a way that's going to restrict other people's use, you need to prove that you are doing it in a way that's not going to restrict like an existing use, and that you're going to do it in an environmentally friendly way. That's really important. And so, as frustrating
policy implementation,
I think Maine actually has a spectacular aquaculture regulatory framework. It's really good. We just need more people to be in the office. Because at the end of the day, it's just
at the government level.
At the government level, yeah.
It was too slow for you as a business.
Well, it's they don't have it. I mean, if you've got this many applications, and each application requires 3 weeks of input, and you've only got 5 people doing it, I mean, it's a math equation.
Did you get government support in any way when you were growing your business? Government grants?
No, I got a grant from a community investment outfit, $20,000 for equipment. And we got a small grant from the Island Institute for I think it was for business supplies, like QuickBooks or something like that. I don't think we got any government money. But what we did get a lot of help from is Maine Sea Grant, which is University of Maine has a Sea. It's like land grant stuff. So they have extension offices, which essentially are like the holders of knowledge on mechanisms and ways of growing things. The Maine Sea Grant
more
program.
Training from
Yeah, they do training. I didn't take their training course, but the guy I took the farm over from did. But early on, I just called up to Maine Sea Grant and I was like, hey, I kind of want to do oysters this way in this place, and they're like, hey, here's a ream of just documents and studies and equipment types. I mean, it's really
they helped you.
They help everybody. I mean, Maine Sea Grant is a spectacular program. They do an amazing amount of work, so from that perspective, I got a lot of help. And Maine Sea Grant has been really the backbone of, I think, the expansion of aquaculture in Maine, because they talk to everybody, see how everybody's doing it, and then they kind of hold that knowledge, and they can help other folks. And aquaculture in Maine is also just deeply cooperative. Everybody helps each other.
So alongside this time, you're getting more seriously involved in political organizing, and I kind of want to just understand how all these things are working together. You're serving it. You're at the most local level. You're a Bernie guy.
Yeah.
You get involved in organizing. When you thought about electoral politics and the role that you thought you ought to play at this phase in your life? So you're mid-30s.
Yep.
You've got an evolving political worldview and a lot of disillusionment and cynicism.
Yep.
Serving your communities, helping you feel like maybe I can be part of something positive.
Yeah.
Why get involved in electoral political organizing?
First off, I mean, I didn't until this whole thing happened. I mean, I got involved in community organizing.
Okay. Until you decide to run for U.S. Senate.
So I said, but there's a reason for that too. I mean, Lee, I became very convinced that when larger systems fail people, political systems and economic systems, that for me personally, the best thing I could do is figure out how to on the ground organize in my community and help folks develop, mutual aid and develop kind of concepts of power building locally to sort of protect us from the failures of the higher system.
So place me in time. Is this COVID era?
This is probably a little bit. It's probably 2023, something like that.
Not long ago.
And not that long ago. And it was. Oh, I mean, that's not total. I mean, I got engaged with some political organized stuff probably around during COVID. like I attended some Black Lives Matter protests in Ellsworth, which is a town, county seat near me. Was really impressed by a lot of like kind of the organizing that had been put into that. So saw that and was like, oh, so there are people engaged in this kind of work around Maine, which I thought was really cool. And then, but really, it wasn't until like 2024 that I began to get like really engaged in community organizing itself. I helped found an organization in Eastern Maine that was really just focused on economic justice issues, mutual aid, kind of really just getting people to connect with each other in the community, understanding that like that's where you derive power from is from those connections, from this ability to like work together, whether that is electorally, trying to like win a school board race or win a town council race, or in support of say like a larger race like a congressional or Senate race. Although even then, like I was kind of like, I mean, the whole thing is it seems pretty bad, like at the higher level. The problem is through all of it, you just consistently run up against the material reality for people in this system, which is that nobody has any extra time.
Yeah.
Nobody has extra money. Everybody is just essentially just trying to make it work so they can keep a roof over. And like that's a material obstruction to organizing. People can't sink the hours per week into like developing relationships when they're just trying to like make life work. And I began to have this realization that when the problems are systemic, the solutions also need to be systemic. And you cannot bring about systemic solutions purely on the local level. Like it requires, you can, but it would require an immense amount of organizing all throughout the system, which is, I mean, that's hard to build and maintain. And so that's kind of where I was. I got really involved in, especially last year, there were all like the bigger protests around the state. I got involved with those, doing like kind of de-escalation and security. I mean, my background is a security guy. I'm like, I know how to run comms networks. I know how to do like advances on venues. I know how to put the maps together, like make sure we've got checkpoints,
This
like
is
all
like
that stuff.
No Kings protest kind of things?
Yeah, that kind of similar thing. Maine had a bunch of different ones. And so like I'm like, oh, I know how to be helpful with this. And I had a friend of mine who's like a combat medic who was willing to do a lot of like medical training. So we were like, oh, this is cool. Like we get to, these are mechanisms of like getting people engaged, getting them skills, but also the folks that start doing this stuff together, they build relationships, which then can turn into other kinds of organizing work. It did. I mean, it's that organization, they now do a lot of like local electoral work, as well as mutual aid, as well as, and that all kind of stemmed from this like early peacekeeper medic trainings that we held. And so that's about where I was over the summer. And then in July,
you get a call.
I get a call.
Who calls you and asks for you to consider?
An organizer with who'd been working with the Maine AFL-CIO, Maine Labor Climate Council. They were part of a larger project that some folks who'd been affiliated with Dan Osborne's race in Nebraska. They were in Maine looking for essentially like a working class candidate to run in this race specifically. On kind of a more working class populist platform.
Are you working class?
I work with my hands every day. So
I'm interested how you define that, because
I'll be honest, these days I think everyone that makes money from wages is working class. I think anybody that's living off of retirement that comes from money they made with wages is working class.
You don't have a college degree.
I don't have a college degree. I literally, I've worked, I have calluses on my hands. It's kind of hard for me not to think of myself as, I make a living under the water and working on a boat. I don't know, it seems
like
pretty.
You count?
Seems like I count. I don't know, but I also think, I also think that narrative-wise, we've developed this kind of like weird purity test around this stuff, which only comes from the higher echelon, right? Like it's the system that comes down. It's like, ooh, are you actually working class? Like regular people don't think that way. That's weird. Like if you like live in the normal world, if you don't make a lot of money, like my wife and I don't make a lot of money, and if you work a lot and you still struggle to save and you still struggle to like pay bills, I think most people are like, yeah, that seems pretty normally working class. It's only like The Atlantic who comes down and is like, well,
the magazine,
like that kind of, that's like, it's only pundits who come down, who like literally don't work for a living, who will come down and be like, well,
us laptop workers who work in the media.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting. You did go to college, so does that mean you could be working? Like, no, that's the weirdest. It's the weirdest thing in the world. It's this weird. It only happens, by the way, when people like actually represent some kind of systemic change or power building for working people. That's when you hear this stuff. Nobody sits around and talks about the working class bona fides of Janet Mills or Susan Collins.
Janet Mills, current governor. Your primary opponent.
Yes, and Susan Collins, current senator. There's never any question. No, for some reason, I don't see many articles in the main papers or the national press wondering about their connection to the reality of the working class.
You said you and your wife made about $60,000 a year last year. Is that right?
Yeah, between the two of us.
Does that include your disability benefits?
Yeah. So we don't make much cash. I pay my employees, and I obviously keep the company functioning. I don't take a lot of money out of it, primarily because I don't have to because of my disability. I mean, at this point too, like the actual physical labor, like my back is a wreck. And so the actual physical labor is primarily done by my business partner and we have a young guy who's an employee of ours. So
Get
like for me, I'm like, they can do that stuff. Bending over the side of the boat all day long does get pretty painful.
You have health insurance through the VA?
Yes.
How does your wife have health
Also
insurance?
health insurance, because we're married.
How about your employees?
We don't have health insurance. Because we don't have the money to pay for that, not yet. We're working on it. I mean, but this is one of these things where it's why I want a universal healthcare system, because the fact that we've like put the onus of providing healthcare on like small businesses, like those premiums are not cheap to cover your employees. Now, like every business wants to do right by its employees, but like people sometimes can't. The numbers just don't. And if we just provided them, like I get from the VA, took it off the plate of small businesses, I mean, that frees up small and medium-sized businesses and big businesses to do a lot more, because you don't have to like spend the money or the time dealing with health insurance companies. It's a thing, like I think it unleashes a lot of, frankly, small business potential, providing health insurance or providing healthcare through a universal system. It also, I think, unleashes a lot of people to start businesses, because
they can leave their wage-earning job with a W-2 employee.
That's what it gave me. It was literally my healthcare through the VA is what gave me the material freedom to start a business. Without it, I could never have done this, and my oyster company wouldn't exist. My diving company wouldn't exist. That would never have existed. And I often think, like, what does Eastern Maine look like when all my hardworking, creative friends, who all want to do something else besides like the wage-paying job that they need for health insurance? What happens if we take that requirement off the table? What new businesses do we get? I think it's much healthier for like the actual economy.
And Medicare for All is the main policy priority of your campaign.
Yeah.
Do you think of yourself as a progressive?
You know, I get asked this question all the time. I don't. Progressive maybe in the way that like we had the kind of progressives of the early 20th century.
What about
that,
being
like,
branded a progressive doesn't sit right with you as somebody running in a Democratic primary in Maine? Why do you not want to?
Well, because honestly, the things that I'm pushing for, like I have friends who are Trump voters who agree with this stuff. Breaking up corporate power, going after like tech companies who are using algorithms to fleece us or drive us against each other using social media stuff. Ending foreign wars. ending America's financial and, frankly, commitment of like blood and treasure into these foreign wars. Like, I have multiple friends who are 3-time Trump voters who agree with all of this stuff.
And what's the baggage you don't want to have by?
Well, it's not,
aligning?
honestly, it's not baggage. I just don't think it's we've got all these definitions in the media narrative, which frankly do not fit with actual people. I mean, I would love if somebody went down and told like friends of mine who voted for Donald Trump 3 times that they are progressives because they think like corporations shouldn't own the food system, right? That's not, I mean,
like I said, Liberty,
maybe it's
welcome to the
progressive in a
DSA.
technical sense, but in the narrative sense, the way that we use these words, I just don't think there's any value in it because it doesn't really reflect actual people's positions. And I think that we have a media narrative and a political narrative that has been built specifically in many ways to keep us all very divided.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we play into it, the more division we incur.
Yeah.
And again, you're from West Virginia. There are lots of like rural conservative voters who identify as conservative, who when you like start talking about policy stuff and going after corporate power and even taxing the rich, they're all like, that seems highly reasonable and I support that. But nobody's going around being like, oh, are they actually conservatives? We only seem to have this discussion when it comes to the things we define as progressive, and it's always used as a cudgel. So I just don't think there's any value to it.
Think I hear you. I don't think it's helpful. Also, it's how voters kind of make sense of when there's primary candidates who are making their case to, be the Democratic nominee. It's like, where does this person stand?
Well, that's why frankly, that's why I'm very, very clear about the policies I support. Like we put all the we had a policy page on day one of the campaign, and we've left it up. Nobody else has that, by the way.
Yeah, I looked at yours, and it was interesting because I went through it, and I said you're very clear on maybe what I would call like economic populist issues. It's also clear on culture war kind of issues but it's not it's you support a woman's right to choose.
Yeah.
You support abortion rights.
Yeah.
You support federal anti-discrimination legislation against LGBTQ people.
Absolutely.
Something that's being debated in Maine right now, and I ask this question because I think it's like it speaks to the difficulty of this political moment for Democrats. Something that's being debated right now in Maine, the Trump administration has said if you let trans athletes participate in sports, we're coming after you. Janet Mills, the governor, has said, I will sue you. And that is, there's some Maine press that says that's hurting her approval rating. How do you talk about that issue, trans athletes, with, a Maine voter who's like, I don't get this. What's the language you use?
It is, this whole campaign is funded by a billionaire, not from Maine.
Which campaign? Not your campaign.
The anti-trans campaign in Maine. It's funded by an out-of-state billionaire to make sure that we have this discussion and we don't talk about raising his taxes. That's why it exists. This doesn't, I think there are like 2 trans kids that compete in high school sports in Maine. There are 40,000 Mainers who are going to lose health care because of the lack of the ACA extension. I'm sorry, one of those things seems very important and real to me. One of them seems like an invented culture war scare to keep people divided.
And that's how you win elections, by inventing culture war scares.
Exactly.
So
that's what
how
they do.
Do you talk to a voter who's like, but where do you stand on this? Like, how do you
I was a captain of my high school wrestling team in 2003. I wrestled girls from Brewer and from Calais. Nobody did. There was no uproar. And that's wrestling. That's about as like actual violence. Although both kids gave me a real run for my money, which I was terrified by. Because, as a high school kid, we had girls wrestling in boys wrestling, or vice versa, 20 plus years ago. Nobody cared. It's been there was a girl on our high school football team. Nobody cared. There wasn't this like huge uproar. It's I'm sorry. I cannot take it seriously.
Your response
like,
is you are being manipulated by billionaires by asking me about this instead of asking me about access to rural health care.
Like the hospitals in rural Maine are literally closing. Actually closing. It's like happening right now. It's not like a thing that happens in the future. It's happening right now. In Eastern Maine, we were down to 2 places that you can give birth. When I was born, there were 6. Like, and they're both owned by the exact same corporate entity now. So, like, I'm sorry. It is difficult for me to take seriously this, like, especially knowing exactly where all the propaganda is coming from. It's literally like the Maine Wire, which is this kind of right-wing rag in Maine. It's a media outlet, if you can call it that. They're the ones who drive the vast majority of this kind of story and narrative, and they're all getting money from an out-of-state billionaire to do it. I'm sorry. It is really difficult for me to engage with it seriously. I'll also say I'm very clear about my support for the LGBTQ community. I'm never going to walk that back. I think we have to find common ground with people. I don't think that's the same as giving ground. I think the progressive, the wins we have had towards equality in this country's history are things that I think we need to maintain and protect. We don't walk back. We take no steps back on that stuff. That doesn't mean that we have to, but that doesn't mean, like, for people that don't agree with us on that, we don't write them off. We just say, like, look, this is like, and I do this all, I'm like, this is where I stand. And also, we're getting robbed by billionaires. And most people are like, yeah, that actually seems pretty reasonable. One of the reasons I think the Democratic Party fails so much is that they often just like will say the first part.
What?
But then we like don't really want to get into the actual systemic changes necessary to keep working people from getting screwed.
Oh yeah.
So they wind up constantly just engaging in the culture war fight. I mean, look at Bernie.
Okay.
Bernie's been asked this kind of stuff for years, and Bernie's always very clear. He's like, I support people, and you need health care. And then you just talk about the health care. That's my position.
So
These are the material realities that we live in. That's what we should be engaging with. The further we get dragged into this stuff, it only serves the people who don't want us to talk about raising taxes on the rich. It only serves the people who don't want to talk about a universal health care system. It only serves the people who don't want us to stop fighting these stupid foreign wars that we get engaged in. They're the ones that invent this stuff in the first place. I think engaging in it is just playing into their hands.
And when you say finding common ground without giving ground,
it's economic issues.
It's economic issues. It's what you choose to emphasize in your messaging.
Yeah.
What you also, how you invite in people who might use different words.
Yeah.
Might say things on Reddit
Look,
that you don't agree with.
You got to meet people where they're at. You need to, that's something I think we kind of have forgotten. At least the Democratic Party has forgotten, or elements of it, which is that you really do. If we just immediately start a conversation with telling someone that they're a bigot and we hate them, like where do you expect that conversation to go? Knowing full well that their material reality is the same as ours. Because when the hospital closes, it doesn't matter who you voted for, the hospital closed. If you can't afford the goods and services that you need because your wages have remained stagnant while the prices of those things have gone up over the decades, it doesn't matter if you're Republican or a Democrat. That's the material reality that you live in. And you have more in common with your neighbor who has the same material reality, even if you disagree on some of these other culture war issues, or these culture war issues. That is where people, working people, have common ground, and I think that is where we need to be focused relentlessly on building connection over that stuff and just not alienating people. And it's hard. It's hard, and I know it's really hard for people who I'd say are more left than me, or people who are more progressive than me, where it's this idea that look, sometimes you got to be a little forgiving. People are propagandized. People are misinformed. People are fed a steady diet of things directing all of their resentment, all their aggrievement, all their hatred in directions to make sure that they don't direct them up at the people who are most responsible. if you know that to be true, which I feel like at this point it's fairly obvious that it's true, you need to be forgiving. You need to, if you believe in transformational politics, which I believe in, you need to believe in the ability of people to transform. But for them to transform, it means they're gonna have to like start in one place and then move to another. And if we're engaging with people where they are in a negative manner, then we're never gonna build that connection. We're never gonna build
No,
that
cat, stupid cat. No, not again.
Amongst each other as
not again. I don't care. I don't care if there's a bug up here.
Because we
I don't care. Go do something else.
In common with each other, materially, we all need the same things, and we are being robbed by the same people in the same system, which is the oligarchy, or the billionaire class, or the Epstein class, or however we want to call it these days. Epstein class, I think, is working pretty good.
Speaking of evolving, letting people learn, one of the many Reddit comments that you've been asked to sort of respond to that you regret, one that I was kind of surprised by as somebody from a small town in Maine is that you talked about white rural people being ignorant and racist.
Yeah, for the record, that was me arguing with somebody on the internet.
Well, I know, but I never said that on the internet. I'm from West Virginia. I would never say that on the internet.
My point is, in that well, one, I was never going to run for Senate. I never thought anybody would read this stuff. I was just trying to bother the person I was arguing with.
So tell me, I need know a little bit more. Like why?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't remember the exact.
You don't.
I mean, I made 1,800 comments over the space of 13 years. I do not remember the exact context of every single thing. Also, what nobody ever talks about is the vast majority of the rest of my internet comments are me defending rural white people, saying like, "Hey, we're not a bunch of ignorant hicks." But nobody talks about those. There's about 100 of those. There is one in which I say that some rural white people are racist. By the way, I don't think that's a very what's the word? That's not a
controversial. You're saying you still agree some rural white people are racist.
You're saying, is that there are we have actual Nazis in Maine.
And when you said what you said was some, you're saying so the point you're making is that you were making a comment about like, look, there's some rural white people.
Yeah, and I was doing it in the most flippant way possible to bother the person I was arguing with.
I don't know if you guys are still here, but
again, nobody.
That's it for me.
So
I'm gonna go lay down.
It's always hard for me to engage with this, pretty seriously,
I
because
don't know how much. This interview's almost done anyway. Okay.
But we could read this one way, this one time. Therefore, this must be the actual core of your. And it's kind of it's a little ridiculous.
But that's it for me, gents. Got some homework to do in the morning tomorrow, some classwork, but I'm going to try to be on tomorrow evening, so this is my spring break. I'm going to see if I can do a little bit of streaming every day this week. We'll see what happens. Till then, peace out.